Hello. Check. Not that much. Hold on. Hello. Hello. Testing. 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 Testing.
Buenos días a todos y todas. Si toman asiento en sus
A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to ask you to kindly take your places. We need to check that we've got the requisite quorum to begin the meeting. So if you could please go to your places and sit where your nameplate is, we'll know who's who and who is with us. Thank you so much.
we're going to start the meeting now. Thank you, and you all have a good meeting.
Muy buenos días.
A very good morning to each of you. Dear colleagues, good friends, this is a new day, our second day of the meeting this week at the Regional Committee of PAHO for the Americas. And again, a warm welcome to each of you. I invite you to begin with item 7.1. 7.1 speaks to the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership for 2023. The reference document is CD 60/14. And I would ask the representative of the Executive Committee to be good enough to share with us what the decision of the jury was. Thank you very much.
Madam President, the Award Committee of PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership met during the Executive Committee's 172nd session in June. The committee consisted of representatives of the plurinational state of Bolivia, Jamaica, and Suriname. After examining the information on the candidates nominated by the member states, the award committee decided to recommend that PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership for 2023 be awarded to Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito of Cuba in recognition of his career and leadership in the management of health services in Cuba and his contribution to primary health care and to disease prevention and health promotion, especially in addressing non-communicable diseases. The Executive Committee adopted Resolution CE 172.R8, conferring the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023 on Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on the item.
I thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the governments of the Americas, through their appointed representatives at the various meetings of the directing bodies, the governing bodies of this Pan American Health Organization, yearly grant a PAHO prize for management and leadership in the management of health services. Previously, it was also with regard to administration, and this is recognizing a significant contribution to administrative leadership within the framework of national health services. It is my great pleasure this year to confer the honor on Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito from Cuba in recognition of his leadership and leadership in the career of management of health services in Cuba and the impact of his scientific publications in the region of the Americas. His contribution to primary health care is also noted, as is his role in disease prevention and health promotion, especially in addressing the burden of non-communicable diseases in populations in conditions of vulnerability and in older adults. Noting then Dr. Espinosa Brito's contribution, it is for me a signal honor to confer this award to Dr. Alfredo Daria Espinosa Brito. And given that Dr. Espinosa Brito has not been able to join us today, I would ask Dr. Jose Angel Portal Miranda, Minister of Health of Cuba, to be kind enough to receive the award on behalf of Mr. Espinosa Brito himself. Madam President, Dr. Jarvas Barbosa, Director of PAHO, members of the Governing Council, Excellencies, this is a great honor for the national health system that I represent. It is my signal honor to receive on behalf of Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito the prize that is being awarded for leadership and health services for 2023. Unfortunately, there are health reasons that have kept Dr. Espinosa Brito from being with us today. And given the decision of the jury, and that this is a signal recognition of his leadership to the health services in Cuba, as well as given the impact he has had on health services throughout the Americas, this is, I say again, a very signal honor. You know what his curriculum is. I assure you that Dr. Espinosa Brito is a stellar representative of this field, known internationally that much as his effort and his system has been for the health services throughout the region, not only in the medical context, but also with regard to research and teaching. So on behalf of the Ministry of Public Health of my country and all of the health workers of my country, all of us in Cuba appreciate this recognition of Dr. Espinosa Brito, whose humility, whose simplicity, and whose warmth has made him the favorite he is among his colleagues throughout this hemisphere, I say again. To pursue our agenda today, I would ask that we turn now to item 4.2. This is the scale of assessed contributions for 2024-2025. I point out to you document CD 60/5, Rev 1. I apologize, says the chair. I see the representative for the United States asking the floor, and you have it. The U.S.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll try this again. The United States appreciates the tireless efforts by medical professionals to strengthen the development of health systems throughout the region. We would like to take this opportunity to stress the importance of ensuring human rights and accountability are at the core of all our efforts. We understand that the global pandemic left many underserved communities around the world without reliable access to medical care. However, we believe countries should comply with their international commitments to combat human trafficking, including forced labor. The United States has serious and ongoing concerns about forced labor in Cuba's labor export program, including in its medical missions, and we urge countries to take the necessary measures to protect Cuban workers. Countries should ensure these programs comply with international human rights obligations and commitments, as well as international labor standards. In particular, countries should respect and protect medical professionals' internationally recognized labor rights and ensure that medical professionals have access to local social services, have the opportunity to review their contracts, retain their travel and identity documents, and enjoy freedom of movement in accordance with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you, Madam President.
Agradecemos la participación.
I thank you very much, United States, for that statement. And I'm pleased now to give the floor to the Minister of Cuba, who has requested it. Thank you very much, Madam President. It is regrettable to hear this statement by the representative of the United States. Yet again, the government of the United States is trying to manipulate the very essence of international medical cooperation, which is a hallmark of my country's efforts. There is an insistence in accusing our country for reasons of presumed exploitation to those who are in fact doing nothing more than supporting these efforts throughout the hemisphere. These are efforts that will not prevail because everyone in the four corners of the globe knows better. We have been in the 33 of the 35 countries represented in this hall. They are all members of this organization. Let them speak up. I'm very sure any one of them could tell you a very great deal about the essence of our collaborators and how they are warmly welcomed in those respective countries. We're talking about 260,000 some cooperatives, people who are out, and they have offered millions of medical consultations. Over 60 years, this has been the case. Cuba has put its experience and its resources not only to benefit our own people, but that of the hemisphere. We have been in 165 different countries with more than 500,000 wealth workers. Anytime anybody needs help, they know whom to call, and our collaborators will be there as they ever have been. However remote, however difficult the places may be. These are entirely volunteer efforts, and we all know better. Our cooperation in the area of health always is an answer to specific requests from the countries, and they are rooted on collaboration agreements. Very often with the intervention of WHO and PAHO, as a matter of fact. Everywhere we have supported efforts in this area, we have done so gratis, never been paid a penny. Now, We should understand that this is a time for solidarity, as ever it has been. And over 60 years, we have put solidarity on top of any national interest. That is what international cooperation is all about. That is what we need in order to face the daunting challenges that humanity still faces. Thank you.
Continuamos con el punto.
Next, we move on to agenda item 4.2. We have a scale of assessed contributions for 2024-2025, and I bring to the attention of the Directing Council document CD60/5, and I invite Ronnie Massa, Director of the Planning, Budget, and Evaluation Committee of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come up to the head table. I now give the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to please report on this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam President. The Executive Committee was informed that the PAHO scale of assessed contributions for 2024-2025 would be based on the new scale adopted by the General Assembly of the Organization of American States in June of this year, and that the overall level of PAHO assessed contributions will remain the same as in the 2022-2023 biennium. The committee was also informed that a resolution establishing the amounts to be paid by PAHO member states would be presented to the current Directing Council. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Mr. Massa to report on this agenda item. Thank you very much, Madam President.
President, Director, Ministers, distinguished delegates, colleagues in health. According to Article 6C of the Pan American Sanitary Code and Article 24A of PAHO's Constitution, the scale of assessed contributions to be applied to the PAHO member states participating and associate members are determined based on the assessment scale adopted by the Organization of American States. The scale of assessed contributions adopted by the OAS is adjusted for PAHO to accommodate assessment of member states, participating members, and associate members that are not members of the OAS, per documents and decisions made by this body in the past. On 22nd June 2023, the OAS General Assembly approved a new scale of quota assessments for the years 2024-2025, and the resolution is cited in the document before you. The scale of assessed contributions adopted by the OAS is adjusted by PAHO, as I mentioned before, to include those members who are not part of the OAS. Please note that the PAHO Secretariat, after considering the situation in the region of our countries and other commitments member states have made, including that of increased assessed contributions to WHO, decided not to request an increase in the total assessed contributions for the organization, which remains at $194.4 million for the last 10 years. The actual assessments to be paid by each PAHO member state will change due to the new OAS scale, and that's according to procedures that I mentioned before. The amounts to be paid by each member state are included in the addendum of the document before you. The Directing Council is invited to take note of the report, provide any comments it deems pertinent, and consider approving the proposed resolution presented to you. I thank you.
Muchas gracias por su.
Thank you very much for your report, Mr. Massa. We will now continue,
Abriendo la.
and we will now open the floor for comments or remarks on this agenda item. Should there be no request for the floor, I now give the floor to Mr. Massa. No, I stand corrected. I don't know whether the director has any comments to make in connection with this agenda item. So we give the floor to the director for his comments on this. Thank you, Madam President. As was presented by the chair of the executive committee and also by our representatives of assessment and the relevant department, what we're proposing today is simply an adaptation of the scale of contributions, scale of assessed contributions. According to the Constitution, we have to follow what was approved at the last General Assembly of the OAS. I would like to stress 2 points, only 2 points, because I see that there are countries that are asking for the floor. But before that, I'd like to highlight one thing. We had a historic decision made at the World Health Assembly this year in order to have a 20% increase on the quotas for the World Health Organization. And I'm very pleased to having witnessed several countries of our region who spoke about the need for having a more equitable distribution of the funds of the World Health Organization amongst the 6 contributions. The countries in the Americas cannot be penalized due to the fact that we have a PAHO here. So I believe that it is extremely important for all discussions on the budget that we're going to hold with Geneva, that we always stress the need for a more equitable distribution. This reflects directly on our capacity to provide technical cooperation. This has a direct impact on our capacity to strengthen the country offices so that country offices will be in a position to provide the necessary technical cooperation to our countries. So this is simply to add to a clarification in connection with this agenda item. And as Mr. Massa also reported, this is already 10 years without having an increase on quotas for PAHO, understanding that we held this discussion in order to raise WHO quotas, that we have these changes in order to make the adjustment with the decision that you made at the General Assembly of the OAS. But I'd like to report that for next year, I'd like to begin holding conversation with the countries on how, in a sustainable and feasible way, adapted to the economic and social conditions that we face, to look into the possibility of beginning to recover some of the losses that we've had. Because if we put things in real terms, with the inflation that we've had in the last 10 years, it is like having $50 million less of the quotas that we have in the region. No doubt that we always have to look for more efficiency in the organization. We are greatly committed to doing more always with less, but there's a limit to explore that efficiency and to improve the processes. So for next year, in a very transparent way, I would like to begin a conversation with the countries on how we can, understanding the difficulties that we all encounter, but to take advantage of the situation in order to beef up our presence in countries, even in more vulnerable countries. Our presence was far below what the need would be to provide a technical cooperation to vulnerable countries such as Belize and Suriname. We have our own resources of PAHO, following a process to strengthen the capacity in key countries. As we announced, and when we come to the discussion on the budget, we will show this. We will show 81% of the budget that will be discussed and approved here. 81% of the increase on the budget, everything goes to countries. So in order to be able to translate this into concrete actions, this commitment of strengthening the capacity to provide a technical cooperation at a country level, I believe that perhaps this is one of the most important tasks that we have ahead of us. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, distinguished directors. We can see on the screen that the representative of Chile is asking for the floor. So Chile is recognized. Thank you very much, Madam President. Chile is grateful for the document prepared by the Secretariat as well as the statement made by the Director. We believe that the document clearly shows a mechanism through which member states contribute to the valuable role played by the Pan American Health Organization in support of our health systems. We greatly value this exercise of transparency as well as all the efforts in order to make an efficient use of these resources, especially at times in which the region and the whole world are going through a slowdown of the economies and still face the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. We're aware of the fact that we need funding for the organization in keeping with the relevance of its role and the challenges faced by the organization. In spite of that, we have to say that our country has adopted a policy of fiscal responsibility that entails a process of budgetary restriction. Therefore, an increase of close to 30% in Chile's contributions to this organization represent a great effort for our country, but at the same time, they do show our commitment to multilateralism and to the conviction that the Pan American Health Organization does make a difference for the benefit of public health of the entire continent. In this regard, we thank the efforts made by Dr. Barbosa in order to bring about exercises to prioritize the expenditure for the attainment of the objectives on health, both at a national, sub-regional, and regional and subnational level. An example of that was the recent visit of experts going to Chile to prepare the country cooperation strategy, which will enable us to better channel the work jointly done with the organization. We are available in order to continue supporting the initiatives that will enable us to improve the efficiency of the organization, but also to improve accountability and transparency that both the Pan American Health Organization as well as member states ought to practice as a democratic standard with a view to our citizens. Chile supports the draft resolution. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much to you for your comments. Now, next on the list, before we move on to the next item on the agenda, we give the floor to Paraguay.
Presidenta, Director.
Madam President, Director, distinguished delegates, dealing with this issue as well as the budget for the programs of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025 is of huge importance for all member states. This new scale of contributions represents a burden for our countries, particularly after the pandemic, and particularly taking into account that the decision made at the World Health Assembly, which represents a significant increase in our scale of assessed contributions decided by WHO. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a huge impact on our economies and health systems. We've invested huge resources in order to protect our inhabitants and to guarantee equitable access to health services. The economic crisis, the resulting economic crisis, has left many of our countries in precarious economic conditions with high levels of indebtedness. In representation of our Minister of Health, I'm fully aware of the importance of investing in public health and strengthening our medical care services. Thus, my country undertakes a commitment to bring all necessary actions in order to honor our commitments, both those with PAHO as well as with the WHO. However, it is also important to acknowledge the fiscal responsibilities that we're currently facing and find solutions that are in keeping with our reality. Let me take advantage of this opportunity to ask the office to deal with the mechanisms at its disposal to obtain better results and thus to come up with a more fruitful and beneficial scene for all member states. Thank you. Thank you to the representative of Paraguay. And now we give the floor to Mexico. Thank you very much, Madam President. The Mexican delegation takes note of the presentation of the scale of assessed contributions for 2024-2025. We understand that the adjustment is not in keeping with a decision made by this organization. However, for those countries that have an increase on the proportional part, We have to add the contribution at a time of economic recovery. This juncture makes it much more concerning with the way in which we adopted these decisions to adjust the scale of contributions by doing away with the processes established. Aware of the efforts made by Mexico and other member states in order to settle their corresponding payments, we hope that this budgetary effort that Mexico will make will be used by PAHO in order to continue strengthening the capacities of the region in order to have better tools to look after the health of its inhabitants. Mexico supports this proposed resolution. Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias al representante.
Thank you, Mexico. We now give the floor to Barbados.
Thank you, Madam President, the Director, distinguished colleagues. The Government of Barbados compliments the Executive Committee and its Secretariat for bringing this resolution for consideration by the Directing Council. We welcome the efforts of our strategic partner, PAHO, in bringing equity and fairness to the processes to determine assessed contributions of member states. We are pleased to acknowledge that assessed contributions have remained stable for the new biennium 2024 to 2025 for a number of countries, including Barbados and the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. The established cooperative agreements with PAHO through the provision of technical and financial support greatly assist the agenda and work of the Ministry of Health and Wellness of Barbados. Even though we are a small island developing state, we have to make difficult choices, particularly with respect to public health priorities. However, Barbados is pleased to report that we remain current in obligations to PAHO, recognizing its tremendous importance to the region. Madam President, Barbados supports the reduction of funding directly for pandemic prevention and control and the concomitant transfer of funding to other areas that were regrettably lost in the years of COVID, such as NCDs, mental health, and climate change and health. Madam President, Barbados supports the resolution. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the representative from Barbados. And now we can give the floor to Mr. Massa to respond to these comments. Thank you, Madam President. Simply to express my gratitude for the comments, for the support, and for the commitment voiced by member states who've spoken now. Chile, Paraguay, Mexico, Barbados, for the commitment shown, for the solidarity expressed, equity, and the value that this organization brings to its member states, which in fact is an investment in health to continue moving forward with the regional agenda and in each country. Simply to stress the fact that the resources, the quotas paid by member states are critical in order to sustain basic programs and respond to the priorities that you yourselves have agreed on. The commitment is to continue improving and strengthening the efficiency, the transparency, and accountability, as our director had already stated in the presentation of its initiative, PAHO Ahead, and also in the program budget that we will present soon, to continue moving forward with the effective and efficient use of resources to attain the results. We simply wish to express our gratitude once again, and have a good day.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Massa, for your contribution. And now, the Director, do you have any comments? Director, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to thank Chile, Paraguay, Mexico, Barbados, and I think that all our member states. I will be very brief. I think that I have already explained why this is very important for us, but just to share with you that we are adopting several measures to provide more efficiency to the organization. So I am very happy to see that the PAHO Forward, the initiative, is not only a slogan, but I invite you to review many measures that have already been implemented and many others that we are implementing in order to reduce the unnecessary bureaucratic burden and to provide more efficiency, a more efficient use of the limited resources that we all have. Second, that we have already increased the delegation of authority for the country offices. We have raised it to $100,000. So the PWIs will have more flexibility to use and to respond better and in a more expedited way to the needs of the country cooperation. At the same time, we are increasing the oversight and the auditing process. As I mentioned before, all the audit reports now are available to our member states in a totally transparent way. So to ensure you that we are taking care very carefully of every cent that you receive, because you know that this is money from your citizens, that all the countries are facing economic and social difficulties in this process to recover from the pandemic. So it's important also to increase the accountability, the transparency, and the efficiency, so you can be reassured that we are providing a better use of these funds to really strengthen our technical cooperation and to follow and to implement the priorities that you are approving in this year and that you have approved in recent years. Thank you.
Gracias, señor director.
Thank you, distinguished director. And now, I ask the rapporteur to be kind enough to introduce the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 4.2, proposed resolution. Scale of assessed contributions for 2024-2025. The 60th Directing Council, 1, having examined the report of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, the Bureau, on the scale of assessed contributions for 2024-2025 to be applied to member states, participating states, and associate members of the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, for the budgetary period 2024-2025, document CD60/5, Rev 1. 2, bearing in mind the provisions of Article 60 of the Pan American Sanitary Code, which establishes that the assessed contributions of the Pan American Health Organization shall be apportioned among the signatory governments on the same basis as the contributions of the Organization of American States. 3, taking into account Article 24A of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization, which states that the organization shall be financed by annual contributions from its member government, and that the rate of these contributions shall be determined in conformity with Article 60 of the Pan American Sanitary Code. 4, considering that the General Assembly of the Organization of American States has adopted a scale of quota assessments for the years 2024-2025. 5, bearing in mind that the total assessed contribution level still needs to be determined, resolves, 1, to approve the following scale of assessed contributions for 2024-2025, document CD60/5, Rev 1. 2, to request the Bureau to present detailed amounts of proposed gross and net assessment contributions to be paid by PAHO member states, participating states, and associate members once the total assessed contribution level is determined. Attached to this document is a table that has the member states along with the assessment rate for 2024-2025. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Floor is open for comments on this proposed resolution.
No hay solicitud de...
There are no requests for the floor, thus we take this resolution as adopted.
Vamos a
We will now move on to the next agenda item. And this is agenda item 4.1, the program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025. I would like to bring document CD60/4 and addendum 1 as well as addendum 2 to the attention of the Council, and I invite Mr. Ronnie Massa, Director of the Department of Planning, Budget and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to please come to the head table to introduce this agenda item. I thus give the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on this item.
Thank you, Madam President. The Executive Committee examined the proposed program budget for 2024-2025. During its June session, the committee expressed appreciation for the prioritization process conducted with member states as part of the preparation for the program budget proposal. Delegates expressed support for the priorities identified and considered that work in those priority areas would help to accelerate progress towards the achievement of the goals set out in the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas 2018 to 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Delegates also welcomed the shift of focus in the program budget from COVID-19 emergency response to sustained core technical cooperation and agreed that the 2024-2025 biennium will be key to channeling the efforts of the organization towards the recovery of health systems in the region. While welcoming the increased WHO allocation to the region, several delegates noted that the increase to the Americas is less than the increase for most other WHO regions, and that it is less than 20% increase in WHO-assessed contributions. The Bureau was encouraged to apply the lessons learned from the external evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, in particular to prepare for potential funding gaps and to diversify the organization's funding model to ensure that it is fit for purpose in both normal times and crisis periods. The committee adopted Resolution CE 172.R7, recommending that the Directing Council approve the proposed program budget of PAHO for 2024-2025. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on the item.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for this report on this agenda item. And now we give the floor to Mr. Massa to be kind enough to offer the relevant comments on this agenda item. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Director, ministers, distinguished delegates, I am pleased to give you an overview of the proposed program budget before you for your consideration and approval. Allow me to highlight that this proposed program budget, as you can see from the theme, recovering, innovating, and accelerating progress for health, takes into consideration that evolving and transitioning context and situation in the countries of the region and globally. We have reflected upon the needs of the countries and the need to accelerate and recover post-pandemic, but also looking at equity as our strategic plan centers attention that unless we address the needs of those who need the most, we will not be able to move the needle to the level that we need to move it. And this proposal also considers, or Director Jarva's vision and initiatives that were launched, and you heard about them yesterday. It also looks at the lessons that we had both from the pandemic, but also the financial crisis that this organization faced just about a couple of years ago. Allow me to highlight that journey that I'm pleased to note that followed a constructive, consultative, and collaborative process with our member states, which is a practice that we have established for almost 10 years now of how we plan, prioritize, and budget with you. But also internally, how we have worked across with every team of the Secretariat to ensure that what's before you is indeed what needs to respond to the situation, and also going forward to honor the commitments in the PAHO strategic plan for 2025, but also looking at the horizon of 2030 to reach those targets that member states and the organization have committed to the SDGs in health and related SDGs to health. Some milestones to highlight. We launched in November last year the consultation with member states, and we're happy and thankful that we completed 44 prioritization exercises with countries since then. That process informed both the PAHO program budget and the WHO program budget, ensuring increased alignment, which you have requested for several years. In March, another milestone was the presentation of the outline to the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration, which gave us guidance as well to continue building on that proposal that we presented to the subcommittee, who is responsible to provide guidance in that regard. Then our teams continued consulting with countries, but also internally, to develop the content of the program budget that was presented as a full draft to the Executive Committee, again with the consultations and the feedback we got with Member States. The Executive Committee gave us feedback, and we continued building on that proposal, which is before you. And we, due to the challenges that some countries were facing, we extended the consultations all the way until May to ensure that we received the necessary input from all Member States as much as possible. And then our teams also, as we do in this organization, in setting clear targets, but measurements with baselines and targets that will hold us accountable to progress, but performance as well in improving the health outcomes. And today, pleased to present to you that final proposal that has resulted from all that consultation, collaboration, and building together. I'd like to note that as part of this process, we have looked at innovation, and we have launched as well the PAHO Program Budget Digital Platform, which we launched in English in June, and today it's available for you also in Spanish. And that platform provides additional information with our commitment to transparency and accountability to your member states and partners. Here is a glimpse of the top 8 outcomes that member states prioritize. And as I was saying before, 44 of 51 countries, despite the challenges, this is quite an achievement to have consulted with those 44 countries and territories across the region. Is quite an achievement, especially when the countries were very busy tackling the pandemic and other public health challenges in the region. If you were to group those top 8 outcomes, there are 5 thematic areas that emerge, which have been mentioned yesterday and also in the debates that we follow in the region, the countries, and globally. NCDs and mental health and risk factors. Emergencies, pandemic preparedness and risk reduction. Health systems, but with quality and primary health care. Health information systems or digital health and evolving forward, and human resource for health. Those are indeed the top topics that emerge when we take all that input that we receive from all our member states. And again, the document has a full list of the 28 outcomes that we work with you, but again, just to ensure that this is responding to what you, the member states, are asking us to put more emphasis on the technical cooperation going forward. And aligned with that, and you will see in the budget as well, we have aligned with the principles that the budget needs to show a gradual increase to ensure that we can respond to those requests from member states for more emphasis in our technical cooperation. The programmatic proposal, in line with our results-based management approach, includes the 28 outcomes of the strategic plan, 102 outputs, and 143 indicators that will allow us to measure, again, progress and achievement. I would like to note here that these results cannot be achieved without the joint collaboration and commitment from member states. The Secretariat can catalyze, can convene, and broker, but we need the action really happens at country level, and this is where the difference is made. In the document, you will find the specifics of each outcome, the indicators, and also the key interventions on how the Secretariat plans to respond and work with each member state across the region. Turning to the proposed budget, and again, as our director highlighted before, the budget in PAHO is an envelope to be filled. So we rely on our assessed contributions, but also on the contributions of donors and partners who invest in the organization, and also our resource mobilization efforts, and the contributions of WHO that are also important. Here, the blue bar shows the base programs, Those are the core of the technical cooperation. And on the top, you have the special programs, which are funds that usually come to respond to emergencies. As the pandemic acute phase ended, we see a shift in the resources again. And therefore, as you can see, that orange portion of the bar is reduced because of that transition in funding. But the demands for technical cooperation continue to increase, and therefore you see an increase of 3% from $679.5 million to $700 million in the base programs, which allows us to transition and respond to those additional needs that emerge and will continue post-pandemic. In summary, our proposal, again built on that consultative process, is realistic, recognizing that need to transition from emergency mode to sustained technical cooperation. It's country-focused, as already highlighted by Dr. Jarbas, with over 80% of the increase going directly to countries to build capacity in countries, and aligned to the transition times, to the evolving situation, and also to the budget that you have also approved at the WHA, the World Health Assembly, with the increased allocation of budget to the Americas, the prioritization results, and also the financial outlook that we have taken into account. Looking at the summary of the proposal by thematic areas or outcome clusters, we recognize, and this is something that has come up from the consultations, that the 28 outcomes is quite a long list. And to present to you a more integrated proposal, we put together all those outcomes in thematic areas to promote that integrated work that we do in every country. And here before you, you have the proposal of the budget, which follows the principles of prioritization again, and aligning the budget envelope to the higher priorities, protecting those outcomes that you have identified as higher priorities with a gradual increase in the budget envelopes. Now, turning into how we expect this program budget to be funded, we have the assessed contributions, which, as we highlighted before, remain at the same level. The miscellaneous revenue that, again, we project to remain at the same level at $14 million. The PAHO voluntary contributions, which, again, with the need to respond to you, we are committing to increase our resource mobilization efforts with our partners. And then the WHO allocation to the Americas, which is an envelope that is approved at the Assembly but needs to be filled. This is, we project 295, as you can see there, as per the increase in the budget to the Americas from WHO. This is the part that usually is funded at about 70% when we look at the funding reality. What you see here is also an increase in the allocation from WHO, and therefore the call to continue advocating for additional and equitable distribution of resources from WHO to the region. We wanted to show you this graph to show a bit of the history of how the program budget has evolved. According to the situation, you see the ups and downs, but as you can see here, is an increasing trend. For 10 years, the demand, the budget represents that demand for technical cooperation with our member states. But for the last 10 years, as you can see with the green bar, that flat line of the assessed contributions has remained. And in real terms, it means that we have lost $50 million, therefore reducing the portion of assessed contributions to the PAHO program budget to about 20%. That is a critical point because it leaves us with limited flexibility to respond to priorities. The orange bar is the progression of the WHO allocation. We see some improvements, but still we need to continue working with you to obtain that fair share for the region. And as you can see, the blue portion would be the gap that we will need to finance through the different efforts and collaboration. Now, just to give you some highlights of the digital program budget platform, which is available at the link that you see there. It's available open to all of you and anybody who wishes to visit this on the PAHO web. What we have there is a digital version, but with details of the program budget by country. Here you have an example of the proposal for Jamaica. This is the actual numbers that you will see, the proposed budget. the changes, the priorities that have been identified with the country, and then details that you can find there on how we also plan to work with that country going forward. With that said, I thank you for your attention. I'd like to kindly ask the Directing Council to consider this program budget and its corresponding resolution. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor.
I thank you very much, Mr. Maza, for that report. And without further ado, let me immediately offer the floor to this group on the item before us. Pleased to give the floor to the Vice Minister of Honduras. Thank you very much, Madam President. We're very, very grateful for the presentation of this program budget for 2024-2025. As a priority country in the Americas, we recognize perfectly that we need focused measures that are innovative, that are forward-looking, and that are based on a full understanding of what works and what doesn't, given the regional and world context and what we've learned from the pandemic, certainly. Now, we think it is very important to have this grouping of high, medium, and low results of the intermediate regions and also at the local level. We also note that the assessed contributions shouldn't go up, we hope, because were they to do so, it would mean that compared to previous biennia, it would be a significant increase for us. That is why we exhort all of our member countries to work together. Let's find a way that is innovative, to find South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, you name it. Let's find another way to mobilize resources that is more equitable and perhaps better adapted to the actual needs of each country. It's not one size fits all. And with a view of increasing the transparency in our giving, we also think it's important to have that digital platform that will include very detailed information and that will be much more interactive as regards the programmatic structure of PAHO, because that'll give us a much clearer idea, I think, of the income that we put into this at the national level. Now, the Americas, as we all know, have faced a very complex epidemiological picture, and that is why our health systems have better be solid, better be resilient, and better be able to attend to all of the needs of our public health in an adequate measure, and also to act in a multi-sectoral way in order that we have the social determinants of health, economic, and medical as best we can. We thank this Council for its important contribution to us, and we hope very much that we can continue to receive the needs of our countries. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I'm happy to give the floor to Canada.
President, Canada thanks the Secretariat for the proposed program budget, recognizing its importance as the last under PAHO's current strategic plan, as well as its aim to reflect the region's post-COVID-19 transition. We must now take decisive action to accelerate progress in order to meet the objectives set out in the strategic plan. And we appreciate PAHO engaging member states in priority setting and note that health workforce and strengthening information systems for health have emerged as two new high priorities. And with respect to changes in budget allocation across the outcomes, we support the principles applied. Canada is pleased to see that there have been no decreases in funding for any of them, which will hopefully allow for continuity and stability over the next biennium. The program budget aims to accelerate progress for health and equity. An essential step remains to advance health equity is to identify and close gender gaps throughout the full range of PAHO's programming. To this end, fully resourcing gender equality expertise throughout the organization, including in country offices, is critical to delivering the PAHO's mandate. In addition, we should continue increasing budget allocations to the determinants of health and cross-cutting theme cluster and mainstreaming gender equality throughout all programs. Noting the WHO's allocation to the region as per the presentation we just received with thanks, and recognizing this increased flexible funding, we will continue to urge and work with the WHO to provide AMRO with its full allocation. We support this budget and corresponding resolution. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, representante.
Thank you very much, Canada. I'm now pleased to give the floor to the representative of the United States of America.
Thanks the Bureau for this program budget and all the work that went into updating this document based on the feedback from the Executive Committee. We appreciate the additional explanations in the budget proposal that highlight how some priority areas, such as health emergencies, received large increases in the 2022-2023 budget, but might not be experiencing as much of an increase in the 2024-2025 budget. Looking at the results of the prioritization exercise, we note that the communicable diseases risk factors dropped as the fourth priority. Does this reflect a shift due to more member states having completed the survey, or a shift in what was defined as the highest priority? We also note that Outcome 9 on strengthened stewardship and governance of health systems is no longer receiving an increase in funding since it's now a low priority, while Outcome 18 on social and environmental determinants of health will receive that money instead. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, representante de Estados.
Thank you very much, United States. I'm pleased to give the floor to the representative of Mexico. Thank you very much. The Mexican delegation takes good note of the presentation of this by the Secretariat of the Program Budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025. We very much congratulate Dr. Barbosa and this entire group for the manner in which it's working from bottom to top and trying to figure out exactly what the best contribution is of our member countries within that budget. One that is run by program and based on the specific needs of the member countries makes a lot of sense. And it is very much a guiding light for technical cooperation. This tells us also collectively how we can best together face our regional, very daunting challenges and Mexico's ongoing struggle to make its own medical services and medical assistance as useful as possible. We think it's important that we urge the World Health Organization to give us the share that we really should get, which isn't always, as we know, tantamount to what we need. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. I'm now pleased to give the floor to the Minister for Belize.
Thank you, Madam President. I am honored to speak on behalf of Belize in support of the proposed program budget for Pan American Health Organization for the period 2024-2025. We wish to commend the Director for the strategic approach in focusing on the 5 key pillars that we believe resonate with the current and future health challenges of our region. Belize aligns itself with the vision set forth, which we believe is not only ambitious, but also achievable with our collective commitment. Firstly, the pillar on health system resilience is of particular importance to Belize. Our country has been heavily impacted by the global health crisis, highlighting the need for resilient health systems that can withstand future pandemics and health emergencies. We recommend and we commend that the budget allocation for this pillar, which has been identified, continues to be prioritized to strengthen our health infrastructure, build human resource capacity, and improve access to health services. We stand firmly behind the pillar on health promotion and social determinants. In Belize, we strongly believe that the concept of the health in all policies and the need to address the social determinants of health, therefore urging PAHO to continue its work in this area, fostering multi-sectoral collaborations to promote healthier lifestyles and environments. The third pillar, Madam President, addressing health inequities, speaks directly to our ongoing national efforts. Belize is a diverse society, and we must ensure that everyone, regardless of their socioeconomic status, race, or geography, has equitable access to quality health care. We believe that the proposed budget will be instrumental in achieving this. And the fourth pillar, disease elimination and epidemic control, is also crucial in a world where new health threats emerge regularly. We support investments in surveillance systems, research, and the development of strategies to control epidemics and eliminate diseases. Lastly, Madam President, the climate change and health pillar is of utmost importance to Belize, a country that is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We therefore advocate for further research, mitigation strategies, and the integration of climate change consideration into all health planning. In conclusion, Madam President, Belize wholeheartedly supports the proposed budget for 2024-2025, underscoring the importance of these 5 strategic pillars. We encourage PAHO to continue its vital work in addressing the health challenges of our region. Together we can build healthier, more resilient communities for all our peoples. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Minister. I see no further requests for the floor, ladies and gentlemen. So let me now give the floor to Mr. Maza for any further comments he may have to offer.
Allow me to first thank Honduras, Canada, the USA, Mexico, and Belize for their comments and the support for this proposed program budget. I think if there are 3 topics that have emerged, the prioritization, indeed, there's a good practice that we continue to build upon with our member states, and every time we have the opportunity, we see how we fine-tune. But it was important to conduct this exercise, especially because of the post-pandemic scenarios that we had, and we're happy again and thankful for the amount of member states that engaged directly with us in that regard, and that truly informs the program budget from a bottom-up of priorities from member states, as highlighted by Mexico. Indeed, in terms of the budget question aligned to the priorities, yes, since the Executive Committee, we revisit and in line with the principles to ensure that those with higher priority would have an increase or at least maintain the budget. We follow that principle to ensure that the needs, again, by member states are responded with the additional budget space, and then hopefully with the allocation as we mobilize more flexible resources. So that indeed is there. But let me highlight that when we look at the clusters, because of the integrated approach, you will not see a decrease in the overall communicable diseases cluster. But what you see a shift is towards the determinants, which is one of the topics that went up in priority. And also in health services, we protected that because, again, human resource health is part of that cluster. So we maintain that balance at the end of the day to ensure that each outcome or each cluster of outcomes will have the necessary allocation and then hopefully resources to respond to those priorities of member states. This third one, I believe, is on the WHO allocation, and that we thank you for that continued advocacy. Know that the program budget for WHO will be implemented in the new biennium, and the distribution of the assessed contributions increase is being discussed. It's an opportune time to continue advocating for that. But not just on that, I want to highlight that WHO also continues to mobilize flexible resources that have proven to allow the region to benefit from additional resources. There is an increasing trend, but our point here is that the allocation needs to be commensurate with the increase in the budget allocation. They, like us, is a budget envelope, and that budget envelope needs to be filled, and we really appreciate member states' continued advocacy in that regard. Again, just to emphasize that the priorities do follow that vision, again, of our director, with emphasis on the 5 pillars, equity, ensuring that, again, commitment to key countries. I want to highlight that, not just on countries, but the key countries are protected. The 8 key countries allocations are protected, and in some instances, you will see additional investments as we mobilize additional funds. The importance of your assessed contributions, I just want to underscore that. Without that, we will not be able to pay and maintain that commitment that we have to continue investing in countries. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Maza, por su contribución.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maza, for that contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to offer the floor to Dr. Barbosa for his comments. Thank you very much, Chair. We're very pleased to Honduras, the United States, Canada, Mexico, Belize, and others who have spoken this morning. Let me be very brief, because I think that Ronnie Maza has given us abundant clarity in terms of how best we can get a grip on this subject. I would like simply to underscore a couple of points. First of all, this is a prioritization exercise, prioritization. It's critical. Why? Because once the strategic plan was approved back in 2019 by our member states, a heck of a lot has changed, as we all know, 2019 to today. Therefore, the exercise we've been wrangling with involves certainly some of the issues that the pandemic became underscored, mental health, for instance. Digital transformation of health is another issue. The question of the general perception that people have, that we all have, as to the impact of climate change on health systems. And last but not least, the need to keep strengthening our own ability to face sudden challenges. These are an array of issues that are a tall order, and that's why we're listening very hard to the member states to see what you all are thinking and what your own priorities are going to be for this next biennium. Very important indeed. So we do have, we believe, a realistic budget here. That's been the aim, and I think we've got it. A 7% increase with a possibility of increasing something more in terms of the basic problems, with a reduction in terms of the emergency funds as we emerge from the more acute phases of the pandemic. That is all going to be linked to and answer, I think, in great measure, the concerns of the countries. 81% of that increase is going to go to back the countries. And if I remember correctly, in terms of leadership, governance, etc., and facilitating measures, we are including their 0% increase so that we can boost all of the other principal areas of technical cooperation of the organization. This is not happenstance. This is absolutely deliberate, because we want to be aligned with what you yourselves consider the major issues to be met. Now, that said, please use your digital platform. Speak up. Be a part of this digital transformation of our organization, because that'll allow all of us to see clearly how resources are being allocated, what the priorities were at the end of the day. So I cannot urge you enough to keep your eye on that part of things. Now, let me also very much thank you for the advocacy, the tremendous, tremendous effort you've all made at the World Health Assembly and at the Executive Committee here to increase the envelope, yes, but also what goes into the envelope. It is a question of having, yes, a more equitable distribution of funds among the regions. We all know that and believe it. You know, very often our colleagues in Geneva say, well, but wait a minute, you've got your own budget. You don't need us. Ah, well, maybe. But the countries in the Americas don't have a discount for their quotas to WHO because they pay 100% of both. So it isn't fair to use that argument, I answer, to fail to guarantee an equitable distribution. Equitable is the magic word. We are committed to equity. We want a global look. We understand that some regions are going to need stronger support from WHO. But we also know, do we not? And the pandemic showed this, that the epicenter of the pandemic for a number of months was here. It wasn't the other side of the world. And a lot of people died as a result of lack of access to vaccines quickly, because of the informal economy, because of the poverty, and so many other social determinants that we struggle with here. We didn't have the money that it appeared we might have had. So we need, and I'm sure we're all of one mind here, more support for this region, for there to be more equity vis-à-vis our health systems. Thanks very much.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Director, for those comments. I'd like to inform the plenary right now that this document has two draft resolutions, and we'd like to propose that we tackle them one by one. And I would like to ask the rapporteur to present the first. The program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025, Addendum 1.
Agenda Item 4.1, Addendum 1. Proposed Resolution. Program Budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025. The 60th Directing Council 1. Having considered the report on the 172nd session of the Executive Committee, document CD60/2. 2. Noting the efforts of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, PASB, to propose a program budget that takes into account both the socio-economic considerations and the joint responsibility of member states and PASB in achieving public health mandates. 3. Bearing in mind Article 14.c of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization and Article 3, paragraphs 3.4 and 3.5 of the Financial Regulations of the Pan American Health Organization. Resolves. 1. To approve the program of work of the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, with a budget of $700 million US for base programs and $120 million US for special programs. 2. To encourage member states, participating states, and associate members to continue to make timely payments of their assessed contributions in 2024 and 2025, and of arrears that might have accumulated in the previous budgetary periods. 3. To encourage member states, participating states, and associate members to continue advocating for an equitable share of the World Health Organization's resources, and specifically for WHO to fully fund the budget space allocated to the regions of the Americas. 4. To encourage member states, participating states, and associate members to make voluntary contributions that are aligned with the PAHO program budget 2024-2025, and where possible, to consider making these contributions fully flexible and unearmarked. 5. To approve assessed contributions for the biennium 2024-2025 in the amount of $224.6 million, composed of A, $194.4 million in net assessments of member states, participating states, and associate members, which requires no increase over the last approved amount of net assessed contributions, which is $194.4 million, and B, $30.2 million as a transfer to the Tax Equalization Fund, as indicated in the table below. 6. In establishing the contributions of member states, participating states, and associate members, assessed contributions shall be reduced further by the amount standing to their credit in the Tax Equalization Fund, except that credits of those that levy taxes on the emoluments received from PASB by their nationals and residents shall be reduced by the amounts of such tax reimbursements by PASB. 7. To finance the approved base programs in the following manner and from the indicated sources of finances, as appears in the table below. 8. To authorize the director to use all sources of financing indicated above to fund the program budget, subject to the availability of funding. 9. To request the director to prepare a report on the expenditure amounts from each source of financing and against the 28 outcomes outlined in the PAHO program budget 2024-2025 to be presented to the governing bodies in 2026. Thank you, Madam President.
I'd like to thank you, Rapporteur, for presenting the proposed resolution. We now yield the floor to the plenary to begin the discussions. I see no requests for the floor. Therefore, the proposed resolution is adopted. We're still on agenda item 4.1, program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025. Now, I ask the rapporteur to submit the second proposed resolution, assessed contributions of the member states, participating states, and associate members of the Pan American Health Organization for 2024-2025, Addendum 2.
Adelante, la señora relatora.
Please go ahead, Madam Rapporteur, present this proposed resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 4.1, Addendum 2, proposed resolution. Assess contributions of the member states, participating states, and associate members of the Pan American Health Organization for 2024-2025. The 60th Directing Council, 1, considering that Article 60 of the Pan American Sanitary Code and Article 24A of the Constitution of the Pan American Organization provide that the scale of assessed contributions to be applied to member states, participating states, and associate members be determined on the basis of the assessment scale adopted by the Organization of American States. 2, bearing in mind that the Directing Council in Resolution CD60R adopted the scale of assessment for the member states, participating states, and associate members of the Pan American Health Organization for the biennium 2024-2025. Resolves: 1, to establish the assessed contributions of the member states, participating states, and associate members of the Pan American Health Organization for the financial periods 2024 and 2025 in accordance with the scale of assessment shown below and in the corresponding amounts, as shown in Addendum 2. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the rapporteur for presenting this proposed resolution. We would now like to offer the floor to the plenary for discussion. There being no requests for the floor, I declare the resolution adopted. We are going to move to the next agenda item. And actually, first we're going to have a coffee break. However, before the coffee break, I'd like to offer the floor to the Secretary, who has some important announcements to share with us all. Thank you.
Madam President, I have two. First, I would like to inform the Committee on Credentials that a second meeting will take place in room 712 on the 7th floor during the coffee break to continue the verification process.
That's all.
Okay. Thank you.
Vamos a otorgar 20 minutos.
The coffee break will be 20 minutes, and therefore we'd like to reconvene in this same room at 11 a.m. Thank you.
así como en neerlandés, criollo haitiano y varias lenguas indígenas. Implementación de iniciativa piloto de la OMS para ampliar la participación de la sociedad civil y las comunidades en Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana y Panamá. Pilar 3. Vigilancia epidemiológica. Publicación de 64 alertas y actualizaciones epidemiológicas sobre COVID-19 desde el 16 de enero del 2020. Apoyo a países a fortalecer la vigilancia a través de distintas redes y plataformas como EIOS, que fortalece la vigilancia basada en eventos, GoData para investigación y seguimiento de casos y otros sistemas como vigilancia basada en indicadores y vigilancia centinela. Desarrollo de herramientas de modelización y cartografía, y un portal GeoHub para visualizar las tendencias de los indicadores de COVID-19 para apoyar a los Estados miembros en la implementación de medidas de salud pública contra la COVID-19. Pilar 4. Puntos de entrada. Monitoreo de medidas de salud pública y requisitos de entrada para viajes y transportes internacionales. OPS sistematizó la información reportada por los países. Esta información aún se actualiza en línea y está disponible para todos los países. Pilar 5. Laboratorio y diagnóstico. Las Américas fue la primera región de la OMS en ofrecer reactivos de diagnóstico de laboratorio a los países y en abril del 2020, 28 países ya podían realizar pruebas del SARS-CoV-2 por detección molecular. OPS ha facilitado 22 millones de pruebas rápidas de detección de antígenos. Creación de la Red Regional de Vigilancia Genómica COVID-19, COVIGEN. Participan 33 laboratorios de 30 países y territorios, se han compartido más de 600.000 especímenes del SARS-CoV-2 de América Latina y el Caribe a través de la base de datos. Pilar 6. Prevención y control de infecciones y protección de los trabajadores de la salud. 33 países y territorios reportan que cuentan con un programa nacional de prevención y control de infecciones, más de 24.000 trabajadores de la salud y personas con mayor riesgo de exposición a la COVID-19 accedieron a información provista por la OPS. Implementación de programas de protección respiratoria en 10 países. Pilar 7. Manejo de casos, operaciones clínicas y terapéuticos. 300 equipos médicos de emergencia movilizados y 383 sitios alternativos de atención médica establecidos, generando más de 50.500 hospitalizaciones y más de 2.200 admisiones en atención crítica. Creación del Grupo Técnico de Oxígeno que apoyó a 28 países en fortalecimiento de capacidades. Acceso a medicamentos. Inimatrelvir, ritonavir. Intercambio de información de manejo clínico. 149.000 casos de la región fueron compartidos en la plataforma global de la OMS, que aún se encuentra en línea. Pilar 8. Operaciones de apoyo logístico y cadena de suministro. Apoyo a las autoridades nacionales para mitigar los riesgos de desabastecimiento y retrasos en adquisición de suministros médicos. La Reserva Estratégica Regional de OPS para Emergencias, localizada en Panamá, exportó 580 envíos entregando 1.624 toneladas a 37 países y territorios, incluyendo EPP, pruebas rápidas, entre otros. OPS ha adquirido suministros por valor de $851 millones a través de 1.236 proveedores. Pilar 9. Fortalecimiento de servicios y sistemas esenciales de salud. Participación de OPS en el Acelerador de Acceso a Herramientas COVID-19, ACT-A, ACT-A, y en el mecanismo COVAX, realización de 802 evaluaciones técnicas de suministros médicos para COVID-19, apoyo a la compra de equipos biomédicos y emisión de 284 alertas de autoridades reguladoras a través de la Plataforma Regional sobre Acceso e Innovación para las Tecnologías Sanitarias, PRAIS. Creación de la Plataforma de Innovación y Producción Regional para promover el desarrollo de tecnologías esenciales en salud. Trabajo conjunto con Biomanguinhos Fiocruz, Brasil, y Synergium Biotech, Argentina, para desarrollar vacunas ARNM y coordinación con mecanismos de integración subregional, organizaciones internacionales, fabricantes de vacunas y entidades financieras internacionales para fortalecer la producción de vacunas en América Latina y el Caribe. Pilar 10. Vacunación. Creación del Grupo de Trabajo para la Vacunación contra la COVID-19 en las Américas. En diciembre del 2021, 51 países y territorios iniciaron programas de vacunación que continúan hoy. más de 153 millones de dosis entregadas a 33 países de la región a través del Fondo Rotatorio de la OPS para el acceso a las vacunas. 17 países de las Américas ya alcanzaron la meta del 70% de cobertura de vacunación COVID-19 al 30 de junio del 2022. 33 países recibieron apoyo técnico y financiero para adquirir equipos de cadena de frío, desarrollo de estrategias de comunicación para generar demanda y aceptación vacunal, incluyendo información para el público sobre la eficacia y la seguridad de las vacunas. OPS continuará dando cooperación técnica para ayudar a Estados miembros a adoptar un enfoque holístico de la respuesta a la COVID-19, con vista puesta en la preparación y la resiliencia frente a otras amenazas emergentes.
Aging opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
El Sistema Informático SIP es un producto gratuito de OPS que registra la atención perinatal desde la primer visita antenatal hasta el alta de la madre con el recién nacido, contribuyendo a la toma de decisiones oportunas. La historia clínica se ingresa simultáneamente a una computadora o cualquier otro dispositivo móvil y se transmite online o de forma diferida con las máximas garantías de seguridad y privacidad. El SIP Plus puede vincularse con cualquier otro expediente electrónico que exista en la institución o en el país. El SIP Plus elabora reportes automáticos de indicadores de la población asistida y resultados perinatales, identificando brechas de inequidad que orientan la gestión de servicios. Cuanto mejor y más accesible sea la información, mejor será el cuidado de la salud. SIP Plus ayuda a 22 países a cumplir sus compromisos por la salud de madres y recién nacidos. SIP Plus es la solución en registros perinatales y lo mejor está por venir.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando. La felicidad cuando pasa.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to response to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
We understand that estimating demand for various health products can be complex. Simplifying the process can help to make your work easier.
That is why we at the PAHO Strategic Fund created the Demand Capture Platform. With it, you will be able to plan your procurement in an agile and collaborative way.
This launch is the first of many tools that we will introduce to
strengthen PAHO's technical cooperation.
This will allow you in the future to visualize your historical performance, obtain real-time financial information, and monitor the status of your purchases. With our new demand planning module, you can quickly access previous year's plans as a starting point, or initiate a new plan. The result of the process will be an approved purchase plan with indicative prices, along with monitoring reports and reference milestones. As a result, you can feel more confident the right product arrives in your country at the right time and in the right quantity. To provide you with quality, data-driven cooperation, our technical experts require key information. This data will allow you to receive alerts for stockouts or overstocks, evaluate if the requested quantity is ideal, and receive recommendations for more cost-effective options based on evidence and your unique context. Our technical experts will work closely with you providing real-time feedback on your plans to ensure the availability of quality products in the country at the lowest possible cost. We are committed to continue facilitating access to quality-assured medicines and supplies in a supportive, equitable, and transparent manner. We are grateful for your collaboration in this endeavor toward health for all.
Thank you for choosing the PAHO Strategic Fund.
El envejecimiento abre un mundo de posibilidades, la posibilidad de seguir haciendo lo que amamos y ser quienes somos. Pero sin el apoyo adecuado, el envejecimiento también puede traer limitaciones, mala salud, vulnerabilidad, soledad. Creemos que un entorno seguro, afectuoso y de apoyo puede convertir el envejecimiento en una oportunidad para ser saludable, para vivir plenamente, para aceptar el cambio y seguir aprendiendo y desarrollándote. Creemos que todas las personas tienen el derecho a prosperar a cualquier edad, añadir dignidad a los años, bienestar a los años, vida a los años. La década del envejecimiento saludable en las Américas. Añadir vida a los años.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
Haiti accepted to apply the highest standards for safety, but also for green health facilities. This hospital will operate without external support of electricity. If there is an earthquake or large emergency that will affect electricity and also the water supply for health facilities, this facility will continue operating, will continue providing the services for what it was built, to save lives and to contribute to the well-being of the Haitians.
Je vais vous montrer l'importance de ce type de service d'urgence. Des services d'urgence, nous en avons, mais des services d'urgence aussi bien équipés, aussi bien distribués, c'est le seul que nous avons actuellement dans ce pays.
So the past, when the vision was established, one of the challenges was, of course, to raise the resources for it, and to have a very clear plan, very good plan. I think some of the biggest challenges to make it happen, though, were some of the circumstances in the country. All these things were, and there was one crisis after another, or compounding each other. That made it quite challenging. But because of, I think, the determination, because of the dedication to make this happen, it was done as a collective effort. It was done with the partners in coordination with the Ministry of Health. It was done with some of the best technical standards. And here we are, inaugurating it.
We care about you, and that is why we want to simplify your processes. The Revolving Fund has developed a digital version of the PAHO 173, a tool that will make your job easier.
Please, the delegates, if you can take your seats, as we need to check if we have quorum, and we're going to start.
Click of a button.
Otherwise, we are not going to be able to finish with the agenda.
Planning module
Thank you.
is the first of many tools that seek to provide information to build upon PAHO's
ahora tenemos quórum, justo, pero tenemos quórum, así que para no demorar las deliberaciones vamos a comenzar.
We now have a quorum, so we will continue with the next session. Thank you.
Agradecemos a quienes aún están.
I would appreciate it if those who are still standing would take their seats. We will now continue with item 5.2, which is the financial report of the Director and report of the External Auditor for 2022. I would like to draw the Council's attention to the official document 367, and I invite Mr. Christos Kasapantoniou, the Director of the Department for the Management of External Resources of the Pan American Health Organization, to approach the podium.
Le concedo la palabra al representante.
I yield the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The Executive Committee discussed the financial report of the Director after hearing presentations by the Bureau and External Auditor. The committee was informed that the External Auditor had issued an unqualified audit opinion on the organization's financial statements, meaning that the audit revealed no errors or weaknesses that were considered material to the accuracy, completeness, or validity of the statements. The committee was also informed that while the organization's financial position improved in 2022, it continued to experience significant pressure on liquidity owing to delays in the payment of assessed contributions. As a result of those delays, the balance in the working capital fund was once again depleted in 2022. The Executive Committee applauded the unqualified audit opinion and commended the Bureau for its efforts to sustain regional health gains while continuing to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic in 2022. Concern was expressed about the continued depletion of the working capital fund and the need to resort to additional internal borrowing. Member states were encouraged to pay their assessed contributions in a timely manner to enable the Bureau to continue its critical work. Delegates voiced strong support for the External Auditor's recommendation. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the representative of the Executive Committee for his report. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Kasapantoniou to present the item.
Madam President, Director, distinguished delegates of the 60th Directing Council, I'm pleased to present item 5.2, the financial report of the Director and report of the External Auditor. In accordance with Financial Regulation 14.9 of the Pan American Health Organization, I have the honor of presenting the financial report of the Pan American Health Organization for the financial reporting year January 1st, 2022 through 31st December 2022. The financial statements and notes have been prepared in accordance with the International Public Sector Accounting Standards and PAHO's financial regulations and financial rules. As you can see on the slide, the total revenue of the organization in 2022 amounted to $1,578 million, representing a 12% decrease compared to 2021. However, as you will notice, it's much higher than the first year, 2019, which is the reference year before the pandemic. 2019 on this chart is the only regular year of this slide in terms of historical context. We are going back to normalization in 2023 after the pandemic of the years 2020 to 2022. This demonstrates the organization's continued response to the COVID-19 pandemic and at the same time, the sustained transition to ongoing technical cooperation commitments. The total revenue consists of three main elements that you see in each year. The program budget resources are in blue, correspond to the organization's approved biennium budget. The income from procurement mechanisms is in green, including the rotating fund for access to vaccines and the regional rotating fund for strategic public health supplies, decreased 19% from $1,349 million in 2021 to $1,093 million in 2022, of course, due to the evolution of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The national voluntary contributions are presented in gray. They are contributions from member states exclusively for internal projects and are not included in the program budget. Other sources of finances are in black. You barely see it. Mainly correspond to equalization of tax fund. It's 8.1 million in 2022. Lastly, in 2022, the organization recorded a surplus of 15.6 million in total revenue compared to total expenses. This is my presentation. I remain at your disposal for any questions. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias al director del Departamento de...
Thank the Director on the Management of Financial Resources for his report. I now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. I yield the floor to the representative of Canada.
President, Canada thanks the Director and External Auditor for their respective reports. We are also pleased to note PAHO's attainment of an unqualified audit opinion in 2022. While COVID-19 obviously dominated the organization's focus in 2022, we recognize and applaud PAHO's significant efforts to ensure sustained regional health gains more broadly, including in providing technical support to develop multi-sectoral suicide prevention interventions and strengthen responses to address violence among women and girls in migrant populations, to name a few. Wishing to commend PAHO for its technical achievements this past year, we must also take into consideration its financial health. Even with an increase in the rate of assessed contributions for 2022, the collection of assessed contributions for 2022, we note the working capital fund was fully utilized again with additional funds borrowed and remain concerned by the continued exhaustion of this fund and the need to resort to additional internal borrowing. We know, as was just articulated, that timely payments by member states of their full assessed contributions to PAHO is critical. While Canada is pleased the external auditor found no significant weaknesses in internal control, we do take note of the external auditor's recommendations for improvement in each of the organization's three lines of defense to further strengthen PAHO's internal control environment, and are supportive of consideration by PAHO to their implementation, including the establishment of an overall accountability framework to bring these three lines of defense together. We welcome the external auditor's report and the ongoing efforts by PAHO to implementing their recommendations. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Canada, for your comments. I now yield the floor to the representative of Mexico. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Mexican delegation acknowledges the presentation of the financial report by the Director and the very clear, honest document presenting the complexity of the work done. In terms of the external auditor, Mexico appreciates the document and the excellent job done in the last few years. Their contributions, analysis, and comments represent a strategic input for the member states, the organization, and its secretariat. We welcome the openness of the new director, Barbosa, and his respect and support of all the recommendations proposed. Particularly, we feel that it's vitally important to limit expenses to allow member states to justify our contributions. We agree with the need to link the budget to the presentation of financial reports, taking into consideration the asymmetry of financing in different programs. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la representación de...
I thank Mexico and see no other requests. And therefore, I will yield the floor back to Mr. Casapantonio to respond to comments.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the delegations of Canada and Mexico for their recommendations. Of course, PAHO's sustained financial health is something very important, and it's even more challenging given the delayed payments of assessed contributions in arrears. This makes the work of the management and the director much more difficult in order to manage to deliver the technical cooperation and at the same time maintain financial stewardship. We are working, all of us, in this direction, particularly also making short-term and longer-term forecast, which is financial forecast, which is something very important in order to maintain the operation of the organization properly and satisfy the requirements of technical cooperation. Again, to the note of, from the delegation of Mexico, thank you for the recommendations. Regarding the linking of budget with the financial results, as you know, the financial results are presented according to IPSAS, which is not cash-based, but we have statements that link the budget with the actuals that are able to reconcile these two. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for those comments, Mr. Casapantonio. We now would like to offer the floor to the director, should he have any comments. Thank you.
Madam President, a very brief comment, just to thank Canada and Mexico for their comments and recommendations. As Mr. Casapantonio showed, I think that the organization is a good financial shape. And this is the result of my predecessor, Dr. Carissa Etienne. I think that the organization worked very well during the pandemic, even during the financial crisis that we faced in 2019, 2020. But it is always important to recognize the support that we have received to have these financial resources, not only the assessed contribution, but also many donors, stakeholders that granted voluntary contributions to the organization. Of course, that in this moment that we are recovering, we want to strengthen our technical cooperation capacity, our presence in the countries, mainly in the key countries that we have in the region, the most vulnerable countries that we have in the region. But we need to make all these movements in a very cautious manner in order to keep the organization in this good financial shape. About the recommendation from the external auditor, the organization take them very seriously in order to review carefully one by one and to implement this recommendation that is very important to improve the efficiency of the organization and to make all the changes, the improvements that we need to do in order to increase the transparency and accountability in our work. Thank you for your very important comments. This topic was very well discussed during the executive committee, and all the comments and suggestions from that discussions and from now are very well received by the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. We'd like to tell the Council that the debate will appear in the final report. With that, we move to the next agenda item.
Continuamos con el punto.
We're going to continue with agenda item 4.3, which we had started discussing yesterday. It is the policy on the Health Workforce 2030, strengthening human resources for health to achieve resilient health systems. We are going to ask those who were on the speakers list yesterday and who were unable to speak due to lack of time, we are going to ask that you once again ask the floor, and we will offer the floor to you to address item 4.3. I'd like to draw the Council's document to document CD 60/6, and I invite Dr. Benjamin Puertas, head of the Human Resources Department for Health Systems and Services of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. I yield the floor to the President of the Executive Committee to report on agenda item 4.3.
Entonces, ya que leímos.
Well, actually, this report was read yesterday, so we will move straight into discussion and yield the floor to the representative of Chile. Thank you very much, Madam President. We welcome presentation of document CD 60/60, Policy on the Health Workforce 2030, Strengthening Human Resources for Health to Achieve Resilient Health Systems. We agree and support the priority actions as proposed, grouped in the 5 strategic lines of action, in particular the one that is to promote a dignified workforce and ensure the safety, plus the appropriate level of human resources for health through financing and regulation. We appreciate, among other aspects, that it looks at gender in a sector where women constitute the majority of the workforce. As recognized, the pandemic had a major impact on health workers that continued working, promoted heroically by their vocation towards service. They were infected, seriously ill, and deaths, which and a burden on the mental health. So there's great absenteeism in recent years. To respond to this need, the program of health was created in Chile, Saludablemente, that granted 90,500 aids for the health workers. The employee in the health service grew 39% between 2019 and 2023, covering with temporary positions, allowing expansion of emergency and critical care services, but also posing challenges for the sustainability of staff because of the emergency. In this scenario, and having seen what's been done, our efforts today focus on moving forward in governance and leadership of human resources. So we're updating the human policy for the decade. We're also strengthening the planning system for human resources with scenarios and estimates going through to 2030, emphasizing the priorities that mobilize us. These are to provide universal care through primary care, address mental health crisis, comply with the cancer law, and implement the National Investment Plan. We have also focused efforts on having staff available with the necessary skills to respond to multiple demands through training plans. Lastly, among our priority, we have prevention and management of harassment, sexual harassment in particular, and unfortunately, there have been aggressions against health staff. As the Director General of the World WHO said yesterday, there is no health without the health workforce. We agree with this and agree with the content of the document. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. We now recognize the representative of Haiti. Thank you, Madam President. Director of PAHO, I'm taking the floor on behalf of Dr. Alex Lasserre, Minister of Health of Haiti. Given the impact of COVID-19 on health systems, in particular access to service, the lack of necessary development of human resources in necessary numbers to cover the health services. This is essential. Several documents focus on strengthening regional human workforce to serve as a guideline for countries, and in particular Haiti. What is mainly at stake and the challenges having to do with human resources in the region and Haiti were tackled. For instance, migration, brain drain, aggravated by chronic underinvestment in training, guidance, and employment for health workforce. But let me also add that there is a security challenge as well. With the 3.8 needed, the policy is even more important for Haiti because of the constant brain loss of brain people because of all the challenges facing Haiti. The most important problem is that the region is losing those investments that are being made in health resources for health because some of them need to change profession. So, for instance, doctors begin nurses or even drivers in order to be able to live in the countries where they move to. The policy addresses many of the priorities recognized by Haiti through different strategic policy documents. The national strategy to develop human resources for health in Haiti, the guidance for health, the essential service package, the national strategy for community. Those are some of the programs. The alignment of policies with national important priorities. This document will serve as a reference document for technical cooperation of PAHO's country office in Haiti. There can be no health without the health workforce. These are the main resources to guarantee international health safety. Haiti supports the proposal. Thank you very much. I thank the representative of Haiti and offer the floor to the representative of Dominica.
Thank you, Madam President. Dominica expresses support of this policy geared at strengthening human resources for the health sector. The long-term effects of the pandemic have unpleasantly resonated with our workforce, the foundation of our healthcare system. Recognizing this prevailing reality, we continue to prioritize governance and promote policies that foster capacity building and the well-being of our workforce. This is why we continue our organizational restructuring efforts to improve the operational environment and to give hope for upward mobility and greater job satisfaction. Our efforts geared at accreditation of all medical facilities also help in improving procedures that in turn benefit employees. Madam President, recognizing the need to engage people, we partake in frequent discussions with our nursing council, unions, and medical officers to address employment issues, mental health concerns, and overall job satisfaction. It is through that consideration that we developed an employee health and wellness program in 2012, where time is granted to workers who wish to participate. Madam President, notwithstanding all these actions, we still suffer from the plague of attrition. Our statistics from 1984 show we have lost nearly 80% of our nurses to proverbial greener pastures. If we don't act honestly and comprehensively to reverse this trend, we may have a world with even more frightening imbalance. With that reality, I pay close attention to outcome 7, that is adequate availability and distribution of a competent health workforce. In that same vein, I am honored to sit next to my esteemed counterpart, the health minister from Cuba, so I can express profound gratitude for their unwavering support to fill the gaps through their international medical cooperation. Madam President, earlier this year, we made an urgent request to the Republic of Cuba for a pulmonologist to examine one patient who could not travel. Instead, the good doctor on his own volition held clinics and saw 80 patients in 1 week. This tells a story. Despite their own profound limitations, Cuba exemplifies compassion by providing technical cooperation and training to help our region. The good people of Dominica are sincerely grateful for their genuine act to humanity. I also extend congratulations to Prime Minister Motley, President Ali, and President Kagame of Rwanda for envisioning a health and development partnership for Africa and the Caribbean. This initiative is testament to our alignment with PAHO WHO's direction to strengthen human resources. Under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Skerrit, I am assured of leadership at the CARICOM level to explore all avenues for workforce strengthening. Madam President, I am hopeful by this proposal before us today, and we commit to all 5 strategic lines of action. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
I thank the representative of Dominica and offer the floor to the representative of Nicaragua. Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Yarbas Barbosa, delegates from member states. Dr. Barbosa, please receive the warm welcome of our National Reconciliation and Unit government headed by our President and Vice President. You have Nicaragua's support in your new management of the 5 strategic pillars, and soon we hope to welcome you in our country. We are extremely satisfied with the annual report of PAHO that you presented to us, addressing the main advances in the region towards universal health care, access, and addressing the vector-transmitted diseases. Madam President, from 2007, the people in Nicaragua once again had the historic opportunity to really enjoy its right to health. For this, deep transformations have taken place, reverting the damage caused by the violation of right to health imposed by the neoliberal governments. The most visible expression of this transformation are the National Policy for Health and the Family and Community Health Model, a health policy centered on restoring the right of Nicaraguans to a healthy environment through preventive health care and to freely receive quality of integral health care, adapting them to the cultural, religious, and social realities of the country, and a family and community health model responding to the needs and expectations of the population, guaranteeing the principle of free, universal health care with solidarity, promoting prevention, going beyond the care of individuals, including the entire family, the community, and the environment, with citizen partisanship that is proactive and with solidarity. We expanded the network of services through 1,500 centers with hospitals as well and specialized centers, 181 delivery homes and 191 clinics, 5,600 maternal homes and sectors that are organized with a community network of over 63,000 players. We have reduced maternal and child mortality as well as neonatal from 44 to 60%, and the reduction of malnutrition, especially in children, by 61%. Immunization coverage remains above 95%, protecting against 16 diseases, and 4 new vaccines have been introduced. We have taken care to the populations through permanent health fairs in the communities, mobile clinics in remote areas, specialized care in rural areas, with a strategy of having my hospital in my community. Success can be achieved through political will of our good government, the guaranteeing the right to health and the protagonic participation of the family and the community. Madam President, we remain committed and moving forward in the offering right to health, complying with the Alma-Ata mandate towards a future of peace and harmony for the common well-being of Nicaraguan citizens and the region. Thank you very much. I thank the representative of Nicaragua and offer the floor to Brazil. Thank you, Madam President. Brazil would like to thank the Secretariat for the document on policy on the health workforce 2030. We believe it's an important instrument for the development and implementation of strategies and initiatives in order to build resilient health systems. The document presented here wants to enshrine the gains we have achieved in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in the time frame that we committed to, that's 2030. The important elements are the quality, governance, access, education, and in health, elements that, if achieved, will allow our countries to address inequities in availability, distribution, retention, and skills of health professionals. We're also grateful for the consultation process that was carried out, allowing to create a more representative and solid document reflecting the position of member states. It's important to have more detailed information on and seek some clarification from the Secretary with regard to the content of the report. For instance, the America's Health Corps by PAHO, it's a very interesting, as well as the financial and administrative impacts in Annex C. More specifically, could you specify how much of the $46.9 million additional dollars will have to come from additional resources, in other words, the voluntary contributions or other sources? Lastly, recognizing the importance of the processes established to move forward in the strengthening of the workforce, the relevant role of this organization, as well as concern about the development of health workforce that are adequate, available, and trained, the policy, we approve the proposed resolution and the ideas found in the document. Thank you. I thank the representative of Brazil and offer the floor to the representative of Bolivia. Thank you very much, Madam President. The plurinational state of Bolivia greets the position in the policy of strengthening the health workforce. We all know that during the pandemic, Bolivia faced a lack of preparedness of its health system, just as the other countries in the region had to do. Obviously, one of the major gaps that had to be overcome by the country was the lack of trained professionals that were prepared to respond to outbreaks, specialists in different medical disciplines that were and are necessary to take care of an ever-increasing number of patients impacted by a scourge such as the one we confronted. This compromised life, not only that of patients, but also that of the first-line care workers. Hospitals collapsed, intensive care units that were insufficient, lack of PPE, medicines, inputs in general. All of these jeopardized the Bolivian health system and forced us to take heroic measures that were taken on as a high-level political decision, as our own president was personally involved in combating the pandemic, declaring it a national emergency and therefore top financial priority for the state. With this, it was possible to obtain vaccines, timely and sufficient diagnostic means. This historically reinforced hospitals with human resources in a significant number. However, it is still insufficient. The gaps in human resources are still felt throughout the country. Given all the lessons learned, Bolivia has undertaken a new human resource policy with an important component of gender equity, because it is mainly women who were at the front line facing the pandemic. Bolivia is an autonomous state, therefore our human resource policy is agreed between the different government levels and entities. It is with consensus in order to strengthen our guidance and to strengthen, amongst other aspects, planning, promotion and prevention, developing information systems and develop innovative curricula for the educational system. To date, the distribution of human resources in the country show historical figures that never before seen, although we know still there is a lot to be done. That's why we're so grateful for the high-level mission that reached Bolivia in August. One of the priority topics was strengthening and perfecting the national human resource policy for the health sector. Today, we're working on an agreement with a committee of universities in Bolivia with their schools of medicine schools to modify the pre-graduate curriculum to adapt it to the epidemiological profile of the country. Bolivia welcomes identifying this need, and with support and contributions we'll be able to move forward. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Muchísimas gracias.
I thank the representative of Bolivia and offer the floor now to the International Atomic Energy Agency.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, Madam President, Director, Ministers and Delegates. The IAEA takes this opportunity to reaffirm the importance of this topic, both in primary healthcare centers but beyond also. We are committed to support member states to reinforce medical staff capacities to tackle health priorities in the areas of our mandates as a technical organization. As Dr. Barbosa yesterday said, the burden of NCDs is increasing throughout the region. The continuous training and retaining human capital is essential to tackle these diseases, including to ensure the timely diagnosis and treatment, and also high quality for diseases such as cancer. The IAEA recognized the importance of focusing on South-South mechanisms, guaranteeing the sharing among member states of best practices throughout the region. This mechanism is the groundwork for our technical support, and all countries and member states have access to it. We're well aware of the need to respond to damage caused by the pandemic in the diagnostic and treatment systems in oncology. Starting in 2018, 27 oncologists from 14 countries completed a master's in advanced radiotherapy in Chile, and we hope that 8 will take the course this year. CARICOM's received support also through regional courses, training on radiotherapy management, quality, and protection. These are just some of the examples when it comes to strengthening human resources. As the document points out, virtual training is also crucial. Through the website of IAEA, when it comes to the human resources and virtual learning platforms and virtual training for radiologists, we also provide virtual tools that contribute to the priorities identified throughout the region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those comments. We'd like to inform you that we have several non-state actors present. They are actors with relationships with the PAHO and WHO, and they'd like to take the floor. I'd like to ask the representatives of these non-state actors to please approach the speaker's microphone and mention which organization they belong to before making their comments. Thank you very much.
American Nurses Association, speaking on behalf of the International Council of Nurses. The International Council of Nurses expresses its support of the resolution to strengthen human resources for health to achieve resilient health systems. ICN is a federation of more than 130 national nurses associations and the global voice of 28 million nurses worldwide. Within the ICN's 2023 Recover to Rebuild report, there is a clear call to action. Without substantial investment in adequately supported nurses, the prospect of effectively restoring and reconstructing healthcare systems after the COVID-19 pandemic remains unattainable. In alignment with the Policy on Health Workforce 2030, ICN prioritizes health equity, strong nursing regulatory mechanisms, nurse education, mental health of health workers, and improving the working conditions of health workers to lessen the impact of nurse migration. Member states should establish robust regulatory mechanisms to ensure the competence and professional development of nurses, invest in nursing education to guarantee a sustainable pipeline of skilled healthcare providers. Member states can do this by instating a government chief nursing officer with a budget to invest in nursing. Improving nursing working conditions is not just essential to slow migration and improve retention, but also to improve the quality of care nurses are able to deliver. Budget, resources, and positions of power and decision-making need to be given to the nurses so that they can care for themselves and in turn care for populations across the Americas. The ICN's 2023 Charter for Change emphasizes 10 key policy actions governments and employers must take to address the critical need to invest in and protect the nursing profession, ensuring equitable, people-centered care, safe working conditions, and recognition of nurses' role on key contributors to high-quality health systems. Let us collectively act on these priorities to strengthen healthcare systems and promote the well-being of both nurses and the communities they serve. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam President. Luis Fernando Falcão from the World Federation Society of Anesthesiologists, WFSA. The WFSA represents over 300,000 anesthesiologists in 142 countries, with 24 national member societies in the PAHO region. As our region's response to COVID highlighted, and the discussions about how to achieve universal health coverage attest to, a trained and support anesthesia workforce is indispensable to functioning and resilient health system. Unfortunately, PAHO countries to face a chronic lack of trained anesthesiologists. The WFSA's Global Anesthesia Workforce Survey found that 10 PAHO member states had a physician anesthesiologist density far below the recommended interim target of 5 per 100,000 as outlined in the PAHO, in the WHO WFSA International Standard for a Safe Practice of Anesthesia. Health systems that have historically underinvested in anesthesia provision are placing more onus on this same service without the necessary increase in the workforce investments. This increasingly pressurized workload is resulting in a higher level of professionals' burnout and damaging patient safety outcomes. WFSA is delighted by the focus this resolution brings to a range of issues affecting the health workforce, but to ensure anesthesiologists can continue to provide a high level of patient care and safety, we believe 3 areas require specific attention. First, capacity building. Invest in health workforce strengthening by focus on continuing medical education and creating safe, equitable work environments with high-quality facilities. Second, resourcing. WFSA supports the development of national surgical, obstetric, and anesthesia plans to embed adequate resourcing into national health policy and planning. And third, professional well-being. To limit clinician burnout, member states need to work with clinicians and their professional bodies to prioritize well-being initiatives. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchísimas gracias por...
Thank you very much for your comments. I now would like to call on Dr. Puertas to respond to the comments made.
And if I'm allowed, I will respond in Spanish. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We've heard comments from 21 countries and several actors who are interested in the development of human resources for health. We can draw several common elements that we've identified throughout these various comments. I think we have several accomplishments, but also challenges mentioned by the delegates of the countries represented here, which are consistent with the 2030 Health Force policy proposes. We have made progress in the area of developing policies on human workforce for health purposes, and we have made some progress, but there's still work to be done in other areas. We have heard several comments on the training and the building training, which is an important element which the 2030 policy includes. We have made some progress also in South-South agreements that have been mentioned by the member states who have spoken, and which allow us to consider bilateral agreements in the future on the question of mobility of human resources, for example. We've also seen progress through virtual training and hybrid models. In this area, the virtual campus on public health of PAHO has exponentially increased the number of users, and many of the countries present today have benefited from these virtual courses, particularly during the pandemic, and they still continue to do so. But just as we've seen progress in human resources, we also have challenges. To begin with, challenges in the area of human resources cannot be resolved over the short term or medium term, which means that we have to make policy decisions and commitments on the part of countries to move forward with solutions that sometimes take a time to implement. We've also heard several comments pertaining to the gaps in human resources. And this is something that many countries felt and were exacerbated by the pandemic. We also have challenges pertaining to mobility. The countries of the Caribbean have particularly mentioned the question of migration, the brain drain in the healthcare area. Another aspect has to do with the physical as well as mental protection of the labor force in the Americas. And that may be the most significant point in this Health Workforce 2030 policy, because it has a specific line that seeks to strengthen the physical and mental protection of healthcare workers, as well as improving the work conditions and the investment in it, as the policy states. This brings me to investment in health workforce, and you've mentioned this, and I'd like to thank those countries who donate resources, voluntary resources to the organization to allow us to move forward in this area. For us, the major challenge is that we keep the progress made and still confront the challenges facing us, because this represents progress for our organization, but it also represents major challenges for us. So our commitment to continue to support, like we have the catalytic fund from the WHO to work on building and training the workforce in the region. We have other donors who have been significant contributors, such as the Government of Canada and others.
And this opens options for us to move forward in this area. So our commitment is to continue supporting and working on the needs in the area of human resource in the region. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Puertas, for his comments. I now would like to invite the director to comment on this point. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to begin by thanking all countries for their interventions, because on the one part, they've underscored the importance of this resolution and the policy which will allow our organization to strengthen technical cooperation in matters pertaining to health workforce. There are a lot of movements in the region. There's a quick demographic change taking place, and the pandemic taught us that it is very important to have plans and have regulations and have stronger leadership on the part of the healthcare system in the training and equitable distribution of human resources. Because if we don't have this, we will have great difficulty in strengthening and renewing primary healthcare. It will be difficult to make all healthcare services be available to work for the population. So I think this is a very strategic resolution, and all the experience that countries shared with us of what they are doing to strengthen their own health workforce can help and are coordinated or in sync with this policy. We have received significant contributions from countries when we consulted them on this policy. We believe this is a strategic priority for the countries in the Americas, and the organization needs to strengthen its presence, leadership, and technical support in all countries in order to meet the needs so that the countries have the necessary healthcare workforce and therefore have allies who will help them to build a much stronger and resilient healthcare system in the region. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Director. We will continue by asking the rapporteur to introduce the draft resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 4.3, proposed resolution, policy on the health workforce 2030, strengthening human resources for health to achieve resilient health systems. The 60th Directing Council, 1, having considered the policy on the health workforce 2030, strengthening human resources for health to achieve resilient health systems, document CD 60/6. 2, considering that the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated the importance of having health personnel who are prepared to respond effectively to health emergency events and to rebuild resilient health systems. 3, considering that in order to achieve resilient health systems, recover public health gains, and contribute to social and economic recovery, it is necessary to strengthen the health workforce by taking actions to better protect the health of individuals, their families, and their communities. 4, recognizing that in order to ensure the functioning of health systems in the region of the Americas, it is necessary to continue to make changes in strategic planning and regulation of the activities of health personnel, as demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as to implement support measures, improve capacities, and broaden fields of professional practice. 5, recognizing that despite the progress achieved, challenges remain, especially with regard to the availability and distribution of health personnel, planning, governance, intercultural gender and income equity among personnel, coordination between sectors, and training in accordance with the needs of the health systems in relation to universal access to health and universal health coverage. Resolves. 1, to approve the Policy on the Health Workforce 2030, Strengthening Human Resources for Health to Achieve Resilient Health Systems, document CD60/6. 2, to urge member states, considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A, strengthen the governance of and promote national policies and plans for human resources for health, in line with processes of health systems transformation towards universal health and resilience. B, develop and consolidate regulatory mechanisms for the organization of their human resources for health, education and licensing processes, and professional practice to improve quality and equity and promote regional integration. C, to strengthen the formation of interprofessional teams in integrated health services networks based on primary health care, especially in underserved areas. D, enhance workforce capacity building to address population health priorities and for public health emergency preparedness and response. E, promote decent working conditions, protect the physical and mental health of health workers, facilitate their participation in determining the organization of work processes, and improve financing and regulation to attract, retain, and sustain an adequate supply of human resources for health. F, improve the working conditions of health personnel in order to mitigate the effects of migration and promote the development of information systems and the reporting of labor mobility at the international level in accordance with the WHO Global Code of Practice on the international recruitment of health personnel. 3, to request the director to A, provide technical cooperation to member states to strengthen capacities that will contribute to the implementation of the policy and its strategic lines of action. B, support the development of national policies, regulatory frameworks, and national capacities that will contribute to the strengthening of human resources for health. C, continue to prioritize the development of the virtual campus for public health as PAHO's educational platform, building capacities among health personnel, and supporting the achievement of public health goals in the Americas in collaboration with academic institutions in the region. D, report periodically to the governing bodies of PAHO on the progress made and the challenges encountered in the implementation of this policy through a progress report in 2027 and a final report in 2031. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias a usted.
I thank the rapporteur for having read the resolution. I now open the floor for discussion. In view of the fact that there have been no requests for the floor, I declare the resolution approved.
Pasamos a considerar el siguiente punto.
Let us move on to considering the next item of the agenda, item 4.4, on the policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. And I'd like to bring the Council's attention to document CD 60/7 and invite Dr. Anselm Hennis, the Director of the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases and Mental Health of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table.
En este momento le concedo el uso de la palabra.
I yield the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on this item.
Thank you, Madam President. The Executive Committee expressed strong support for the proposed policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults and applauded its multi-sectorial approach and 4 strategic lines of action. The committee acknowledged that many NCDs are related to modifiable risk factors and agreed that it is important to reduce such risks early in life through prevention and health promotion activities. Health promotion was considered especially important, and it was suggested that the policy should place greater emphasis on the need to promote healthy habits and behaviors among children and young people. The need for youth-friendly health services, especially at the primary care level, was also highlighted. It was considered essential to address the social, environmental, and economic determinants that might influence the health and development of children and young people and contribute to the development of NCDs. Several delegates stressed the importance of school health programs. The committee adopted Resolution CE 172.R6, recommending that the 68th Directing Council approve the policy. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you for your report. I now yield the floor to Dr. Hennis to present this item.
Director, distinguished delegates of the 60th Directing Council, I am pleased to present item 4.4, Policy on Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases in Children, Adolescents, and Young Adults. This policy is being presented to you today to review the situation and approaches to tackle this public health issue and consider adoption of this resolution that will strengthen the response to NCDs in this population group. While children, adolescents, and young adults up to age 24 years experience NCDs, especially obesity, type 1 diabetes, asthma, and certain cancers, efforts to address NCDs to date have focused mainly on the adult population. However, many NCD risk factors are adopted during childhood and adolescence, and this is a critical period to promote health and prevent the lifestyles which lead to obesity and other NCDs later in life. Promotion of healthy school environments can foster healthy lifestyle habits, including adequate nutrition and physical activity. Equally critical are efforts to increase access to primary health care. Therefore, this policy sets forth strategies and approaches for NCD prevention and control for children, adolescents, and young adults in the region with a focus on equity. The policy seeks to strengthen NCD prevention through child health programs, strengthen primary health care and NCDs for this population, and improve NCD information in this population group. The policy draws on a set of cost-effective and evidence-based NCD interventions, the WHO Best Buys, approved during this year's World Health Assembly. The policy calls for 4 strategic lines of action. Integrate NCD prevention and control strategies into health programs for children, adolescents, and young adults. Develop multi-sectoral policies to improve health promotion, NCD prevention, and NCD risk factor reduction among children, adolescents, and young adults. Strengthen primary health care services that incorporate digital health solutions for NCD diagnosis and treatment among children, adolescents, and young adults. And fourthly, strengthen capacity for NCD and risk factor surveillance to provide more timely and complete information on the status of NCDs, risk factors, and their determinants among children, adolescents, and young adults. We acknowledge the key contributions received from member states through the consultative process in this policy document held earlier this year, and would like to acknowledge our appreciation for these invaluable inputs and guidance. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hennis, for the report provided to the plenary. And I now yield the floor to the plenary to begin the debate. I will begin by calling on the Minister of Health of Belize.
As highlighted by the presenter, NCDs are a leading cause of poor health, disability, and death in the Americas, accounting for 81% of all deaths annually. And while NCDs such as type 1 diabetes, asthma, and certain cancers affect people of all ages, including children and young adults, most interventions have been targeted at the adult population. In Belize, Madam President, we're committed to breaking this trend and tackling NCDs at all ages. Our Ministry of Health and Wellness, in collaboration with the Ministries of Education and Agriculture, has launched several groundbreaking initiatives. One is the Baby Friendly Hospital Initiative, which promotes exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of life, a vital part of our nutrition policy. We've also initiated the Workplace Wellness Program, providing resources and support for breastfeeding in professional settings. We've also begun the Healthy Habits, Healthy Schools initiative to improve access to healthy meals and snacks in schools, with an aim to eventually ban sugary drinks. Our government has developed several key policies and guidelines to reduce NCDs and their risk factors, such as the Belize Health Sector Strategy Plan, the Belize Plan of Action for NCD Prevention and Control, the Draft Tobacco Control Bill, the Draft Alcohol Control Bill, and the Draft Comprehensive Cancer Care Manual. We've adopted the HEARTS initiatives and the NCD's Best Buys to target the main drivers of non-communicable diseases. 3 clinics are already being prepared to implement the HEARTS initiative over the next month. We firmly believe that quality health care is a right for every citizen. By focusing on the prevention and management of NCDs, we're committed to improving the health and well-being of our people. Our government reaffirmed its commitment to reducing and preventing NCDs at 2 significant events in 2023, the SIDS Ministerial Conference in Barbados and the SDG Partnership Dialogue in Belize. In conclusion, Madam President, Belize has taken proactive steps to address NCDs and their risk factors. However, we need continued support to effectively reach all ages in our fight against these diseases. Together, we will continue and can build a healthier, happier Belize. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias, señor ministro.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I now call on the representative of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Madam President. The Bahamas lends its full support and adds to the collective commitment of PAHO member states to this strategic policy on the prevention and control of NCDs in children, adolescents, and young adults. Further, the Bahamas is aligned with this strategic plan of action and have made significant progress towards the implementation of many of the deliverables. The most recent STEP survey done in the Bahamas in collaboration with the Pan American Health Organization demonstrated that despite our prior efforts to address the serious problem of NCDs in children, adolescents, and young adults, as a nation, we did not meet many of the deliverables, and the findings from the survey demonstrated that much more focus and resources must be invested in this area if we are going to achieve meaningful medical outcomes. Madam President, knowing that more than 80% of NCDs are preventable, the Bahamas recently launched our wellness unit to address nutrition and positive lifestyle modifications in both the pediatric and adult populations. I'm proud to say that we recently concluded extensive consultation in a new national breastfeeding policy, and we are in the final stages of crafting a modern national adolescent health and youth policy to be released in parallel with these phenomena early next month. Madam President, like many countries in our region, the Bahamas embraces technology and policy decisions, and as a nation, we are implementing a school-based health digital platform that will track the health status and well-being of all students in our public school system. Just last week, we launched a national school breakfast pilot program aimed at providing breakfast to all public schools in the country. The combined efforts of learning loss and mental health challenges brought on by the devastation effects of COVID-19 pandemic and Hurricane Dorian has forced teachers, guidance counselors, and health professionals to think outside of the box to develop additional programs to address these startling findings. I am pleased to report that during the observance of World Mental Health Day, the Bahamas will host a symposium led by mental health professionals, school students, and guidance counselors aimed at increasing awareness and the importance of good mental health on all our public school campuses. One of the key outputs of this symposium would be the formation of a network of peer counseling mental health clubs to be launched this year as part of the Bahamas Healthy School Initiative. And finally, we have drafted the terms of reference for a multi-sectorial National Child Safety Steering Committee to choose or to close the gaps in addressing the needs for children in partnership with the Ministries of Education, Health, Social Service, Agriculture, and National Security. We remain receptive to new innovative ideas and look forward to further collaboration with PAHO. Madam President, I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Health of Bahamas and offer the floor to the representative of St. Lucia and Grenadines.
Thank you, Madam President. St. Lucia notes the comprehensive policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. In 2007, the Caribbean led the world as CARICOM heads of government held the first ever high-level meeting on non-communicable diseases. The Caribbean has recognized that in spite of emerging and re-emerging infections like the recent COVID-19 pandemic and vector-borne diseases, which are often visible and easily capture the public's attention, there is the silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, strokes, kidney and lung disease, and cancers, which is silently claiming the lives of people and increasing in younger persons at the peak of their lives. The impact of non-communicable diseases on families' productivity and one's quality of life cannot be underestimated. On review of the document C6070, we support the approach on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children and young adults. This commences with antenatal health and consistent breastfeeding. At present in St. Lucia, training is done for healthcare workers, hospitals through the breastfeeding training course. It is imperative that healthy behaviors and habits start from an early age to ensure that it is sustained. The home, the community, educational system presents the suitable platform through which the young minds can be nurtured with health-seeking behaviors. We must take advantage by integrating age-appropriate health education into the school's curriculum. St. Lucia is presently working on a holistic program to strengthen the child and adolescent health through the school system. This month, we have employed an additional pediatrician to focus and strengthen the child and adolescent health program focused on the schools. This program includes growth and monitoring, the vaccination program, including HPV, health education, nutrition counseling, and mental health. The school nutrition policy is presently in draft, and we are in the final stages of the implementation of the ban of sugar-sweetened beverages in schools. We launched the St. Lucia Move campaign in September last year with the goal to reduce sedentary habits with age-appropriate physical activity for individuals at all stages of the life course. The second phase of the St. Lucia Moves initiatives will include the Move for Me component, especially targeting primary school children. This program will be done outside of the set physical education curriculum to allow for free play and creative engagement of students with age-appropriate physical activities, easy to replicate in their daily play. The Ministry of Health and the Government of St. Lucia continues to work towards decreasing the impact of non-communicable diseases on its population of all ages. We acknowledge the continuous support of PAHO, and we look forward to the full implementation of this policy. Thank you.
Agradecemos.
We thank the representative of St. Lucia for her comments, and given time constraints, we are now going to suspend participation presently and just have a break. This afternoon, we will continue with 2.1, 4.4, which is being suspended right now, then 4.5. There will be another break, coffee break, to continue with 2.3, 5.1, and 4.6. We will be coming back at 2:30 p.m. sharp so as to make the best use of the time this afternoon. With that, I'd like to offer the floor to our secretary, who has some official announcements.
Madam President, I shall be quick. I'd like to remind our delegates about the briefing session entitled Ending Communicable Diseases in the Americas, Accelerating the Elimination Initiative. This will take place in Room B now at the lunchtime. A light lunch will be provided for delegates joining the briefing session. Secondly, I would like to inform the members of the Working Party to study the application of Article 6B of the Constitution that a second meeting will take place on the 7th floor, room 712, during this lunch break. Thank you, Madam President.
Los esperamos entonces.
We look forward then to see you at 2:30 sharp in this room to continue with the plenary. Thank you.
A mediados de enero del 2020, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud activó una respuesta ante el impacto de la pandemia por COVID-19. A través de sus equipos regionales y nacionales del Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes en América Latina y el Caribe, la OPS apoyó a los ministerios de salud y otras autoridades nacionales a ampliar sus operaciones de preparación y respuesta frente al nuevo virus. El Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes se organizó a través de 10 pilares de respuesta. Pilar 1. Coordinación, planeación, financiación y monitoreo. Apoyo a la actualización de 20 planes nacionales de preparación y respuesta para COVID-19. 498 millones de dólares recibidos por el secretario de la OPS para el apoyo a la respuesta a la COVID-19 de los países. Fondos recabados de una variedad de donantes y organizaciones internacionales. Pilar 2. Comunicación de riesgo. OPS trabajó con las autoridades nacionales en la comunicación de riesgos y la participación de la comunidad para combatir la desinformación y ofrecer lineamientos técnicos en comunicación y materiales en inglés, francés, portugués y español, así como en neerlandés, criollo haitiano y varias lenguas indígenas. Implementación de iniciativa piloto de la OMS para ampliar la participación de la sociedad civil y las comunidades en Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana y Panamá. Pilar 3. Vigilancia epidemiológica. Publicación de 64 alertas y actualizaciones epidemiológicas sobre COVID-19 desde el 16 de enero del 2020. Apoyo a países a fortalecer la vigilancia a través de distintas redes y plataformas como EIOS, que fortalece la vigilancia basada en eventos, GoData para investigación y seguimiento de casos y otros sistemas como vigilancia basada en indicadores y vigilancia centinela. Desarrollo de herramientas de modelización y cartografía, y un portal GeoHub para visualizar las tendencias de los indicadores de COVID-19 para apoyar a los Estados miembros en la implementación de medidas de salud pública contra la COVID-19. Pilar 4. Puntos de entrada. Monitoreo de medidas de salud pública y requisitos de entrada para viajes y transportes internacionales. OPS sistematizó la información reportada por los países. Esta información aún se actualiza en línea y está disponible para todos los países. Pilar 5. Laboratorio y diagnóstico. Las Américas fue la primera región de la OMS en ofrecer reactivos de diagnóstico de laboratorio a los países y en abril del 2020, 28 países ya podían realizar pruebas del SARS-CoV-2 por detección molecular. OPS ha facilitado 22 millones de pruebas rápidas de detección de antígenos. Creación de la Red Regional de Vigilancia Genómica COVID-19, COVIGEN. Participan 33 laboratorios de 30 países y territorios. Se han compartido más de 600.000 especímenes del SARS-CoV-2 de América Latina y el Caribe a través de la base de datos. Pilar 6. Prevención y control de infecciones y protección de los trabajadores de la salud. 33 países y territorios reportan que cuentan con un programa nacional de prevención y control de infecciones, más de 24.000 trabajadores de la salud y personas con mayor riesgo de exposición a la COVID-19 accedieron a información provista por la OPS. Implementación de programas de protección respiratoria en 10 países. Pilar 7. Manejo de casos, operaciones clínicas y terapéuticos. 300 equipos médicos de emergencia movilizados y 383 sitios alternativos de atención médica establecidos, generando más de 50.500 hospitalizaciones y más de 2.200 admisiones en atención crítica. Creación del Grupo Técnico de Oxígeno que apoyó a 28 países en fortalecimiento de capacidades. Acceso a medicamentos. Inimatrelvir, ritonavir. Intercambio de información de manejo clínico. 149.000 casos de la región fueron compartidos en la plataforma global de la OMS, que aún se encuentra en línea. Pilar 8. Operaciones de apoyo logístico y cadena de suministro. Apoyo a las autoridades nacionales para mitigar los riesgos de desabastecimiento y retrasos en adquisición de suministros médicos. La Reserva Estratégica Regional de OPS para Emergencias, localizada en Panamá, exportó 580 envíos entregando 1.624 toneladas a 37 países y territorios, incluyendo EPP, pruebas rápidas, entre otros. OPS ha adquirido suministros por valor de $851 millones a través de 1.236 proveedores. Pilar 9. Fortalecimiento de servicios y sistemas esenciales de salud. Participación de OPS en el Acelerador de Acceso a Herramientas COVID-19, ACT-A, ACT-A, y en el mecanismo COVAX, realización de 802 evaluaciones técnicas de suministros médicos para COVID-19, apoyo a la compra de equipos biomédicos y emisión de 284 alertas de autoridades reguladoras a través de la Plataforma Regional sobre Acceso e Innovación para las Tecnologías Sanitarias, PRAIS. Creación de la Plataforma de Innovación y Producción Regional para promover el desarrollo de tecnologías esenciales en salud. Trabajo conjunto con Biomanguinhos Fiocruz, Brasil, y Synergium Biotech, Argentina, para desarrollar vacunas ARNM y coordinación con mecanismos de integración subregional, organizaciones internacionales, fabricantes de vacunas y entidades financieras internacionales para fortalecer la producción de vacunas en América Latina y el Caribe. Pilar 10. Vacunación. Creación del Grupo de Trabajo para la Vacunación contra la COVID-19 en las Américas. En diciembre del 2021, 51 países y territorios iniciaron programas de vacunación que continúan hoy. Más de 153 millones de dosis entregadas a 33 países de la región a través del Fondo Rotatorio de la OPS para el acceso a las vacunas. 17 países de las Américas ya alcanzaron la meta del 70% de cobertura de vacunación COVID-19 al 30 de junio del 2022. 33 países recibieron apoyo técnico y financiero para adquirir equipos de cadena de frío, desarrollo de estrategias de comunicación para generar demanda y aceptación vacunal, incluyendo información para el público sobre la eficacia y la seguridad de las vacunas. OPS continuará dando cooperación técnica para ayudar a Estados miembros a adoptar un enfoque holístico de la respuesta a la COVID-19, con vista puesta en la preparación y la resiliencia frente a otras amenazas emergentes.
Bienvenido a la plataforma digital del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025 de la OPS. A fin de continuar aumentando la transparencia y fortalecer la rendición de cuentas de la OPS a los Estados miembros, se ha desarrollado la versión digital del presupuesto, la cual provee información clave acerca del presupuesto y está compuesta por 4 secciones principales. El resumen ejecutivo proporciona una visión general de la dirección estratégica del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025. La estructura programática incluye el resultado del ejercicio de priorización completado por 44 países y territorios. Reúne información clave acerca de los resultados intermedios de la OPS, incluyendo su presupuesto y una explicación sobre cómo se llevarán a cabo los resultados para cada uno de ellos. Se puede recorrer cada resultado intermedio en forma interactiva y ver información más detallada. El presupuesto reúne información por resultado intermedio y nivel funcional, país, regional y subregional, así como información relativa a las fuentes de financiamiento previstas. Contexto de país reúne el presupuesto por país y territorio, los resultados de la priorización y enlaces de información útiles relacionados con cada uno de ellos. Para más información, visita el sitio del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025.
La rabia es una enfermedad mortal, pero 100% prevenible con vacunación. Cada año mueren 60.000 personas en el mundo, el 40% niños. El 99% de la transmisión en humanos es provocada por perros. Las Américas han logrado reducir la incidencia de la rabia humana en un 98%, aunque en 2023 ya se han registrado 3 casos en la región. La eliminación total de la rabia en las Américas está cada vez más cerca. México fue el primer país del mundo en obtener la validación oficial por la Organización Mundial de la Salud de libre de rabia humana transmitida por perro. La rabia se transmite a través de animales infectados, mamíferos domésticos y salvajes. Vacuna a tu mascota para evitar la rabia. Protege tu salud y la de tu animal. Eliminar la rabia es tarea de todos.
Aging opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
El Sistema Informático SIP es un producto gratuito de OPS que registra la atención perinatal desde la primera visita antenatal hasta el alta de la madre con el recién nacido, contribuyendo a la toma de decisiones oportunas. La historia clínica se ingresa simultáneamente a una computadora o cualquier otro dispositivo móvil y se transmite online o de forma diferida con las máximas garantías de seguridad y privacidad. El SIP Plus puede vincularse con cualquier otro expediente electrónico que exista en la institución o en el país. El SIP Plus elabora reportes automáticos de indicadores de la población asistida y resultados perinatales, identificando brechas de inequidad que orientan la gestión de servicios. Cuanto mejor y más accesible sea la información, mejor será el cuidado de la salud. SIP Plus ayuda a 22 países a cumplir sus compromisos por la salud de madres y recién nacidos. SIP Plus es la solución en registros perinatales y lo mejor está por venir.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
Dice que está ahí.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to response to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
We understand that estimating demand for various health products can be complex. Simplifying the process can help to make your work easier.
That is why we at the PAHO Strategic Fund created the Demand Capture Platform. With it, you will be able to plan your procurement in an agile and collaborative way.
This launch is the first of many tools that we will introduce to
strengthen PAHO's technical cooperation.
This will allow you in the future to visualize your historical performance, obtain real-time financial information, and monitor the status of your purchases. With our new demand planning module, you can quickly access previous year's plans as a starting point, or initiate a new plan. The result of the process will be an approved purchase plan with indicative prices, along with monitoring reports and reference milestones. As a result, you can feel more confident the right product arrives in your country at the right time and in the right quantity. To provide you with quality, data-driven cooperation, our technical experts require key information. This data will allow you to receive alerts for stockouts or overstocks, evaluate if the requested quantity is ideal, and receive recommendations for more cost-effective options based on evidence and your unique context. Our technical experts will work closely with you, providing real-time feedback on your plans to ensure the availability of quality products in the country at the lowest possible cost. We are committed to continue facilitating access to quality-assured medicines and supplies in a supportive, equitable, and transparent manner. We are grateful for your collaboration in this endeavor toward health for all.
Thank you for choosing the PAHO Strategic Fund.
envejecimiento abre un mundo de posibilidades. La posibilidad de seguir haciendo lo que amamos y ser quienes somos. Pero sin el apoyo adecuado, el envejecimiento también puede traer limitaciones. Mala salud, vulnerabilidad, soledad. Creemos que un entorno seguro, afectuoso y de apoyo puede convertir el envejecimiento en una oportunidad. Para ser saludable, para vivir plenamente, para aceptar el cambio y seguir aprendiendo y desarrollándote. Creemos que todas las personas tienen el derecho a prosperar a cualquier edad, añadir dignidad a los años, bienestar a los años, vida a los años. La década del envejecimiento saludable en las Américas. Añadir vida a los años.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
Haiti accepted to apply the highest standards for safety, but also for green health facilities. This hospital will operate without external support
electricity, if there is an earthquake or large emergency that will affect electricity and also the water supply for health facilities, this facility will continue operating, will continue providing the services for what it was built, to save lives and to contribute to the well-being of the Haitians.
Je vais vous montrer l'importance de ce type de service d'urgence. Des services d'urgence, nous en avons, mais des services d'urgence aussi bien équipés, aussi bien distribués, c'est le seul que nous avons actuellement dans ce pays.
So the past, when the vision was established, one of the challenges was, of course, to raise the resources for it, and to have a very clear plan, very good plan. I think some of the biggest challenges to make it happen, though, were some of the circumstances in the country. All these things were, and there was one crisis after another, or compounding each other. That made it quite challenging. But because of, I think, the determination, because of the dedication to make this happen, it was done as a collective effort. It was done with the partners in coordination with the Ministry of Health. It was done with some of the best technical standards. And here we are, inaugurating it.
We care about you, and that is why we want to simplify your processes. The Revolving Fund has developed a digital version of the PAHO 173, a tool that will make your job easier. With the help of this new tool, you will be able to access information quickly with the click of a button. The launch of our digital demand planning module is the first of many tools that seek to provide information to build upon PAHO's technical cooperation. Furthermore, future enhancements will allow member states to consult financial information, follow up on purchases, and monitor shipments. With our new digital demand planning module, you can simply and quickly access your previous year's demand plans as a starting point, or you can choose to start a new one. The system will also provide condensed demand reports and indicative prices aligned with the prices published on our website. Although we have evolved to a digital platform, the information collected will remain the same. Our questions haven't changed and are faithful to the Excel PAHO 173. The steps to complete the tool translate perfectly to our digitized version. We invite you to join us in this exciting change. The Revolving Fund, along with PAHO's technical support, will assist you in a face-to-face, personalized training session dedicated to resolving any questions that may arise during the process. We are happy to count on your support for this change to be successful and to continue facilitating access to quality vaccines in an equitable and transparent way.
envelhecimento abre um mundo de possibilidades. A possibilidade de continuar fazendo o que amamos e ser quem somos. Mas, sem o suporte adequado, o envelhecimento também pode trazer limitações. Saúde debilitada, vulnerabilidade, solidão. Acreditamos que em um ambiente seguro, acolhedor e solidário pode transformar o envelhecimento em uma oportunidade para ser saudável, para viver plenamente, para aceitar a mudança e continuar aprendendo e se desenvolvendo. Acreditamos que todas as pessoas têm o direito de prosperar em qualquer idade, adicionando dignidade aos anos, bem-estar aos anos, vida aos anos. Década do envelhecimento saudável nas Américas. Adicionar vida aos anos.
Cada año, en países en vías de desarrollo, hay 89 millones de embarazos no deseados y se estima que se realizan en todo el mundo alrededor de 25 millones de abortos inseguros. El 97% de ellos tienen lugar en América Latina, África y Asia, regiones del mundo con leyes más restrictivas. Solo el 55% de los abortos cumplen con los estándares recomendados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud. En América Latina, 1 de cada 5 embarazos termina en pérdida gestacional y cerca de 1 millón de mujeres son hospitalizadas anualmente por complicaciones derivadas de abortos inseguros. Así, el aborto es aún en nuestra región la 4ª causa de mortalidad en mujeres embarazadas. En este contexto, el Centro Latinoamericano de Perinatología crea en el año 2015 la red CLAP-MUSA, para atender a las mujeres en situación de aborto y así contribuir a la reducción de la morbimortalidad materna. La red promueve el trabajo y la colaboración entre instituciones para fortalecer la vigilancia epidemiológica, la investigación operativa y la generación de una masa crítica de profesionales formados en temas de salud sexual y reproductiva. ¿Cómo funciona esta red? Liderados por el CLAP, se encuentran distribuidos 40 centros centinelas en 13 países que trabajan de manera conjunta, intercambiando información para mejorar la vigilancia de indicadores en la atención de las mujeres en situación de aborto. La red usa la historia clínica perinatal que desarrolló un módulo especial llamado CIP-A, siguiendo los estándares marcados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud, lo que permite sistematizar la información, generar informes locales y monitorear los cambios después de intervenciones de capacitación y seguimiento de las guías nacionales. De esta manera, en la red CLAP-MUSA, todos los países de la región, sin importar las diferencias culturales o legales, hablan un lenguaje común. Así, América Latina se convierte en la primera región del mundo con una red de centros centinelas que monitorean constantemente la atención que se brinda a las mujeres en situación de aborto, lo cual servirá para el diseño, implementación y evaluación de políticas públicas.
PROMES, the Program of Essential Medicines and Supplies, is a key player in the health sector of Haiti. And from here, we make distributions to all the institutions and many humanitarian actors across Haiti. With this PAHO initiative, we managed to really improve the quality of the operation that was highly needed here in PROMES.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando. Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to respond to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises, its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
La rabia es una enfermedad mortal, pero 100% prevenible con vacunación. Cada año mueren 60.000 personas en el mundo, el 40% niños. El 99% de la transmisión en humanos es provocada por perros. Las Américas han logrado reducir la incidencia de la rabia humana en un 98%. Aunque en 2023 ya se han registrado 3 casos en la región. La eliminación total de la rabia en las Américas está cada vez más cerca. México fue el primer país del mundo en obtener la validación oficial por la Organización Mundial de la Salud de libre de rabia humana transmitida por perro. La rabia se transmite a través de animales infectados, mamíferos domésticos y salvajes. Vacuna a tu mascota para evitar la rabia. Protege tu salud y la de tu animal. Eliminar la rabia es tarea de todos.
Bienvenido a la plataforma digital del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025 de la OPS. A fin de continuar aumentando la transparencia y fortalecer la rendición de cuentas de la OPS a los Estados miembros, se ha desarrollado la versión digital del presupuesto, la cual provee información clave acerca del presupuesto y está compuesta por 4 secciones principales. El resumen ejecutivo proporciona una visión general de la dirección estratégica del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025. La estructura programática incluye el resultado del ejercicio de priorización completado por 44 países y territorios. reúne información clave acerca de los resultados intermedios de la OPS, incluyendo su presupuesto y una explicación sobre cómo se llevarán a cabo los resultados para cada uno de ellos. Se puede recorrer cada resultado intermedio en forma interactiva y ver información más detallada. El presupuesto reúne información por resultado intermedio y nivel funcional, país, regional y subregional, así como información relativa a las fuentes de financiamiento previstas. Contexto de país reúne el presupuesto por país y territorio, los resultados de la priorización y enlaces de información útiles relacionados con cada uno de ellos. Para más información, visita el sitio del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025.
A mediados de enero del 2020, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud activó una respuesta ante el impacto de la pandemia por COVID-19. A través de sus equipos regionales y nacionales del Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes en América Latina y el Caribe, la OPS apoyó a los ministerios de salud y otras autoridades nacionales a ampliar sus operaciones de preparación y respuesta frente al nuevo virus. El Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes se organizó a través de 10 pilares de respuesta. Pilar 1. Coordinación, planeación, financiación y monitoreo. Apoyo a la actualización de 20 planes nacionales de preparación y respuesta para COVID-19. 498 millones de dólares recibidos por el secretario de la OPS para el apoyo a la respuesta a la COVID-19 de los países. Fondos recabados de una variedad de donantes y organizaciones internacionales. Pilar 2. Comunicación de riesgo. OPS trabajó con las autoridades nacionales en la comunicación de riesgos y la participación de la comunidad para combatir la desinformación y ofrecer lineamientos técnicos en comunicación y materiales en inglés, francés, portugués y español, así como en neerlandés, criollo haitiano y varias lenguas indígenas. Implementación de iniciativa piloto de la OMS para ampliar la participación de la sociedad civil y las comunidades en Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana y Panamá. Pilar 3. Vigilancia epidemiológica. Publicación de 64 alertas y actualizaciones epidemiológicas sobre COVID-19 desde el 16 de enero del 2020. Apoyo a países a fortalecer la vigilancia a través de distintas redes y plataformas como EIOS, que fortalece la vigilancia basada en eventos, GoData para investigación y seguimiento de casos y otros sistemas como vigilancia basada en indicadores y vigilancia centinela. Desarrollo de herramientas de modelización y cartografía, y un portal GeoHub para visualizar las tendencias de los indicadores de COVID-19 para apoyar a los Estados miembros en la implementación de medidas de salud pública contra la COVID-19. Pilar 4. Puntos de entrada. Monitoreo de medidas de salud pública y requisitos de entrada para viajes y transportes internacionales. OPS sistematizó la información reportada por los países. Esta información aún se actualiza en línea y está disponible para todos los países. Pilar 5. Laboratorio y diagnóstico. Las Américas fue la primera región de la OMS en ofrecer reactivos de diagnóstico de laboratorio a los países y en abril del 2020, 28 países ya podían realizar pruebas del SARS-CoV-2 por detección molecular. OPS ha facilitado 22 millones de pruebas rápidas de detección de antígenos. Creación de la Red Regional de Vigilancia Genómica COVID-19, COVIGEN. Participan 33 laboratorios de 30 países y territorios. Se han compartido más de 600.000 especímenes del SARS-CoV-2 de América Latina y el Caribe a través de la base de datos. Pilar 6. Prevención y control de infecciones y protección de los trabajadores de la salud. 33 países y territorios reportan que cuentan con un programa nacional de prevención y control de infecciones, más de 24.000 trabajadores de la salud y personas con mayor riesgo de exposición a la COVID-19 accedieron a información provista por la OPS. Implementación de programas de protección respiratoria en 10 países. Pilar 7. Manejo de casos, operaciones clínicas y terapéuticos. 300 equipos médicos de emergencia movilizados y 383 sitios alternativos de atención médica establecidos, generando más de 50.500 hospitalizaciones y más de 2.200 admisiones en atención crítica. Creación del Grupo Técnico de Oxígeno que apoyó a 28 países en fortalecimiento de capacidades. Acceso a medicamentos. Inimatrelvir, ritonavir. Intercambio de información de manejo clínico. 149.000 casos de la región fueron compartidos en la plataforma global de la OMS, que aún se encuentra en línea. Pilar 8. Operaciones de apoyo logístico y cadena de suministro. Apoyo a las autoridades nacionales para mitigar los riesgos de desabastecimiento y retrasos en adquisición de suministros médicos. La Reserva Estratégica Regional de OPS para Emergencias, localizada en Panamá, exportó 580 envíos entregando 1.624 toneladas a 37 países y territorios, incluyendo EPP, pruebas rápidas, entre otros. OPS ha adquirido suministros por valor de $851 millones a través de 1.236 proveedores. Pilar 9. Fortalecimiento de servicios y sistemas esenciales de salud. Participación de OPS en el Acelerador de Acceso a Herramientas COVID-19, ACT-A, ACT-A, y en el mecanismo COVAX, realización de 802 evaluaciones técnicas de suministros médicos para COVID-19, apoyo a la compra de equipos biomédicos y emisión de 284 alertas de autoridades reguladoras a través de la Plataforma Regional sobre Acceso e Innovación para las Tecnologías Sanitarias, PRAIS. Creación de la Plataforma de Innovación y Producción Regional para promover el desarrollo de tecnologías esenciales en salud. Trabajo conjunto con Biomanguinhos Fiocruz, Brasil, y Synergium Biotech, Argentina, para desarrollar vacunas ARNM y coordinación con mecanismos de integración subregional, organizaciones internacionales, fabricantes de vacunas y entidades financieras internacionales para fortalecer la producción de vacunas en América Latina y el Caribe. Pilar 10. Vacunación. Creación del Grupo de Trabajo para la Vacunación contra la COVID-19 en las Américas. En diciembre del 2021, 51 países y territorios iniciaron programas de vacunación que continúan hoy. Más de 153 millones de dosis entregadas a 33 países de la región a través del Fondo Rotatorio de la OPS para el acceso a las vacunas. 17 países de las Américas ya alcanzaron la meta del 70% de cobertura de vacunación COVID-19 al 30 de junio del 2022. 33 países recibieron apoyo técnico y financiero para adquirir equipos de cadena de frío, desarrollo de estrategias de comunicación para generar demanda y aceptación vacunal, incluyendo información para el público sobre la eficacia y la seguridad de las vacunas. OPS continuará dando cooperación técnica para ayudar a Estados miembros a adoptar un enfoque holístico de la respuesta a la COVID-19, con vista puesta en la preparación y la resiliencia frente a otras amenazas emergentes.
Bienvenido a la plataforma digital del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025 de la OPS. A fin de continuar aumentando la transparencia y fortalecer la rendición de cuentas de la OPS a los Estados miembros, se ha desarrollado la versión digital del presupuesto, la cual provee información clave acerca del presupuesto y está compuesta por 4 secciones principales. El resumen ejecutivo proporciona una visión general de la dirección estratégica del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025. La estructura programática incluye el resultado del ejercicio de priorización completado por 44 países y territorios. Reúne información clave acerca de los resultados intermedios de la OPS, incluyendo su presupuesto y una explicación sobre cómo se llevarán a cabo los resultados para cada uno de ellos. Se puede recorrer cada resultado intermedio en forma interactiva y ver información más detallada. El presupuesto reúne información por resultado intermedio y nivel funcional, país, regional y subregional, así como información relativa a las fuentes de financiamiento previstas. Contexto de país reúne el presupuesto por país y territorio, los resultados de la priorización y enlaces de información útiles relacionados con cada uno de ellos. Para más información, visita el sitio del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025.
La rabia es una enfermedad mortal, pero 100% prevenible con vacunación. Cada año mueren 60.000 personas en el mundo, el 40% niños. El 99% de la transmisión en humanos es provocada por perros. Las Américas han logrado reducir la incidencia de la rabia humana en un 98%, aunque en 2023 ya se han registrado 3 casos en la región. La eliminación total de la rabia en las Américas está cada vez más cerca. México fue el primer país del mundo en obtener la validación oficial por la Organización Mundial de la Salud de libre de rabia humana transmitida por perro. La rabia se transmite a través de animales infectados, mamíferos domésticos y salvajes. Vacuna a tu mascota para evitar la rabia. Protege tu salud y la de tu animal. Eliminar la rabia es tarea de todos.
Aging opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
El sistema informático SIP es un producto gratuito de OPS que registra la atención perinatal desde la primer visita antenatal hasta el alta de la madre con el recién nacido, contribuyendo a la toma de decisiones oportunas. La historia clínica se ingresa simultáneamente a una computadora o cualquier otro dispositivo móvil y se transmite online o de forma diferida con las máximas garantías de seguridad y privacidad. El SIP Plus puede vincularse con cualquier otro expediente electrónico que exista en la institución o en el país. El SIP Plus elabora reportes automáticos de indicadores de la población asistida y resultados perinatales, identificando brechas de inequidad que orientan la gestión de servicios. Cuanto mejor y más accesible sea la información, mejor será el cuidado de la salud. SIP Plus ayuda a 22 países a cumplir sus compromisos por la salud de madres y recién nacidos. SIP Plus es la solución en registros perinatales y lo mejor está por venir.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic. and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to respond to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
We understand that estimating demand for various health products can be complex. Simplifying the process can help to make your work easier.
That is why we at the PAHO Strategic Fund created the Demand Capture Platform. With it, you will be able to plan your procurement in an agile and collaborative way.
This launch is the first of many tools that we will introduce
to strengthen PAHO's technical cooperation.
This will allow you in the future to visualize your historical performance, obtain real-time financial information, and monitor the status of your purchases. With our new demand planning module, you can quickly access previous year's plans as a starting point, or initiate a new plan. The result of the process will be an approved purchase plan with indicative prices, along with monitoring reports and reference milestones. As a result, you can feel more confident the right product arrives in your country at the right time and in the right quantity. To provide you with quality, data-driven cooperation, our technical experts require key information. This data will allow you to receive alerts for stockouts or overstocks, evaluate if the requested quantity is ideal, and receive recommendations for more cost-effective options based on evidence and your unique context. Our technical experts will work closely with you, providing real-time feedback on your plans to ensure the availability of quality products in the country at the lowest possible cost. We are committed to continue facilitating access to quality-assured medicines and supplies in a supportive, equitable, and transparent manner. We are grateful for your collaboration in this endeavor toward health for all.
Thank you for choosing the PAHO Strategic Fund.
envejecimiento abre un mundo de posibilidades. La posibilidad de seguir haciendo lo que amamos y ser quienes somos. Pero sin el apoyo adecuado, el envejecimiento también puede traer limitaciones. Mala salud, vulnerabilidad, soledad. Creemos que un entorno seguro, afectuoso y de apoyo puede convertir el envejecimiento en una oportunidad. Para ser saludable, para vivir plenamente, para aceptar el cambio y seguir aprendiendo y desarrollándote. Creemos que todas las personas tienen el derecho a prosperar a cualquier edad, añadir dignidad a los años, bienestar a los años, vida a los años. La década del envejecimiento saludable en las Américas. Añadir vida a los años.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover,
vamos a empezar la sesión de la tarde. Si pueden, por favor, los delegados tomar el asiento, así podemos continuar con el punto. Si podemos comenzar.
I'm going to invite you to please take your seats so that we can begin. Thank you.
Okay, so we have quorum? So we have quorum to start this session, so we're going to start this afternoon session. Thank you. Thank you.
Sí, no se preocupe, estoy informada. Muy buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon to all of you. We're very grateful to you for being punctual. I invite you to please take your places so that we can pick up where we left off. That would be on item 2.1. 2.1, which, as you can see, regards the second report of the Committee on Credentials. I'd like to give the floor at this time to the Chair of the Credentials Committee, the Delegate of Argentina, for the presentation of the second report of that committee. Thank you very much. The second report of the Committee on Credentials, in conformity with Article 31 of the Internal Regulations of the Directing Council. The Credentials Committee that was appointed at the first meeting has met for a second time on the 26th of September of 2023 at 10:30 a.m. The committee examined the credentials that were received by the Director of PAHO in conformity with Article 4 of the Internal Regulations of the Council. Credentials of the member states and participants were duly examined, as well as associate members that were listed were all duly received, which is why the committee proposes that this directing council simply accept this report. They are Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, the Netherlands, Nicaragua, Panama, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, the United Kingdom, the United States of America, Uruguay, Venezuela, Puerto Rico, and St. Martin. Now, those countries, which you might not have heard now, need to immediately head up their credentials to the admissions committee, to the table that receives this, and another group will be looking at what is received, and we will let you know. Those states that do not present their credentials in due time per the rules will not be able to be considered. Thank you. Now, thank you, says the President. We are very grateful to this report from the Credentials Committee. And at this point, I would offer the floor, should any delegation have any objections to what you've just heard. If that is not the case, and there are no objections, we hereby declare approved the report we've just heard from the Committee on Credentials. Let us now move to the next item. That would be 4.4, that has to do with the policy for the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young people, young adults. We were giving the floor to the plenary, as you recall, when we adjourned for the afternoon, and the next on our list is a representative of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Madam President, it is with honor that I speak on behalf of St. Kitts and Nevis in support of this policy. The NCDs are the leading causes of morbidity in the Federation and are our biggest health challenge. While the youth represent a small percentage of the NCD burden, the prevention of NCDs and their complications must start in the very young. With the support of agencies like PAHO and CARPHA, various initiatives have been developed over the years to ensure a multidimensional approach to addressing this problem. Recognizing the importance of addressing the NCD crisis from a young age and throughout the life course, the Ministry of Health, with the support of PAHO, recently achieved the Baby Friendly Hospital Initiative certification in October of 2022. The breastfeeding and infant and young child policies, also developed with the technical support of PAHO, aim for a supportive and sustainable environment to promote optimal infant and young child feeding practices. In collaboration with local stakeholders, pilot programs like Eat Me Fresh have been conducted to create engaging resources to support teaching children about healthy eating and encouraging them and their parents to opt for fresh fruits and vegetables in place of ultra-processed foods. Initiatives such as the Inya Kitchen Junior is yet another element in the fight against NCDs, whereby adolescents aged 12 to 17 years compete to create dishes that are well-balanced and low in salt, sugars, and trans fats. This program, in conjunction with the SKN Moves initiative, aims to create a healthy lifestyle culture among our children. We are also addressing other risk factors such as tobacco use and the presence of high-risk HPV among our youths. As we speak, the Federation is currently undergoing its Global Youth Tobacco Survey focused on high schoolers. The importance of this data cannot be overstated. We continue to stress the importance of the HPV vaccines, ramping up campaigns to ensure that each year all children in grade 6 are vaccinated against HPV. For these gains, we must again thank PAHO for its support. As we continue the fight against NCDs, we would like to thank PAHO and our strategic partners who have provided the support needed to execute our various initiatives. St. Kitts and Nevis supports the proposed resolution as presented in CD 60/7. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative for St. Kitts and Nevis, and I'm pleased to give the floor at this time to the representative of Guyana. Minister of Health of Guyana has the floor.
Algo está pasando aquí. Guyana. Guyana.
Thank you, Madam President. Guyana supports this policy aimed at the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. The health and well-being of our children are among the most valuable assets. It is our duty to ensure their future is protected. Non-communicable diseases represents a growing global crisis, and their impact on our children is a matter of grave concern. Diseases such as asthma, cardiovascular diseases, mental health disorders, cancers, diabetes are among the diseases that we should be very concerned about. Let us begin by acknowledging the gravity of the situation with non-communicable diseases, and it's not an individual challenge, but a societal one. They can drain health systems, hamper economic productivity, and most tragically, cut short the lives of our people. But today we are gathered not to lament the problem, but to explore a solution as is stipulated in this policy. To ensure the well-being of school-going children in Guyana, the government of Guyana has started a comprehensive screening program that was recently launched. The aim of the program is to identify hearing, vision, dental, and other health problems in every child and to provide them with the necessary treatment. Each child will undergo screening 3 times during their school years. This program, which began about 2 months ago, we have already been able to screen 6,919 children, and we have identified among them 1,390 different issues. But once detected, we are able to refer these children to government-run facilities so that they can get treatment. Preventing non-communicable diseases is a multifaceted approach. We must have a multifaceted approach, which includes the government, communities, healthcare professionals, and of course, the parents. Apart from this, Guyana has joined forces with the Pan American Health Organization to implement the HEARTS program. We currently have HEARTS running in more than 100 primary healthcare facilities across the country. In addition to that, we have partnered with Mount Sinai to introduce new diabetes guidelines across the country. We have trained primary healthcare physicians to ensure that these guidelines would be adhered to. We have also initiated a mass education program to get our population to consume nutritious food, exercise regularly, maintain good sleeping habits, and undergo regular checkups if they have a chronic disease. We hope that these and other initiatives would certainly help to reduce the non-communicable diseases in Guyana. In closing, let us remember that the cost of inaction is too high. Preventing non-communicable diseases among children is not just a moral imperative, but it's also an investment in the future of our societies. It requires commitment, dedication, and an unwavering resolve. As we deliberate on the strategies to prevent non-communicable diseases among children, let us keep our children's faces and futures at the forefront of our minds. Let this gathering be a catalyst for change, a turning point in our collective effort to ensure that every child has the opportunity to grow up healthy, happy, and full of promise.
Agradecemos la participación.
We're very grateful to Guyana for that statement. And I'm pleased now to offer the floor to the Minister of Health of Barbados.
Madam President, Director, colleague ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Barbados commends the Executive Committee and Secretariat for introducing the policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. The government of Barbados is appreciative of this laudable contribution of PAHO, which raises awareness of and presents strategic lines of action that can greatly assist in reducing the burden of NCDs in this younger demographic, a policy which is in consonance with Clause 5 of the 2023 Bridgetown Declaration on NCDs and mental health. The prevention of non-communicable diseases involves creating public health policies that involve multiple sectors, focusing on the social determinants of health, making positive environmental changes, and ensuring consistent policies across different government sectors. The proposed policy offers guidance on how to develop and implement these interventions. The government of Barbados therefore supports the innovative engagement of the youth through new and emerging media that has the reach to engage this segment of the population who have not traditionally been health-seeking in their behavioral patterns. Other specific areas for consideration include tobacco prevention and control, addressing the external drivers that facilitate childhood obesity, and adopting pragmatic policies to prevent harmful use of alcohol. The youth must be engaged as part of this process, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness is pleased to praise the leadership role played by the Healthy Caribbean Coalition through their youth engagement strategy. Madam President, PAHO has been supporting Barbados in our work on baby-friendly healthcare facilities and providing technical support for the implementation of our National School Nutrition Policy, which was launched in March this year. Given the potential for preventing disability and averting premature death by intervening early in the life course, this area of work is critical to the advancement of our NCD agenda. We look forward with enthusiasm to PAHO's continued support in this area, as well as the development of model policies and plans to address this public health concern. In closing, Madam President, the policy proposes interventions for children, adolescents, and young adults, which will pay tremendous health dividends for future generations. Therefore, Barbados supports the policy and the accompanying resolution. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished Representative of Barbados, I'm now pleased to offer the floor to the representative of Uruguay.
Uruguay.
Uruguay?
Ahora sí.
Got it, finally. Thank you, Madam President. Uruguay is very pleased with this document, CD60/7, policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. The public policy that our country is setting forth is very much in line with the guidelines that we see in this document. The Ministry of Public Health of Uruguay has defined its health objectives for 2020-2030 based on a number of health issues that our population evinces, on the basis of however important the problem is, how salient it is in the various contexts, with a view to reach measurable and concrete results that are appropriate to each of the generations. And having identified various issues, we certainly defined strategic policies in order to meet them with the pertinent performance indicators. With regard to non-communicable diseases in these children, adolescent, and young adults, we have a strategic plan with 4 planks. Number 1, to push for healthy lifestyles and a reduction of risk factors. The results we expect to obtain goes with increasing breastfeeding, and particularly exclusive breastfeeding at 1 month, to avoid obesity and other causes of childhood diseases, inter alia. The question of preventing and controlling non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults is taken up in Strategic Line 2, which is based on various sectoral approaches, the prevention of non-communicable diseases and the reduction of these various different risks in those children, adolescents, and young adults. Line 3 seeks to focus on primary health services in order to propose measures that will be available digitally, and particularly in that group that we're discussing. Strategic Line 4 underscores the need to increase surveillance in non-communicable disease and risk factors in order to come up with more timely and more effective suggestions. We hope to improve nutrition, health, and in our children, NDs, and a better grip on our pediatric controls, good practices at the level of nutrition, the setting up of breastfeeding rooms where women are working, among others. This is not an exhaustive list. Let me simply say how much we appreciate PAHO to participate in the Inter-American Program on Healthy Nutrition and Physical Education at the school. One first line, which we know is important to fight NCDs in the Americas. Uruguay is very much committed to all of this, particularly focused on the control of non-communicable diseases for our children, boys and girls, adolescents, and young people in general. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señora ministra, por...
Thank you very much, Distinguished Minister, for that report. And now we give the floor to the Distinguished Minister of Health of Jamaica.
Thank you, Madam President. Jamaica recognizes the importance of addressing modifiable risk factors early in life, as much of the behaviors that lead to the development of NCDs begin in childhood and adolescence. We have also taken note of the rise in childhood obesity and type 2 diabetes in children, which primarily occurs in adults. The marketing to children is a major driver and a barrier to behavior change to address these risk factors. We note also that the common NCDs in children are non-modifiable, such as type 1 diabetes, asthma, sickle cell disease, select cancers, and that population sensitization, early detection, and treatment are what is needed to be emphasized. These children often face stigma and discrimination and are diagnosed late with poor outcomes. Taking note of the 4 strategic lines of action in the policy, we are pleased to report that Jamaica has developed and implemented several programs for the prevention and control of NCDs that include addressing the major risk factors, screening for major NCDs, improving early diagnosis of childhood cancers, and management of type 1 diabetes. Jamaica also continues to scale up Jamaica Moves, particularly Jamaica Moves in Schools, a behavior change program promoting physical activity, healthy eating, and promotion of annual and age-appropriate checks in schools in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. This program now has been adopted in the region as Caribbean Moves. By way of this program, an NCD register was implemented that provides a census of children in the school setting that have NCDs with a view to providing targeted support to them. School ambassadors, parent mentors, teachers and students have been trained in physical activity, nutrition, and basic information on NCDs and their risk factors to support this program and reduce stigma and discrimination. Jamaica is currently updating the National NCD Strategic and Action Plan, including sub-plans that address this population. We remain committed to the prevention of NCDs in our children, adolescents, and young adults, and fully support the implementation of this policy and the adoption of the proposed resolution. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to the representative of Jamaica. And now we give the floor to the representative of Chile. Thank you very much, Madam President. We would like to thank the director of PAHO for having, in this case, a proposed resolution on a policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. It is within this context that Chile has implemented a program for the promotion of health, and this has been going on for over a decade. In 1998, where we consider 4 key strategies. Amongst these, 3-year plans for the promotion of health in order to strengthen the role of municipalities as strategic stakeholders that improve health and the quality of life of the population in its geographic areas. The second strategy is concentrated on the promotion of educational establishments that promote health, which incentivizes the implementation of policies and health programs for their educational communities. And hand in hand with this, we have the strategy, which is places of work, health promoters, and social health promoters, which looks so that both public and private institutions will apply guidelines aimed at better health and the well-being of its workers, both men and women. Aside from that, we've regulated advertising and marketing of food, critical nutrient-rich food that substitute maternal milk and tobacco. Currently, the Ministry of Health has built the first national plan for the prevention of obesity, a phenomenon that affects a good percentage of our population, children, adolescents, and young adults. This plan for the prevention and response to obesity constitutes a roadmap in order to move forward with the prevention and control of this phenomenon in children, adolescents, both boys and girls. In addition to this, we currently have in a development stage the National Plan of Response to Non-Communicable Diseases 2023-2033. Because of all of the above, and responding to the Sustainable Health Agenda of the United Nations of 2015 and the current National Strategy on Health, which begun in 2022, we recommend the approval of this policy as well as supporting the proposed resolution as it appears in the annex to this text. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much. We now give the floor to the distinguished Minister of Health of Ecuador. Thank you, Madam President. Ecuador would also wish to stress the importance of interventions concentrated on health, prevention, control, and treatment adapted to the culture and adapted to the young population as well as the children and adolescents, including health surveillance. These instruments ought to be part of the public policies as supported by intersectoral and multisectoral approaches that will cover the health determinants. In this context, the country has adopted significant measures in the fight against malnutrition due to excess, such as the implementation of the regulation for the control of school bars, which guarantees nutritional health requirements by obtaining majority compliance in the establishments assessed. Just recently, we issued the organic law for food in schools, which brings together these guidelines with the Ministries of Education, Production, Agriculture in order to ensure healthy nutrition to boys and girls with the purpose of avoiding that the current 34.3% of obesity and overweight in this group will increase. In 2014, the health regulation was established for the labeling of processed food, which currently is going through a new version that is being reviewed and debated, which we hope to be able to update at the end of the year so that we can improve the information given to consumers in keeping with recent scientific information and regulation of ultra-processed food. And we hope to enact the new regulation duly accepted by consensus towards the end of this year. We prepared food guidelines based on food for the population over 2 years of age, an instrument to promote a healthy nutrition. And we are going through the validation process of the food guidelines based on sustainable agro-food systems for the first 1,000 days, whose purpose is to maintain and not to go beyond the figures of overweight and obesity. Last but not least, for being important in the young population, the application of the protocol of the Framework Convention for Tobacco Control, we prepared strong regulations to act against the illicit marketing of tobacco products, vapors, electronic cigarettes, all of those that are illegals, which has enabled us to seize and destroy many products of illicit sale on the streets, and especially aimed at adolescents and young people by social media. Madam President, Ecuador supports the proposed resolution, and we appraise its comprehensive approach in the promotion to the right to health. Thank you very much.
Señor Ministro.
Thank you, distinguished Minister. We now give the floor to Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Acknowledging and supporting the strong interventions already made by many other member states on this agenda item, Canada also greatly welcomes this policy and associated resolution as it highlights important actions needed to help address NCD risk factors and promote healthy living at critical points early in life, such as integrating NCD prevention into community health programs for children and youth. Canada applauds the policy's emphasis on multisectoral action and approaches, which are essential in driving forward, enabling physical, socioeconomic, and environmental changes to effectively address the common risk factors for NCDs and bolster investments in healthcare and public health systems. We strongly encourage multisectoral and multi-stakeholder participation in chronic disease prevention, prioritizing comprehensive evidence-based approaches and community-based interventions that address health inequalities, including national projects that enable healthy development of children and youth. With respect to surveillance, Canada collects and disseminates data on NCDs and their risk and protective factors for different population subgroups, including children, adolescents, and young adults. On this, we appreciate the policy taking a strong health equity lens in surveillance efforts. We look forward to continuing engagement together in regional collaboration to advance our action all together in this important area of health. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now we give the floor to the representative of the U.S.
Thank you. The United States welcomes the policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. We are pleased to support the accompanying resolution and appreciate the inclusion of primary care as central for treatment, care, and prevention for NCDs, especially in light of last week's high-level meeting on UHC. As highlighted in our engagement throughout High-Level Week, the United States remains supportive of efforts to strengthen health systems, especially primary health care and mental health systems, to better meet the prevention, diagnosis, and care needs of children, adolescents, and young adults with NCDs. We also recognize the need to strengthen access to primary health care in response to health challenges for children, including for nutrition-related disorders and type 1 diabetes, and address broader social determinants of health that increase vulnerability, including access to adequate nutrition, physical activity, environmental risks, violence, and lead poisoning. The United States supports the multi-sectoral approach established in the strategic lines of action and appreciates the evidence-based nature and multi-stakeholder engagement process of WHO's Best Buys. Finally, we appreciate PAHO's work on this important policy document and look forward to working together to prevent and address non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We now give the floor to the representative of Paraguay. Madam President, Director, delegates, the Republic of Paraguay would like to thank you for the report and for the policy proposed in this document that is currently being reviewed under this agenda item. For us, non-communicable diseases represent a huge burden on our health system and also a huge threat against the health and the well-being of our children, adolescents, and young adults. Therefore, we believe that the implementation of this policy cannot be underestimated or further delayed by member states because it is a response to an urgency in public health nationally and internationally. The Ministry of Public Health and Social Well-being in my country currently has a national plan for prevention and control of chronic and non-communicable diseases that is aligned to this document. But the commitment of our ministry goes beyond prevention and is concentrated on the promotion of health by implementing health promotion strategies from a very early age that includes children, young adolescents, and their surroundings in order to transform these into safer spaces and healthier spaces where each one of them, besides their families and their communities, can truly reach their maximum health potential, as well as their development and well-being. Thank you very much. Thank you. We now give the floor to the representative of United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. The UK welcomes the policy paper supporting resolutions and actions set out therein for a multi-sectoral approach to prevent and control NCDs. It is important to invest in reaching children, adolescents, and young adults during an important developmental period. For many of the UK's overseas territories, NCDs present the biggest pressure on health budgets, and the impact on this population is increasing. As small island developing states, our territories have particularly challenging contexts for implementing effective interventions. Among other factors, this is due to small populations, limited technical capacity, high percentage of imports with limited control on content of goods due to low bargaining position, and a lack of infrastructure for physical activity. In this context, we would like to note our support for the recent Bridgetown Declaration on NCDs and the commitment by small island developing states to address the range of social, environmental, economic, and commercial factors associated with NCDs in alignment with the WHO's Best Buys. To further aid these commitments, we therefore encourage PAHO to consider more explicitly the specific context of SIDS in its technical guidance for NCDs and provide further clarity on how it plans to tailor support going forward to SIDS in particular. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We now call on the representative of Mexico. Thank you very much, Madam President. The delegation of Mexico takes note of this policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. Mexico is aware of the burden of disease represented by non-communicable diseases, and we acknowledge the great need of intensifying efforts for prevention and control of NCDs, especially in the population of children, adolescents, and young adults. We believe that this policy represents an opportunity in order to strengthen the prevention of NCDs in that sector, which is so strategic of the population. Regarding one, we believe that in order to promote the prevention of NCDs in children, adolescents, and young adults, programs ought to provide information in abandoning the consumption of tobacco, vapors, and other devices, the consumption of alcohol and psychoactive substances. In keeping with the line 2, we are convinced that a more cost-efficient approach for prevention is the use of a public policy that is culturally more relevant, appropriate for the age, and also for gender, to reduce an effective, determined consumption of tobacco and the harmful consumption of alcohol, and support in healthy food and physical activity. Thus, the vital importance of having a vision of health prevailing in all policies. However, in order to achieve greater consistency amongst the policies of all government sectors in connection with food, we believe that it is necessary to include the concept of agri-food system in the document, which is very much in keeping with what has been promoted through activities linked to the Summit of Food Systems. Regarding line 3, we agree in saying that it is necessary to establish health systems appropriate for the children and to follow the timely recommendations of the organization in this regard. In connection with line 4, we believe that it is necessary to have periodical reports on providing care to NCDs and risk factors in order to have a comprehensive understanding of the health situation and their determinants among children, adolescents, and young adults. Last but not least, in order to have a clearer policy, we request or we recommend that we change the term of natural breastfeeding that we do not believe is appropriate because it is not used in medical literature and might give way to different interpretations that make it difficult to promote breastfeeding instead of others. We suggest breastfeeding, feeding with mother's milk, or simply feeding. Regarding the concept of 1,000 days of life, we've insisted on talking only of 1,000 days to avoid controversies, understanding that it is 1,000 days as of birth. Thank you.
Gracias. Concedemos a...
Thank you. We now give the floor to the representative of Costa Rica. Thank you very much, Madam President. Cordial greetings to all participants. Costa Rica would like to thank you for the proposal submitted on the policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, NCDs, in children, adolescents, and young adults. Our country believes that it is essential to have a comprehensive approach of these diseases, starting at a very early age. There's vast scientific evidence about the actions aimed at reducing risk factors and promoting protective factors because they have positive effects on the way we deal with these pathologies. The existence of health promotion strategies as well as treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative care in NCDs in keeping with health needs will contribute to the optimum development of children, adolescents, and young adults. We also wish to have future adults that are healthier, more productive, and with an increased life expectancy as part of our duty guaranteed by the state regarding the right to health and other human rights that are tied to these. Our delegation believes that with the adoption of this policy, we also find opportunities for improvement, including formalities to avoid the redundancy in efforts, and therefore we propose that we continue strengthening the planning instruments since we have approved some in this very same space, and we believe that there are other sub-regional and national instruments that also allow us to move on to the comprehensive approach of these NCDs in pediatric and adolescent population. We believe that this will enable us to have still a greater added value on this policy. Thus, we will make the better use of the limited national resources as well as organizational resources. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We now call on the representative of El Salvador. Thank you, Madam President. For us, El Salvador represents in this policy something that gives us support, backing. El Salvador has implemented with the Office of the First Lady and the law to grow together, born with love, love that becomes food. And all of that is based on many of the lines that we see in this policy. It is important for us to mention the strengthening of the capacity of a human resource that has been provided by the Pan American Health Organization, which has helped us forge ahead in strategies such as HEARTS, which for the country has been extremely beneficial and has provided great support and very good results for the population directly. It is also important to supplement or to continue strengthening the support provided to digital health issues, highly innovative issues that ultimately come to lead us to a universal health coverage that is real, because it is the most practical way or the shortest and most effective path to reach everyone. Therefore, El Salvador supports this policy, and at the same time, we thank the Directing Council for bringing it up. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I call on the representative of Panama. Thank you, Madam President. According to the National Health Survey of Panama of 2019, exclusive breastfeeding in our country is of 24.3%. Therefore, the Comprehensive Health Program for Children and Adolescents programmed to increase in 0.7% annually breastfeeding until we reach a 37% in 2025. We have implemented the method of the mother kangaroo in neonatology halls of 5 local hospitals to assist the premature babies of low weight by having a bearing on reducing perinatal mortality. In order to promote an early diagnosis of diseases and its timely treatment, preventing premature deaths, health complications, and disabilities, we have acquired the supplies and we have trained the staff in order to undertake metabolic screening as well as heart and audition screening in neonatal babies in all regions in the country, including indigenous communities, aspiring to reach the goal of 85.2% coverage in 2025. The Oral Health Department has strategies for the promotion, prevention, and care provided through the school program that starts at the age of 5 until they reach the age of adolescence. We have 130 modules of health services provided to adolescents in health centers throughout the country, which contribute in order to reduce pregnancies, the use of drugs, alcohol and tobacco consumption, as well as promoting healthy lifestyles starting at a very early age. Madam President, because of the progress attained by Panama on this score, we see with positive eyes that this document CD60/7 called Policy on Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases in Children, Adolescents, and Young Adults, in order to ensure a healthier and more prosperous future for our youth. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We now call on the representative of Suriname.
Thank you, Madam President. Suriname would like to thank the Secretariat for joint effort for this policy. NCDs continue to be the leading cause of ill health, disability, and death in the region of the Americas, including Suriname. Yet, Much of the burden of NCDs in adulthood is related to modifiable risk factors early in life as children and adolescents are exposed to social and environmental determinants of health. Some of the actions in tackling the NCD problem by the Ministry of Health in Suriname include the establishment of a ministerial NCD task force to coordinate policies on NCDs and mental health, formation of an NCD board 2023-2028 with the private sector, civil society, NGOs, and others, policies to address the social and commercial determinants of health, such as increasing and allocating taxes on tobacco, alcohol, and sweetened beverages, continue front-of-package labeling with health hazards warning, community education on healthy choices, comprehensive monitoring and policy adjustments on NCDs and mental health. Suriname requests PAHO to continue providing technical cooperation to strengthen capacities that contribute to the implementation of this policy and the achievement of its strategic lines of action, with support for the implementation of NCD best buys, integrating NCDs into primary care, resource mobilization, and partnerships, and to support Suriname to strengthen multi-sectoral actions on NCDs based on a health in all policies approach, with policy coherence across relevant government sectors and promotion of civil society participation in prevention and control of NCDs among children, adolescents, and young adults. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
I thank you very much, sir. Next up, we have the representative of Guatemala. Thank you, Madam Chair. Guatemala congratulates you for your election to the head of this meeting, and you have Dr. Francisco Coma's greetings. He's our Minister of Health. We also greet Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva for his position and for the great achievements he already has under his belt. Suriname, Argentina, and Belize are also to be congratulated for their positions as rapporteurs here. And congratulations to the Secretariat, because we know what a terrifically difficult job that is. Now, Guatemala is facing any number of risks to fight these non-communicable diseases in young people and adolescents, including a high degree of chronic malnutrition, problems with weight, acute respiratory illnesses, or, frankly, the lack of control in the ingestion of high-caloric foods. All goes to the same. We also know that NCDs affect older people, too. In order to try to tackle this broad issue, our Ministry of Health has tried to take a comprehensive view through early and opportune intervention. We push for measures to assist in maternal health care, pre- and postnatal, and risk factors that have to be considered all through childhood and adolescence. We have launched the following initiatives to that end. We have a national initiative to try to control obesity in young people and in adolescents, moving against the VAPS, and pushing the use of more gyms in low-income neighborhoods. We have also launched a national pediatric cancer plan, a number of different means by which we hope to make a difference in NCDs among young people, and we will certainly keep working to that end. That is why Guatemala is very pleased with this resolution. Thank you. Thank you, Guatemala. I'm pleased now to give the floor to Haiti. Madam President, the present document is really something that speaks to an intersectoral and interprogrammatic approach to these issues. And in Haiti, we think our policies need to be better adapted to the socioeconomic and huge security issues that face us. certainly to help the very young people and adolescents, so that we're more effective in our interventions. We have also tried very much to increase the training of our people and helping young families and communities in general, focusing on priorities, particularly in primary health care. We think it's important to be sure that the present epidemiological model and the risk elements in young children, adolescents, and young people need to be better understood in Haiti. They are pretty much the same, frankly, as we have set forth in our regional policies. But even though these are perhaps not as well managed as might be, we know, of course, and you might yourselves immediately guess, that the terrific security problems we face make all of that much worse and incredibly more daunting. People who work with us, with Ministry of Agriculture, in what we call a policy of agriculture for public health. This is now a priority. Our policies try to very much face the present situation, understand what is most affecting children, young adolescents, and young adults in the Americas, not just in Haiti, but we want to give more priority to low-impact interventions, and particularly to help young adults. That is why Haiti very much supports this resolution, and we very much hope that everybody can help in implementing it. It's that important. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Distinguished representative of Haiti, we're pleased now to give the floor to the Vice Minister of Health of Honduras. Thank you very much. Madam President, Honduras, as a priority member state here, is very grateful for this draft resolution, CD 60/7, on the question of policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. This could not be more important because we know that we have there one of the greatest causes of disease and death in our region. Now, we need to better understand the risk factors here from a very early age. In Honduras, we are deeply committed to updating our health sector, particularly paying more attention to the first levels of care, broadening coverage and quality medical care throughout the country. We are doing what we can to move toward an intersectoral approach so that the social determinants of health are better understood, with better twinning with different mayorships and the private sector. We've set up the concept of healthy municipalities, healthy townships that project a healthy lifestyle, non-communicable diseases, and particularly what can help adolescents and young people. Now, we understand that all of this doesn't fall from the sky. We need common efforts to make the difference. And that is why we are working very closely with PAHO and other member states in order to apply the strategies and recommendations that we have set forth in this document, because we think they're all good. What we want to do is to make the difference, as I say again, have a positive impact on our young people. Honduras fully backs, therefore, CD 60/7, and wants its name to be added to those who support this resolution. And we're very pleased for your kind attention. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. I'm now pleased to give the floor to the representative of Puerto Rico. Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of Puerto Rico is wholeheartedly behind this document on a policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. The facts tell us clearly that in adults, most of the risk factors could have been detected early on in life and could have made a big difference had they been. So we know that these social environmental determinants of health are cumulative throughout life. So if we bear that in mind on the one hand and take a long view of the course of life, we could make a difference if we got our act together and intervened sooner. This is what we think that this healthy growth program of PAHO is emphasizing throughout the life course. This policy, we firmly believe, will make a difference in making non-communicable diseases less frequent and cheaper to handle. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'm pleased now to give the floor. Let me see. I think it's the representative for Bolivia who's up next. Bolivia, please. Yeah, got it. Thank you. The plurinational state of Bolivia is facing an increasing number of boys and girls that are diagnosed with infantile cancer, particularly leukemia, as well as bone and foot. This was particularly alarming post-pandemic, especially as regards lymphatic and blood types of cancer. This is a very dire situation, and we are working with bone marrow transplants in the Children's Hospital of La Paz and in Santa Cruz de la Sierra in La Paz. We have had very successful efforts helping transplants for these children with a very high rate of success. And you can imagine that the efforts of the specialists and the government have been enormous, bending over backwards to make the difference. Good, promising results with chemotherapy, too. Although we only have 2 transplants for as livers are concerned, 2 to 3 years have passed since the first one, and doing good. 2 years at transplant in Santa Cruz de la Sierra, and that seems to be successful as well. That's why we are quite upbeat about the possibility of working through this single health system so that everything in the system can continue to be universal and free from 2024 on. We're also working on a new law of prevention and control as regards tobacco and focusing on generational issues. One of the most vulnerable groups, as we know, are the youngest kids, adolescents. We want to change the approach and have smoke-free environments for those kids. We now forbid smoking or have any lit cigarette in closed environments, any inside place, public or private, doesn't matter. If it's closed, you don't smoke. And we want this to be countrywide. Also, we know that you can't smoke within 100 meters of any area where children are studying. The same too in bars and discotheques. Not allowed. We also know that at the different level of governments, as well as in public enterprises, any place that is closed or open, smoking is off. So we very much congratulate PAHO on this initiative, and we are deeply committed to make the difference and to spread the good word. This can make a huge impact on our public health, and I'm sure on yours. Thank you. Thank you so much for your enthusiastic participation here. And we're now pleased to give the floor to the representative of Nicaragua. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. The national health policy in Nicaragua hinges on the needs of individuals, families, communities. We offer universal and totally free health services in our family and community health model. One of our main lines of action focuses on transmissible diseases, especially in children, adolescents, and young adults. We have a normative framework for the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases over the course of life. In every health unit, we have sensitization campaigns, and how much more can be learned about this through talks, through posters, through emphasis on what people eat, on have a healthy lifestyle, cutting down on smoke and on alcohol, and especially on early diagnosis and a focus on the control of cancer as well. looking at what can be precursors on uterine cancer. We have a new network of labs for pathology studies with mammography in order to immediately detect potential breast cancer, and much more X-ray support for the potential diagnosis of colon cancer. Also, prostate cancer, as well as breast cancer I mentioned earlier. We have radiotherapy available that is very advanced. We have decentralized chemotherapy with now 6 regional centers in the country, 2 in the capital, and we have a much faster access to cancer treatment. There are visits to homes where there are cancer patients so that early and important diagnosis can be made. We want especially to focus on reducing breast cancer. We think it's that important to work on the policy of prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. They are a top priority, and we consider it good governance. Thank you. Thank you. I'm pleased now to give the floor to the representative of Colombia. Thank you very much, Madam President. Very pleased to the Director to have presented this important document on policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. And congratulations on the very, very good work that has been accomplished that has brought us as far along as we are in this regard. We very much support the draft resolution that accompanies this study. We know that malnutrition, overweight, and all kinds of different behavioral issues, suicidal tendencies, etc., diabetes, inter alia, are all very pertinent issues that weigh on our public policies, and that while they hinge on genetic and environmental issues, do certainly also have a link to issues that have an important bearing on the lives of young people and the weaknesses of our own health systems, which have failed across the board to do more in terms of early detection and make an important difference in terms of social determinants. So it's critical that we put up comprehensive policies to make that difference and move towards a universal public health that is free and that can be immediately available, especially to these very young people, adolescents and young adults, such that everywhere this benefit can be felt, in the homes, in the broad territory. We in Colombia are bending over backwards to make a difference in terms of neonatal world, pushing breastfeeding for as long as possible, and primary, secondary, and primary universal health care. We work very hard indeed on frontal labeling of food and beverages, education in terms of health, phys ed, the importance of sports, of getting out there and exercising, and certainly to avoid psychoactive products that don't lead anywhere good. We think it's important that boys, girls, adolescents, and young people benefit more from these policies so that we can come up with a formulation and an evaluation of our policies as we move forward. So we support this resolution, very much so. And we think that the joint and several work in the region will make the difference. Thank you very much indeed. We thank you, sir. I'm pleased at this time to offer the floor to the International Atomic Energy Agency. Thank you very much, Director, Dr. Hennis, esteemed ministers, delegates. It has truly been a pleasure to be here in this session of the Regional Committee of WHO for the Americas, and to be able to have a hand in this debate. I first of all want to pay tribute to the interagency team of PAHO with regard to non-communicable diseases and radiological issues about which we are in touch virtually daily, because it's an issue that you may be sure we hold dear. And the intervention of the various mechanisms at the atomic energy level and the way we track what you're doing at this very moment is critical to us. Let me home in on a few particular aspects. The International Atomic Energy takes good note of the desire that has been expressed here with regard to better control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. The recent report of the UN on nutrition and malnutrition points out that Latin America and the Caribbean is facing tremendous risk in trying to eliminate malnutrition. Now, we would like to complement the work of PAHO and others in the region to fight obesity and to improve childhood, or I should say, nursing in young children. In the area of cancer, from 2020 on, the OIA, together with PAHO, have put together a focus on pediatric cancer. And the evaluations that we have carried out in this regard in the context of national strategies of better cancer control has led to good results in Uruguay, Colombia, Salvador, inter alia, so that we have a better grip on what we can in fact recommend to improve the access of children to access that is quality and timely. At the same time, interventionist radiological and pediatric help in Latin America and the Caribbean includes 32 centers in 12 countries of your region. And there are reference areas that we can assist in. Oh, you may know that the International Atomic Energy Agency will continue working closely with you to do more in research and innovation, broadening our knowledge. Thank you very much.
Para el punto de la agenda 4.4.
With regards to item 4.4, we have a number of non-state actors that have racial links with PAHO and WHO, and if some would like to intervene at this point, I ask that they make their presence felt, come up to the speaker microphone at the front of the room, and do, of course, identify yourselves before you launch into your statement. We want to know who you are, if be so kind.
Honorable Presidenta.
Honorable President, I'm Beatriz Champan, and I am representing CLAS here. That's an entity that has official links with PAHO. CLAS represents about 200 different civil society organizations that aims at preventing and controlling METs, along with COLANSA, that is a Latin American and Caribbean Association on Nutrition and Health that brings together more than 190 professionals and 22 agencies in 18 countries that are working for the development of nutritious, equitable, and inclusive groups that are supported by the NET's alliances, NCD Alliance in English, that work closely with PAHO, and we thank you for your commitment to work with us for the protection of health. We want to change our food systems. We're well aware of the ravages of malnutrition, as it is linked also to climate change. In health, in the economics, and in the environmental area, these are the people who are most exposed. Boys, girls, men, women, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, you name it. These are the people who are most affected by the poor food systems that are overly pushed by ultra-processed commercial interests. CLAS, COLANSA, and the NCD Alliance jumped on this alliance to move things more quickly and to really uphold the anti-obesity program of WHO in order to launch better coordinated action that will make a difference and make it easier to access healthy food. Now that needs regulation, as we know. It means that environmentals and the environment of food shouldn't only point toward fewer fat people, but healthier people. That's what we want. People are looking at Latin America. You may be certain of it. We are known to be spearheading very good changes. Look at our front labeling policies and our position against ultra-processed foods. So we hope that every country represented here will do more to protect its future generations and be sure that the environmental and food environment particularly can be smarter. Two things in particular. Let's try to avoid conflicts of interest where nutrition is concerned. That's one. Two, the regulation of ultra-processed foods has to be considered a determinate way to move forward if we really want to change our food systems. It's down to you. We are here to help, certainly, to push PAHO, to continue encouraging people, to guarantee the fundamental right to proper food for all involved. Thanks very much. Now, given that we have concluded the intervention of the plenary here, the President interrupts herself. We cannot hear whoever's speaking.
Adelante.
Sí.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to switch to English.
Distinguished delegates, on behalf of the American Heart Association, the Inter-American Heart Foundation, the Inter-American Society of Cardiology, my own organization, CLASS, and the World Heart Federation, we applaud the Pan American Health Organization for calling attention to the burden of NCDs in children, including those with congenital and rheumatic heart disease. Every day, a family in our region loses a child to pediatric conditions that could have been prevented if healthcare had been accessible, of quality, available, and affordable, with an equipped and capable workforce. As organizations committed to addressing the burden of cardiovascular diseases and its related risk factors affecting our young people, we know we can and must do better to ensure the next generation receives the life-saving information and environments that will enable them to live a healthier, longer life. We respectfully request that the adoption of this new policy that seeks to align with the 2030 Agenda and the Global Action Plan of NCDs considers, number one, the immediate and accelerated adoption of the updated Appendix 3, providing a robust option of clinical and policy interventions that are cost-effective and that would directly impact the future of our children and youth. Number two is calling out the importance of awareness efforts like World Heart Day, celebrated every year on the 29th of September, and which highlights threats to health, such as tobacco and nicotine products consumption, as well as positive enablers like healthy diets and regular physical activity to health promotion. Number three, recognizing the rise in obesity in children and associated morbidities such as diabetes and hypertension. We call for more innovations in early diagnosis, tailored interventions to suit the needs of children and their families. These should consider the systemic screening and treatment of pregnant women to identify those who may be at increased risk of type 2 diabetes and CVD. And number 4, accelerating the adoption of evidence-based policies and programs such as HEART's initiative and the PEN Plus strategy that seeks to address several diseases such as sickle cell disease, rheumatic heart disease, through an integrated outpatient model at first referral levels, and supporting the expansion and training of our healthcare team to understand the needs of children and adolescents. Lastly, we must consider the necessary financial commitment for the implementation of this policy. Our budget is a blueprint of our region's priorities. We look forward to supporting you in giving our children a brighter future. And I apologize, but I have a third by Movendi. Movendi is an organization in official relations with World Health Organization. Voy a pasar de nuevo.
I'm again going to switch to Spanish. Thank you for the opportunity of being able to make this statement on behalf of Movendi International that has received support from the Class Healthy America mobile entity. We thank the Secretariat for drafting the policy on prevention and control of NCDs in children, adolescents, and young adults in the region. We are fully aware that the harm caused by alcohol impact in a disproportional manner to the most vulnerable members of our communities. Globally, alcohol is the second risk factor for disease in the age group 10 through 24. 51 to 94% of girls aged 13 to 15 in the region state that they started consuming alcohol prior to turning 14. Early consumption of alcohol increased the risk of damage from the product during adolescence and adulthood. Alcohol is the major risk of disease in the group of 25 to 49. Early start or initiation of alcohol consumption and the episodic chronic use in childhood, adolescence, and youth is matters of great concern. The damage caused by alcohol is due to the practices of the industry. The product is very affordable for young people. It's marketed aggressively amongst them and is broadly available for children, adolescents, and young adults. They have the right to be protected by the alcohol industry. There are effective solutions to avoid damage, increase taxes on alcohol, introduce sensible limits to their availability, and prohibit publicity. We call upon everyone to invest on taxes on alcohol, and the best investments are reducing accessibility and marketing of these products, and the safer package to avoid alcoholic damage in our children, adolescents, and young adults. Thank you very much.
Concedemos la palabra.
We now grant the floor to the representative of Healthy Caribbean Coalition, and hope you limit yourself to the time allotted.
The Healthy Caribbean Coalition, HCC, as an NGO in official relations with PAHO since 2012 and supported by the NCD Alliance, applaud PAHO for the development of the policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. Young people are the targets of health-harming industries whose unregulated practices, including cheap pricing, wide availability, and commercial marketing, alter our region's environments and expose children and youth to unhealthy commodities, including tobacco, new nicotine-containing products, alcohol, and ultra-processed food products. Regulating these products is a vital requirement in stemming the tide of obesity and increased risk of early onset NCDs. However, effective and timely implementation of evidence-based interventions, such as fiscal labeling and marketing policies, are often frustrated by powerful commercial actors. Madam President, a systemic approach and critical tools are needed to tackle the commercial determinants of health, effectively clearing pathways to policy implementation. In the absence of these tools, member states will continue to fall short of targets in their annual NCD reporting. The SDGs will not be attained, and most importantly, our moral and legal obligation to protect the health and well-being of our future generations will not be met. In conclusion, the Healthy Caribbean Coalition and the NCD Alliance strongly support the view that specific tools are needed by policymakers of the Caribbean, including guidance to assist in the management of conflicts of interest and access to information and legislation to safeguard policymaking processes from interference by commercial actors with vested interests. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We now offer the floor to the International Federation of Medical Students Association.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kashay Hanna, and I'm representing the International Federation of Medical Students Associations. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, medical students of the Americas strongly support the approval of this policy. The IFMSA commends PAHO for acknowledging that many modifiable risk factors for NCD development commence in childhood, and that current preventative strategies exclude this demographic. Therefore, we, the IFMSA, call on member states to firstly recognize the crucial role of youth in the NCD movement and ensure their engagements as key stakeholders in NCD interventions, develop and implement national strategies to ensure NCD services continue during health emergencies, pandemics, and humanitarian crises, and finally, ensure proper funding of NCD-related research to generate evidence-based policies and program designs. Thank you.
International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association. Después está las.
We now offer the floor to the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturing and Associations.
Chair, the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Associations, IFPMA, welcomes PAHO's continued focus on non-communicable diseases and the proposed resolution and its focus on prevention and control of NCDs for children, adolescents, and young adults. With childhood obesity and diabetes on an alarming rise, taking a life course approach to tackling NCDs is critical, particularly given the unsustainable pressures on healthcare systems from this global health burden. COVID-19 has illustrated that people living with NCDs were by far the most vulnerable to serious complications and death from the pandemic. The perfect storm that chronic conditions and pandemics create underscores the need for strong and resilient health systems. In a year where universal health coverage, UHC, is in focus due to the recent UN high-level meeting, we cannot talk about achieving UHC without comprehensive treatment and care for NCDs being at the core. Prevention, treatment, diagnosis, and care must be prioritized in essential benefits packages for NCDs, with primary health care being the foundation for UHC. Alongside our collective advocacy efforts to keep NCDs high on the global agenda, we need to develop solutions that ensure concrete access outcomes for people living with NCDs, regardless of where they live. To achieve this, we urge PAHO to find ways to leverage the capabilities of all non-state actors and reiterate that the private sector remains committed to finding ways forward to improve access for those living with NCDs. We believe the private sector has been and remains a necessary and critical partner in addressing the gaps in response to NCDs. The innovative pharmaceutical industry is a committed stakeholder in tackling NCDs and will continue working with others to build access solutions and contribute towards stronger health systems to improve the lives of people living with NCDs. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We offer the floor to the International Council of Nurses.
Thank you, Madam President. The International Council of Nurses supports the policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. The policy for the Americas. ICN acknowledges the increase in NCDs worldwide and the increasing need to preventing those NCDs through strong health throughout childhood, adolescence, and young adulthood. ICN strongly supports the need to address these interventions through community-based, school-based, and peer-based interventions, and reminds the delegates of the importance of nursing in all of these places. Investing in the nursing workforce is critical to effective interventions to addressing NCDs throughout the lifespan. It is of utmost importance to advocate for, expand upon, and allocate resources to empower nurses to take the lead in the management of NCDs alongside advancing nursing education and career pathways. Nurses play a pivotal role in delivering hands-on, patient-centric care and contribute significantly to research and innovative care delivery models. Given that nurses comprise the world's largest healthcare workforce, it is imperative to involve them in leadership and strategic planning for NCD-related initiatives and to heed the insights and innovations of nursing experts. When it comes to integrating novel patient-centric care models for NCD prevention and management, listening to nurses is crucial. Investing in nursing solutions not only alleviates the strain on healthcare systems, but also leads to improved health and well-being for individuals across the globe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Having completed plenary participation as well as from special guests, we are going to now ask Dr. Hennis to please share his comments in reaction to the same.
President, really I have to acknowledge the contributions of the 27 member states and the associate states. I also have to acknowledge the contribution by a United Nations agency, as well as representations made on behalf of 8 representations made on behalf of the non-state actors. There are many ideas that are consistent across the presentations. One, the tremendous burden of non-communicable diseases. Also, the importance of tackling non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. We heard as a unifying idea, again, the ideal of intersectoral collaboration, because many of these policies and interventions extend beyond the health sector. We heard of the importance of a multi-sectoral approach and promoting health in all policies. The key importance of equity in how these issues to protect the well-being of children are managed, the key role of health promotion, the policies that will be used not just to enable children, but also to tackle social determinants, environmental determinants, as well as the commercial determinants. And we heard also the importance of a life course approach that begins even before birth, and it's characterized by the importance of breastfeeding exclusively for the first 6 months of life, the relevance and the critical importance of the school environment in terms of policies like nutrition, education, improving physical activity, the breakfast clubs, peer-to-peer support, also the role in curricula. We heard also the importance of tackling the risk factors for non-communicable diseases in youth, particularly in adolescence when many of the behaviors become formed and established for the rest of the life course. The risk factors such as poor nutrition, physical inactivity, tobacco, not merely tobacco, but also the use of e-cigarettes and other innovative or novel products that have been marketed to children. Also, the relevance of alcohol as a risk factor. And it was also stated the importance of using the updated Best Buys in Appendix 3. With regards to life course approach, the importance then in terms of workplace wellness, and also we heard some innovations like tracking nutritional indicators in childhood and adolescence and into young adulthood through indicators. Also the relevance in terms of innovative approaches to youth through, for example, new and emerging media, and also the relevance of digital health. Another key element that was also included as a line of action is the importance of primary health care. And this also links into one of the director's initiatives to strengthen integration of non-communicable diseases in primary health care as an extension of some of the ideas that were brought forth this morning. And we heard really that investing in children is an investment in our future. It is quite clear that more needs to be done by all of us. We have a moral and legal obligation to protect our youth, and I'm quoting one of the presentations this afternoon. So you have a moral and legal obligation to protect our youth, and unless we do more, this will not be met. Also, Madam President, I wish to note the question raised by Mexico, where they talked about breastfeeding. And in fact, we use the term breastfeeding and or chest feeding. And this is a term which is used to be inclusive and gender neutral, acknowledging transgender populations. It was a point that was raised in our member state consultations, and this is the language that we requested to use. Hence, the language may not necessarily be traditional language, but it's meant to be gender neutral, and it speaks to acknowledging transgender populations. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias, doctor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hennis. I yield the floor to the Director, Dr. Barbosa, for his comments.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to thank our member states and also the International Atomic Energy Agency and the non-state actors that they have provided many relevant comments, suggestions, showing their strong support to this resolution, but also the member states sharing with us many innovative interventions, actions, strategies addressing non-communicable diseases burden in their countries. I think that this is really important to show not only the political commitment, but also translating the political commitment in effective measures adopted at each country. I think that this policy will be very important to complement the other policies and the resolutions that we have on non-communicable diseases, because it is focused on children, adolescents, and young adults that somehow are not part or are not considered as main population by other resolutions. So I think that is important also that this policy is providing both how we can strengthen the primary health care, the offer for screening, diagnosis, treatment for this specific population, but also how we can work with the countries to implement effective policies through laws, regulations, and other health promotion and other activities in order to reduce the totally unacceptable burden of the main risk factors for non-communicable diseases in the region. Many progress have been made so far on the reduction of tobacco use. For instance, our region has the lowest prevalence among all the other regions in the world, but we have new challenges. As many countries mentioned, the use of new devices that are encouraging adolescents and young people to experiment in tobacco use. At the same time, about the nutrition, we have also this region was the first region to adopt the front-of-label packaging, and many countries in the region have followed the Chilean example many years ago. So I think that we have had many progress indeed, but at the same time, we know that we can do better, that we can provide more integration with primary health care, and we can really integrate these health initiatives, initiatives through laws, regulations, and other initiatives that will reduce the burden of the non-communicable diseases risk factors in the region. So I thank you. This is a resolution that was had received many suggestions, that had several consultations, that was discussed during our executive committee meeting. So this is a common resolution. This is your resolution that is being presented, and the full commitment, the strong commitment that we are receiving at this moment will encourage us to implement all the several actions that are provided in this new policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for those comments. We'd like to now ask the rapporteur to read the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 4.4, proposed resolution. Policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. The 60th Directing Council, 1, having reviewed the policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults, document CD60/7. 2, recognizing that non-communicable diseases, NCDs, continue to be the leading causes of ill health, disability, and death in the region of the Americas, but that efforts to address NCDs to date have focused on the adult population, with children, adolescents, and young adults, 24 years of age and younger, largely overlooked. 3, understanding that common NCDs, such as type 1 diabetes, asthma, and certain types of cancer, can appear early in life, and that furthermore, much of the burden of NCDs in adulthood is related to modifiable risk factors that have their origins in the prenatal period and childhood, and continue to accumulate as older children and adolescents are exposed to additional social, environmental, and commercial determinants of health. 4, considering that cost-effective and affordable population-level interventions to prevent and control NCDs exist, including those that address the social, environmental, and commercial determinants, as well as modifiable NCD risk factors during critical time periods for intervention, and that these can be delivered through community-based, school-based, peer-based, and family-based platforms. 5, recognizing the need to strengthen health systems with a focus on primary health care to better meet the diagnosis and care needs of children, adolescents, and young adults with NCDs. 6, acknowledging the need to improve surveillance to provide more timely and complete information on the status of NCDs, risk factors, and their determinants among children, adolescents, and young adults for the purpose of policy making. Resolves. 1, to approve the policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults, document CD60/7. 2, to urge all member states, considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A, promote the implementation of the strategic lines of action contained in this policy, B, enhance child, adolescent, and young adult health programs through the integration of NCD prevention and control strategies in school-based and community health programs targeting this population group. C, improve health promotion, NCD prevention, and NCD risk factor reduction among children, adolescents, and young adults through multi-sectoral actions that target reduction in tobacco use and harmful use of alcohol, and promote healthy diet and physical activity. D, strengthen primary healthcare services to increase coverage, access, availability, and quality of services for NCD screening, diagnosis, treatment, and palliative care among children, adolescents, and young adults. E, strengthen capacity for NCD and risk factor surveillance to provide more timely and complete information on the status of NCDs, risk factors, and determinants among children, adolescents, and young adults with an equity lens. 3, to request the Director to provide technical cooperation to member states to strengthen capacities that contribute to the implementation of this policy and the achievement of its strategic lines of action, with support for the implementation of NCD Best Buys, integrating NCDs into primary care, resource mobilization and partnerships. B, support member states to strengthen multi-sectoral actions on NCDs based on a health in all policies approach, with policy coherence across relevant government sectors and promotion of civil society participation in prevention and control of NCDs among children, adolescents, and young adults. C, report periodically to the governing bodies on the progress made and challenges faced in the implementation of this policy through a midterm review in 2027 and a final report in 2031. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Rapporteur. We have presented the proposed resolution for this agenda item. We now offer the floor to the plenary for discussion. If there are no objections, I declare the resolution adopted.
Vamos a ir a un recreo ahora, están todos cansados, ¿no? Diga 20 minutos y en punto que vuelvan.
En vista de que sus rostros
As your faces denote a little bit of fatigue, I suggest we have a 20-minute coffee break. So please be back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
Haiti accepted to apply the highest standards for safety, but also for green health facilities. This hospital will operate without external support of electricity. If there is an earthquake or large emergency that will affect electricity and also the water supply for health facilities, this facility will continue operating, will continue providing the services for what it was built, to save lives and to contribute to the well-being of the Haitians.
Je vais vous montrer l'importance de ce type de service d'urgence. Des services d'urgence, nous en avons, mais des services d'urgence aussi bien équipés, aussi bien distribués, c'est le seul que nous avons actuellement dans ce pays.
So the past, when the vision was established, one of the challenges was, of course, to raise the resources for it, and to have a very clear plan, very good plan. I think some of the biggest challenges to make it happen, though, were some of the circumstances in the country. All these things were, and there was one crisis after another, or compounding each other. That made it quite challenging. But because of, I think, the determination, because of the dedication to make this happen, it was done as a collective effort. It was done with the partners in coordination with the Ministry of Health. It was done with some of the best technical standards. And here we are, inaugurating it.
We care about you, and that is why we want to simplify your processes. The Revolving Fund has developed a digital version of the PAHO 173, a tool that will make your job easier. With the help of this new tool, you will be able to access information quickly with the click of a button. The launch of our digital demand planning module is the first of many tools that seek to provide information to build upon PAHO's technical cooperation. Furthermore, future enhancements will allow member states to consult financial information, follow up on purchases, and monitor shipments. With our new digital demand planning module, you can simply and quickly access your previous year's demand plans as a starting point, or you can choose to start a new one. The system will also provide condensed demand reports and indicative prices aligned with the prices published on our website. Although we have evolved to a digital platform, the information collected will remain the same. Our questions haven't changed and are faithful to the Excel PAHO 173. The steps to complete the tool translate perfectly to our digitized version. We invite you to join us in this exciting change. The Revolving Fund, along with PAHO's technical support, will assist you in a face-to-face, personalized training session dedicated to resolving any questions that may arise during the process. We are happy to count on your support for this change to be successful and to continue facilitating access to quality vaccines in an equitable and transparent way.
O envelhecimento abre um mundo de possibilidades. A possibilidade de continuar fazendo o que amamos e ser quem somos. Mas, sem o suporte adequado, o envelhecimento também pode trazer limitações. Saúde debilitada, vulnerabilidade, solidão. Acreditamos que em um ambiente seguro, acolhedor e solidário pode transformar o envelhecimento em uma oportunidade para ser saudável, para viver plenamente, para aceitar a mudança e continuar aprendendo e se desenvolvendo. Acreditamos que todas as pessoas têm o direito de prosperar, em qualquer idade, adicionando dignidade aos anos, bem-estar aos anos, vida aos anos. Década do envelhecimento saudável nas Américas. Adicionar vida aos anos.
Cada año, en países en vías de desarrollo, hay 89 millones de embarazos no deseados y se estima que se realizan en todo el mundo alrededor de 25 millones de abortos inseguros. El 97% de ellos tienen lugar en América Latina, África y Asia, regiones del mundo con leyes más restrictivas. Solo el 55% de los abortos cumplen con los estándares recomendados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud. En América Latina, 1 de cada 5 embarazos termina en pérdida gestacional y cerca de 1 millón de mujeres son hospitalizadas anualmente por complicaciones derivadas de abortos inseguros. Así, el aborto es aún en nuestra región la 4ª causa de mortalidad en mujeres embarazadas. En este contexto, el Centro Latinoamericano de Perinatología crea en el año 2015 la red CLAP MUSA, para atender a las mujeres en situación de aborto y así contribuir a la reducción de la morbimortalidad materna. La red promueve el trabajo y la colaboración entre instituciones para fortalecer la vigilancia epidemiológica, la investigación operativa y la generación de una masa crítica de profesionales formados en temas de salud sexual y reproductiva. ¿Cómo funciona esta red? Liderados por el CLAP, se encuentran distribuidos 40 centros centinelas en 13 países que trabajan de manera conjunta, intercambiando información para mejorar la vigilancia de indicadores en la atención de las mujeres en situación de aborto. La red usa la historia clínica perinatal que desarrolló un módulo especial llamado CIP-A, siguiendo los estándares marcados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud, lo que permite sistematizar la información, generar informes locales y monitorear los cambios después de intervenciones de capacitación y seguimiento de las guías nacionales. De esta manera, en la red CLAP MUSA, todos los países de la región, sin importar las diferencias culturales o legales, hablan un lenguaje común. Así, América Latina se convierte en la primera región del mundo con una red de centros centinelas que monitorean constantemente la atención que se brinda a las mujeres en situación de aborto, lo cual servirá para el diseño, implementación y evaluación de políticas públicas.
PROMES, the Program of Essential Medicines and Supplies, is a key player in the health sector of Haiti. And from here, we make distributions to all the institutions and many humanitarian actors across Haiti. With this PAHO initiative, we managed to really improve the quality of the operation that was in highly needed here in PROMES.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
Dice que está ahí. Sí, despacito así. Por amor. La felicidad cuando pasa.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to response to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
La rabia es una enfermedad mortal, pero 100% prevenible con vacunación. Cada año mueren 60.000 personas en el mundo, el 40% niños. El 99% de la transmisión en humanos es provocada por perros. Las Américas han logrado reducir la incidencia de la rabia humana en un 98%. Aunque en 2023 ya se han registrado 3 casos en la región. La eliminación total de la rabia en las Américas está cada vez más cerca. México fue el primer país del mundo en obtener la validación oficial por la Organización Mundial de la Salud de libre de rabia humana transmitida por perro. La rabia se transmite a través de animales infectados, mamíferos domésticos y salvajes. Vacuna a tu mascota para evitar la rabia. Protege tu salud y la de tu animal. Eliminar la rabia es tarea de todos.
Bienvenido a la plataforma digital del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025 de la OPS. A fin de continuar aumentando la transparencia y fortalecer la rendición de cuentas de la OPS a los Estados miembros, se ha desarrollado la versión digital del presupuesto, la cual provee información clave acerca del presupuesto y está compuesta por 4 secciones principales. El resumen ejecutivo proporciona una visión general de la dirección estratégica del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025. La estructura programática incluye el resultado del ejercicio de priorización completado por 44 países y territorios. reúne información clave acerca de los resultados intermedios de la OPS, incluyendo su presupuesto y una explicación sobre cómo se llevarán a cabo los resultados para cada uno de ellos. Se puede recorrer cada resultado intermedio en forma interactiva y ver información más detallada. El presupuesto reúne información por resultado intermedio y nivel funcional, país, regional y subregional, así como información relativa a las fuentes de financiamiento previstas. Contexto de país reúne el presupuesto por país y territorio, los resultados de la priorización y enlaces de información útiles relacionados con cada uno de ellos. Para más información, visita el sitio del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025.
Buenas tardes. Si los delegados se pueden sentar para poder seguir con...
Good afternoon. You are kindly invited to take your seats so that we can continue with the afternoon session. 5 minutes ago, we realized we had quorum, but now people are standing around again, so we can't really confirm that we have quorum. If you'd kindly be seated, we can perhaps achieve quorum.
Tenemos quórum, así que, señora presidenta.
We do have our quorum, so Madam President, we can start with the last session of the day. We'd like to invite our dear delegates to kindly be seated As we would like to begin the last part of today's session, we are going to begin with agenda item 4.5, Strategic Communications in Public Health for Behavior Change. I would like to bring document CD 60/8 to the attention of the Council and invite Dr. Sebastián García Saiso, Director of the Department of Evidence and Intelligence for Action in Health of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come to the head table. Welcome, sir. I yield the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on the item. Thank you.
Madam President, the Executive Committee voiced support for the approach proposed in the concept paper on strategic communication in public health for behavioral change and acknowledged the importance of countering false and misleading information. The need for collaborative efforts and tailored strategies to combat the infodemic was highlighted. Member states were encouraged to work to foster public trust in evidence-based health information and to promote transparency, credibility, and accountability in official communications. Attention was drawn to the importance of traditional and community-driven channels as significant sources of information. The Bureau was urged to coordinate with the WHO Technical Advisory Group on Behavioral Insights and Sciences for Health to exchange best practices and lessons learned. It was also encouraged to draw on the expertise of relevant PAHO WHO collaborating centers. The Executive Committee adopted Resolution CE 172.R3, recommending that the Directing Council approve the concept paper. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item.
Muchas gracias, doctor.
Thank you very much, sir. I now yield the floor to Dr. García Saiso to present the item. Thank you very much, Madam President, Director, distinguished delegates of the 60th Directing Council. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to present agenda item 4.5, Conceptual Document on Strategic Communications in Public Health for Behavior Change. This document presents an emerging area of approach to increase the impact of public policy, presenting the concept and several initial lines of action to encourage technical cooperation activities regionally and nationally. Historically, PAHO and the member states developed many initiatives and activities aiming to enhance strategic communications and public knowledge management. This is reflected in many of our mandates, including the strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2020-2025. Nonetheless, given the overabundance of media, technologies, and existing information, combined with the complexity that we find in infodemics in a digitally interconnected society in which we are currently living, it becomes necessary to develop and implement a more holistic approach contributing to review and renew public policy to guarantee that people and societies have a better understanding and decision-making capacity affecting their own health and well-being. This conceptual document attempts to frame the challenges and dynamic faced by member states by establishing efforts to understand and promote in a measurable and significant manner strategies that could impact the decisions, actions, and results, whether individual or community level. Furthermore, it talks to the importance of taking advantage of digital processes in the health sector and avail themselves of new technologies to facilitate the analysis of mass data and other components to formulate more cost-effective strategies and policies. In keeping with this, in the framework of the work established by the World Health Organization and a recently adopted resolution, speaking to the importance of working on the drivers and social, environmental, cognitive barriers that impact behaviors having to do with health. Current digitally interconnected society offers an unprecedented opportunity to assess and better understand social behavior of individuals and communities, and therefore to propose, develop, and implement public policies that are more effective in the health sector, focusing on promotion of health and disease prevention with special focus on health needs of indigenous populations and other vulnerable groups. Reinforcing the fact that we are beginning a process to build in an area that is highly complex, a first approach would be through this conceptual document, defining priority elements such as the role of big data analysis of behavior of people online, managing infodemics, managing the use of scientific and technical information, managing public data, including social networks, risk communication, digital literacy, and experimentation in this concept. This document was prepared in consultation with all member states and with experts, obviously underscoring Jamaica's original request to consider the topic at this forum. With this, we invite the Directing Council to analyze the information in this document, formulate any comments they believe are relevant, and consider approving the proposed resolution that appears in Annex A of the document. Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor, for this report. The floor is now open for discussion. I offer the floor to the representative of Honduras. Vice Minister, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Honduras is grateful for a presentation of document CD 60/8 on strategic communications in public health for behavior change. This approach to change behavior is extremely important in the context of public health in the region of the Americas. We acknowledge the challenges and opportunities it offers and appreciate the comprehensive vision provided in the document. In Honduras, we face important obstacles to promote health and decision-making by our population. Management of public health information is fundamental, but it is also critical to have long-term strategies in order to have effective intersectoral and community information and communication for a proper approach to the social determinants of health. We are fighting multidimensional poverty, which means adopting healthy behavior. To achieve real change, we must tackle the conditions of living and have the appropriate environment for healthy elections. We understand the importance of sharing successful experiences locally and widely in our country, adapted to our Honduran reality. We recognize that in the digital era, the effective use of social networks and online communications are fundamental to reach our population. As a country, we are working on implementation of strategic communication plans to combat infodemics. However, greater technical support from PAHO is needed to develop the technical skills to strengthen these processes and have a significant impact. Honduras fully supports document CD 60/8 and its focus on strategic communications in public health. We appreciate the consideration of the Directing Council. Thank you. Thank you. I now offer the floor to the representative of Brazil. Madam President, we welcome this discussion on changes in behavior in public health through strategic communication. We appreciate what communication can do to achieve the objectives of public health and help our population to take informed decisions by providing them with the necessary information. Each person must have in hand the elements to make decisions on their own health in a democratic perspective, valuing the insertion of members of society as active people. We therefore defend the social participation of our people to develop policies and strategies. The Pan American Health Organization can make a significant contribution by supporting countries in developing policies and perfecting methods, creating tools and implementing mechanisms to gather local and contextual data. In a world where infodemics is a reality and it is difficult to access the appropriate information and there is so much misinformation, it would be important to strengthen common databases shared by PAHO member states to guarantee the supply and access and promote the circulation of proved and reliable, trustworthy data. More immediately, Brazil agrees with the resolution, and therefore, in keeping with what I just said, we consider it is important to have an opportunity for dialogue, a forum bringing together states, academia, civil society, to share information about the challenges we face and strategies adopted by each of the actors to tackle them. Such an initiative would be an essential component to promote this within our region to overcome these challenges. The PAHO Secretariat could consider adopting such an initiative and consider it at future meetings. Thank you. Thank you. We now offer the floor to the representative of Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. We appreciate the presentation of this document on strategic communications in public health for behavior change. Communication is a structural component of any health strategy. The communication we implement is part of a global government communication strategy addressed to the entire Uruguayan population and trying to reach all population groups to inform and influence behavior, promote change in behavior, increase the understanding of problems that impact health of people, empower persons, and promote the sharing of information. Promotion and prevention are two pillars for health on which the Ministry of Health of Uruguay is underpinning the ministry, and there are a number of campaigns to implement it. In Uruguay incorporated the WHO proposed model with 6 basic pillars for communication. It's easy to understand, accessible, feasible, believable, pertinent, and timely. We believe that communication must be relevant, emphatic, useful, effective, timely, and clear. And therefore, it is crucial to have sources and channels and legitimate spokespeople who can build a coherent, sustainable over time story and build trust and credibility in public opinion. Messages must clearly and accessibly explain issues so that the entire population can understand it. So a 360 communication strategy is necessary, using many platforms and channels that are adapted to the different users. Another strategy are the dissemination campaigns through several actions that aim to modify behaviors and generate healthy attitudes to have a better life and quality of life for the population. It is important to have periodic reports, to have constant monitoring of interaction with the population with official channels, and understand some of the aspects in depth. Uruguay is grateful for this proposal, which will be beneficial to deepen the strategic communication through a multidisciplinary comprehensive approach and share the best practices, lessons learned from other countries. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now offer the floor to the representative of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you, Madam President. Allow me to say a special thank you to the presenter for highlighting the importance of strategic communication in public health for behavior change. The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis also recognizes this importance and is proud to have recruited communications personnel and acquired production equipment within the Health Promotion Unit. Along with other members of the public health team, these officers have focused on scaling up our media presence across all platforms, creating public health messaging that is specific to our receivers and developing tools to monitor the impact of this messaging. The Ministry of Health is also pleased to announce this installation of a wide area network under the Health Services Sector Information and Communication Technology Network project, which will be implemented across all public health facilities. This project aims at 1, enhancing the health surveillance system through the collection of real-time health information and data. 2, improving communication flow between healthcare providers and patients. 3, improving health information systems through the sharing of data. 4, providing direct linkages between our health centers and our hospitals. And 5, building capacity in the area of health and digital solutions. With the support of agencies such as PAHO and CARPHA, the Ministry of Health continues to develop strategies aimed at understanding the complexities which influence behavior and maximizing the impact of public health interventions for the end user. It is with a sense of urgency that the government of St. Kitts and Nevis is moving public health into the digital era and is committed to developing the social and behavioral framework for action in public health that is culturally appropriate and equity-focused. We would like to take this opportunity to thank PAHO for its continued support in areas such as risk communication, health information management, and the sharing of public health information. St. Kitts and Nevis fully supports this concept paper and the proposed resolution. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now call on the representative of Cuba. Thank you, Madam Chair. We see with positive eyes the implementation of the 6 strategic lines of work included in this report. Amongst the components mentioned, we could include in a more explicit manner that pertaining to local communication or community communication, in addition to explaining how that would be understood and how you would work in it. These 2 aspects are relevant and could be very useful to work on bringing about behavioral changes. We also value and feel we should include a tool pertaining to communication diagnosis, context analysis, study of perceptions, or any kind of sociocultural research that allows us to understand in depth how persons, groups, communities think, feel, and interact with their environment. In the case of Cuba, we recommend the inclusion during the consultation process 2 collaborative centers that specialize on this topic, Strategies in Communication of the University of La Habana and the Management of Knowledge and Scientific Communication for the National Center of Information on Medical Sciences, INFOMEC. Overall, this is a guidance document for all countries in the region, one which criteria Cuba has submitted suggestions in the past, and we think that this would help strengthen the regulatory framework on how all countries can work, take into account their own characteristics and needs. The content is an example of how we can take advantage of the experience acquired during COVID-19 and apply what has been learned in the area of communication in the future. Thank you.
En este momento.
Thank you. I now call on the representative of Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada strongly supports PAHO's efforts at enhancing communication strategies for behavior change in the region. We are committed to leveraging behavioral sciences to improve health outcomes and enhance public policy effectiveness, as well as combat mis- and disinformation. That is why in 2021, the Public Health Agency of Canada created a behavioral science office with a mandate to integrate behavioral science evidence into its policy, programs, and communications. We support emphasis on the need for interdisciplinary approaches to apply behavioral sciences in public health and underscore the significance of nurturing strategic communications to drive behavior change, provide context-specific information, and facilitate exchange of valuable lessons and best practices in public health communications. Finally, Canada believes that effective behavioral science strategies should understand the significance of messengers themselves in building public trust, especially via local community leaders, which can be achieved by enhancing perceptions and understanding of the messengers' roles and responsibilities, as well as recognition of their credentials and experience, and ensure a holistic and comprehensive understanding of information production and dissemination, while highlighting both traditional media and community-driven channels as trustworthy sources alongside encouraging digital solutions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now yield the floor to the representative of Costa Rica. Thank you, Madam Chair. Costa Rica thanks the Secretariat for having presented this document, about which we echo what has been stated in it, namely that in order to bring about effective change in behavior, we need to bring about structural changes in policies so as to lead to improvement of the standard of life and the proper environment so that better and more healthy options are available. It is important to provide continuous technical support to member states so that they make correct use of the communication tools in order to increase awareness of the risk for health, encourage healthy behavior, and position health in the forefront. We think it's very important to develop policies, interventions, and communication strategies that are adapted so that over time the decision-making involves more healthy activities. The necessary support should be given to states for implementation at the operational level. In order to promote transparency, there needs to be a better communication on health, but it's also very important to be an informed party during the decision-making process, because it's often the beneficiaries who best understand their reality and should have an involvement in the behavior. If observations are required, my delegation would like to suggest that we believe the proposal overall is not so much a conceptual document because it's lacking a specific document on concepts. If you were to include a series of similar components, then the test would cover more changes of behavior, but these have not been defined. In addition, the document has a paragraph on lines of action that transcends the conceptual and moves towards the operational. However, in spite of this, we realize that this is a very valuable document and has very valuable input for strategic communication in the area of public health, which has a direct impact on change of behavior, not only in how risks are perceived, but in advance in order to help protect and promote the health of our populations. Thank you. I call on the representative of Barbados.
Madam President, Director, colleagues, the government of Barbados welcomes the support of PAHO in the national and regional efforts to strengthen communications in public health for behavior change. We agree with the PAHO that a multi-pronged approach is required to understand and address behavioral change in public health. We understand that member states will therefore need to develop customized policies, interventions, and communication strategies that can positively encourage and sustain health choices. The Government of Barbados accepts the 6 lines of action proposed by the member states in relation to strategic communications for promoting behavior change in public health. We understand that behaviors respond to social constructs and that this must be considered in all public health interventions. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the inadequacies of providing accurate health information to the public without considering the other factors that affect capacity and willingness to adopt the desired healthy behavior. This was Barbados' experience with the COVID-19 vaccine uptake. Hence, community engagement, which included meeting the needs of persons in communities and gathering information on their perceptions and barriers, provided support to behavior change and acceptance of the vaccines. Madam President, reviewing and improving the health components of behavioral science programs is pertinent for our health information and health communication programs. Therefore, Barbados' Health Promotion Unit has embraced opportunities to participate in training for risk communication, infodemic management, and scientific communication, such as audiopedia training, to build capacity while incorporating other traditional health promotion approaches like health education and healthy work environments. In conclusion, Barbados supports the creation of a monitoring and evaluation framework for measuring progress and developments related to behavior change in public health. This is an area in which our country would appreciate technical cooperation and support from PAHO while we seek to promote behavior change as a priority work area. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now call on the representative of the Bahamas.
Madam President, behavior change has always been an essential but complex component of health, and it is increasingly becoming a key vehicle for achievement of public health mandates which benefit us all. While health emergencies highlight the critical nature of the role of behavior change in modifying trajectories, the backbone for good health outcomes in our global NCD crisis demands that deep-rooted unhealthy behaviors be challenged and changed if we are to actualize healthier populations. Madam President, business as usual will not suffice. Long gone are the days when distribution of brochures and one-off talks could be considered education for behavior change. In the Bahamas, where NCDs and associated risk factor burden continues to rise, innovative strategies to tackle social and cultural behaviors, as well as tailored, effective policies for promoting healthier choices, is fundamental to our strategies for arresting and reversing the negative trend. Additionally, we have learned that timely, accurate, and empowering information sources are crucial in the public health context for combating information overload and the wild seeds of misinformation. Madam President, a multi-pronged approach, equity-focused framework, taking into consideration all platforms, risk communication techniques, and digital literacy is essential to ensure post-pandemic success. The Bahamas commits to the 6 lines of action for technical cooperation at regional and country levels. Additionally, we assert benefits are to be accrued by incorporation of population and individual health literacy considerations, an often overlooked contributor to health outcomes. Research also underscores the need to shift from fear and punitive-based strategies to influence behavior to one that empowers individuals to make better choices. Madam President, the Bahamas welcomes the concept paper on strategic communications in public health for behavior change and supports the accompanying resolution. We request the support of the Director for country context-specific technical guidance documents for development of age-appropriate, comprehensive behavior modification programs. Further, we look forward to the dissemination of good practices in strategic communications for behavior change in public health, based on member states' lessons learned, along with the training opportunities. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now call on the representative of Bolivia. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We welcome the importance of addressing this topic based on population as the main beneficiary. The plurinational state of Bolivia has adopted as a public health policy the policy of community intercultural family policy, which will acknowledge the cosmovision of the 36 nationalities and indigenous peoples and farmers which are recognized by our Constitution, and the adoption of measures from the community perspective. Thus, we are working on education to bring about a change in behavior from an intercultural perspective with a participation by all and decisions that are reached by consensus by the community to bring about change in behavior. One of the actions we have undertaken is to strengthen healthy acts and behavior, the protection of environment, the discussion and strengthening of traditional medical practices combined together with allopathic medicine in the promotion of health and prevention of disease. My country considers that it's important to analyze the behavior of people in social networks to understand their perceptions and their behavior on health, as well as to adopt measures to avoid infodemia, which has been so harmful as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This and other policies in health information and the strengthening of information about the risks to have a better understanding of risks for public health in our population is very important. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I now call on the representative of the United States of America.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States thanks PAHO for developing the Strategic Communications in Public Health for Behavior Change concept paper and appreciates the opportunity to provide feedback through the consultative process and during June's executive committee meeting. During infectious disease outbreaks, behavior change is an important tool member states can use to curb transmission. For example, the success of behavior change communication during the MPOX response in discouraging high-risk behavior demonstrated the value of strategic communication for behavior change. The United States supports the development and implementation of public health policies aimed at supporting strategic communications in public health for behavior change, and we welcome the concept paper's 6 proposed lines of action. The COVID-19 pandemic emphasized the challenges of mis- and disinformation, and work towards the proposed lines of action will be necessary to address these challenges. We encourage PAHO and member states to develop systems and tools that allow nimble and near real-time analysis and reporting for measuring progress and developments related to behavior change in public health. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now yield the floor to the representative of Haiti. Madam Chair, Mr. Director, distinguished members of the Executive Council and distinguished participants, the document underscores the importance for member states to take a global approach to approach in a holistic and effective behavior for social behavior. We've seen the complexity of information environment today, and the relationship between social behavior and the standard of living is highlighted. The document emphasizes the importance of involving the community in restoring confidence and adapting to health interventions. There are 9 key elements, amongst them the analysis of the mega effects of online social behavior, the scientific communication, the management of information for health purposes. Haiti has many challenges in the area of public health, namely the high level of non-communicable diseases, infectious diseases, and lack of education, galloping inflation, and food insecurity. The approach we have taken affect the social and structural factors, as is suggested in the document, and this is particularly relevant to the Haiti case. An adapted strategic communication would allow us to create awareness amongst the population of these dangers and how to behave in a more healthy manner, particularly in Haiti and other countries that are victims. The management of their economy becoming a more and more crucial issue. The document proposes social actions in the area of public health that are culturally adapted to the population and provide access with equity. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now call on the representative of Belize.
Madam President, and good afternoon. I want to, of course, on behalf of our country, Belize, express our unwavering support for the resolution on the strategic communications in public health for behavior change. We understand the critical role that effective communication plays in promoting public health. We've seen this firsthand in our own efforts to combat diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, and most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic. In each of these instances, strategic communication was crucial in disseminating accurate information, dispelling myths and misconceptions, and ultimately influencing positive behavioral change. This resolution, Madam Speaker, presented today at the 60th Directing Council acknowledges the importance of communication in the sphere of public health and seeks to leverage it to encourage behavior change. It emphasizes the need for clear, consistent, and culturally relevant communications to enable individuals to make informed decisions about their health. This, we believe, is a vital step towards promoting health equity and achieving our shared goal of health for all. However, we also recognize that this is not a task we can achieve in isolation. The global nature of health challenges requires that we work collaboratively. In Belize, we have seen the power of partnerships in our public health campaigns. Whether it is collaborating with NGOs, media houses, or healthcare providers, these partnerships have amplified our reach and impact, ensuring that no one is left behind. We are therefore fully committed to supporting this resolution and its implementation globally. We strongly encourage other member states to do the same. Let us leverage the power of strategic communications to create a healthier, safer world for all. In conclusion, Madam President, Belize believes that effective communication is not just about broadcasting messages. It's about dialogue, understanding, and action. By supporting this resolution, we are not just endorsing the power of words, we are championing the power of informed decisions and positive change. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister of Health of Venezuela for the good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished delegations. For Venezuela, the more globalized world is a factor that generates culture in social behavior. Our forms of communication is based on the use of psychology, sociology, and anthropology to ensure the impact desired, and the outcome, the result, is derived from a culture of care and protection of health. One of the results where we can see the impact of communication on behavior is the high vaccination culture that exists in the Venezuelan population. Other factors such as preventive care and traditional medicine, as well as other elements that make the Venezuelan population to have a healthy society based on our health system. Throughout our territory, we have communication campaigns, continuous dissemination on how the system works, and explain the various components. In this manner, the information is informed on the processes they need to follow in the event they need the presence of our centers. The President of the Republic has made available as well an information system called Plataforma Patria, where daily direct communication with the Venezuelan population takes place, and we have a statistical study of their behavior and trends through this platform. We do periodic surveys where more than 3 million Venezuelans participate, generating a high level of confidence in the outcomes. And this, together with the national epidemiological studies, allows us to develop timely policies for improving health on a continuous basis. Venezuela supports the document that's being discussed with the challenge of reaching out to the youngest in a more interactive manner. Thank you very much, and we congratulate you. Thank you.
Otorgamos la palabra al representante.
I now call on the representative of Puerto Rico. Thank you, Madam Chair. We shall be as brief as possible in view of the lateness of the hour, and we are the penultimate speaker. However, we would like to acknowledge the crucial importance of this item on today's agenda. We thank and congratulate the Secretariat and the presenter for this very important document on strategic communication for applying across the board in public health. Today, more than ever, it is indispensable to practice modern public health. The document presented today, we feel, is fundamental, and we will be very involved in any technical cooperation we can provide in this area. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Otorgamos la palabra.
I now call on the representative of Colombia. Thank you, Madam Chair. We value this document greatly and the proposals, and we share the motivation and items included in it. However, we would like to talk about the communication associated with public health, because we believe it can't be limited to seeking changes in behavior. We would be closing off analysis of having a behavioral vision, and that's why we believe communication is not only pluridirectional, but multidirectional and complex, and it must be target the building of power, autonomy, agency, freedom. Communication should activate all forces of society, however diverse their territory, culture, gender, and position in the country, in order to access the fundamental right to health. In this regard, although the operational guides of the proposal are relevant in this conceptual framework, they could be expanded further and linked to universal access for our populations to technology, information technology, and greater communication. Instead of just delivering messages, we must ensure that all society overall, however diverse, can communicate and become a communicator. In public health, we need communications that bring about change, and change in the behavior of individuals, in their autonomy. And that is how we want to bring about changes in their practices and behavior. Thank you.
Otorgamos la palabra.
I now call on the representative of the Coalition for American Health.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, CLAS, the Coalition for America's Health, and NCD Alliance celebrate the proposed multi-pronged approach to understand and address behavioral challenges in public health via strategic communication approach. We welcome the emphasis on addressing the risk factors for NCDs using regulatory policies for tobacco control, alcohol, and enabling healthier food choices. However, we express concern about the marketing of unhealthy products targeted at children and young people through digital spaces. Although the importance of regulating marketing aimed at children and young people has been recognized in some countries, government guidelines generally still focus on traditional media or advertising on websites and packaging, leaving digital spaces unprotected. And scrupulous marketers and influencers on social media are winning the minds of children and young people. With a civil society perspective, CLAS and COLANSA for food systems are working towards a regional communication space for advocacy, to inform the public and the media regarding health issues with the long-term aim of influencing policy change and countering disinformation. This space is named Saludable Saberlo. Will promote improved communication, connecting local, national, and regional levels, creating synergies, empowering local advocates, and articulating the efforts of various groups. We respectfully suggest that member states also focus on regulating digital communications of unhealthy products towards children and young people and strengthening public health information to this audience and their parents. Member states should also invest in community-driven public health messaging to rebuild the public trust and counter misinformation. And in addition to promoting individual behavior change, strategic communication should also be used to increase commercial literacy and promote health policy change. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Since there are no other representatives of the country who've asked for the floor, I will now call on Director Garcia Saiso to respond to the comments made.
And allow me to start by thanking the comments made by Honduras, Brazil, Uruguay, St. Kitts and Nevis, Cuba, Canada, Costa Rica, Barbados, Bahamas, Bolivia, USA, Haiti, Belize, Venezuela, Puerto Rico, Colombia, and CLAS. Precisamente,
This document proposes the need for a holistic perspective in the development of strategic communications linked to all of our health policies. That is why that part of the understanding of society, which is today digitally interconnected, and the tools that we can now use to better get to know our communities, to better understand individuals and understand how they make decisions about their own health in a social context, and of course within the context of social determinants. So the document tries to develop this concept as part of the collective development we can attain in the future through specific technical cooperation actions that will allow us to have a conceptual and regulatory structure for public health and therefore bring about this change in behavior. Also, taking into account what we've learned from the last months during the COVID-19 pandemic, where we saw the infodemia phenomena occur, where not only it's information with bad intent, but the whole information phenomena that often overwhelms people and limits their ability to make decisions in their communities. We also need to establish a priority for this concept of bringing about a change in behavior in all of our public health plans at all levels, and then link it to the need to recognize that there are social factors. We have to set up inclusive and interdisciplinary mechanisms because we can't see this from an isolated perspective. Instead, we need an interdisciplinary, multisectoral approach based on behavioral sciences so that we can better understand and promote healthy behavior through strategic communications. We also need to propose improving the science, behavioral science programs and integrate them into our public health policies by having a better understanding of a community, of what its needs are for information, and on how that community makes decisions. And this ties into two other aspects mentioned by the document: the development of a monitoring system so that we can follow the progress of these interventions, and to develop, as all suggested, the cooperation and collaboration between member states and interested parties, including the network of collaborating centers and other institutions in our region, so that we can share the best practices that will help us develop and generate this concept, and how you manage infodemia and how you manage behavioral sciences within our public policies. We would like to thank you for all your comments because they strengthen this document, as has been the process from the very beginning when we started this a year ago. And since this is still an evolving document, we intend to continue enriching it with the experiences of our countries in the region, and with that come up with a solid concept that has tools that adapt to the national, local context, and with a technical and sustained support from the Secretariat to help them in this process. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garcia Saizo,
Por sus valiosos.
for your very valuable contributions. I now open the floor or ask the director if he has any comments. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. First, I'd like to recognize that this is a draft resolution that came from a member state as a suggestion by Jamaica. So it's important to acknowledge the leadership of Minister Thornton in this area. And I think it's a topic that we're discussing not only within the Pan American Health Organization, but WHO. It's part of a discussion that began way before the pandemic, but the pandemic underscored the importance and need to move forward in this area. We are discussing, of course, a concept document. I would say this is just the first step to help us develop so that we can learn, listen, and coordinate the many different know-how that exists so that whatever communication strategy we adopt in the area of public health will be much more effective than what we have today. I think this would be beneficial to all policies. It allows us to overcome the reluctance that exists in vaccinating, which after COVID-19 is now affecting routine vaccination. And it will help us in helping prevent vector-transmitted diseases such as dengue, also non-communicable diseases for STIs. In other words, we're talking about multiple applications of this communication in health, where the sector is evolving, and we want to have a more strategic communication based on dialogue, where we listen to the concerns, the criticisms, the requirements for information that individuals and communities have today. So I think this will allow the organization to move forward significantly in our dialogue with the member states so that our communication becomes one of the many pillars for the topics we often discuss, where it's important to provide enough information to empower people so that they can make the best decisions about their own health or the health of their families or communities. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor director, por sus.
Thank you, Director, for those words. We'd now like to invite the rapporteur to please present the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 4.5, proposed resolution, strategic communications in public health for behavior change. The 60th Directing Council, 1, having reviewed the concept paper, Strategic Communications in Public Health for Behavior Change, document CD60/8. 2, taking into account the excess of information that already exists on the internet, both accurate and false, inaccurate or misleading, and the exponential growth of information about the COVID-19 pandemic over the past 3 years. 3, recognizing that countries of the region of the Americas have made significant progress in public information dissemination, strategic communications, and infodemic management. 4, aware of the need to strategically update, develop, and better integrate policies and programs for behavior change in the health sector, informed by the behavioral sciences. 5, considering that strategic communications to promote behavior change are key in the construction of resilient national health systems based on renewed and strengthened primary health care. 6, recognizing that the pandemic has increased skepticism towards public health information and that higher levels of trust are necessary to increase the uptake of desired health behaviors. Resolves: 1, to approve the concept paper, Strategic Communications in Public Health for Behavior Change, document CD60/8. 2, to urge member states, considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A, recognize the need to strengthen strategic communication initiatives and behavioral science programs in the region. B, incorporate the concept of behavioral science in health as a cornerstone of health systems resilience. C, strengthen the health components of behavioral science programs, especially big data analytics, online social behavior, infodemic management, scientific communications, health information management, public information dissemination, including through social media, digital literacy, and experimentation, and facilitate their integration into the implementation of public health policies and practices. D, promote social participation in the development of communication strategies in order to increase public trust and customize messages to specific contexts and populations. E, utilize multi-stakeholder and interdisciplinary mechanisms to share lessons learned and good practices in strategic communications and infodemic management programs implemented by governments and institutions throughout the region, in particular during a pandemic. 3, to request the director to A, support institutional, interinstitutional, multi-stakeholder, and interdisciplinary efforts to apply the behavioral sciences in public health, recognizing the particular context of member states in the region, and taking into account that there are many ways to produce, manage, and disseminate evidence-based information. B, provide technical cooperation to member states on strategic communications to promote behavior change as a priority work area on the path toward universal health coverage in the region. C, promote the systematic production of customized and contextualized information so that people and societies have a greater understanding of public health issues and the capacity to make more accurate decisions regarding their own health. D, promote the dissemination of lessons learned and good practices for strategic communications for behavior change in public health based on progress made in the region and at global level. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We now offer the floor for discussion on this point. I offer the floor to the representative of Honduras. Thank you very much, Madam President. Honduras is grateful to presentation of the proposed resolution for CD 60/8 and expresses support for this resolution given its crucial relevance to improve promotion of health in our country. In the framework of the plan to reinforce human resources, we'd like to support more technical support from the Director to support the strategy in priority countries, especially to increase the competence and skills in social communication by staff for primary care, with innovative strategies to be able to have strategies to reach out to the population. The purpose is to strengthen the skills of our human resources so that it may provide better information through differentiated communication channels to people, families, and communities. We are grateful for the constant PAHO commitment towards public health in our region and trust this collaboration will be very beneficial to Honduras. Honduras therefore recommends that, following approval of the conceptual document, a plan of implementation be developed, including terms and exact assignation or allocation of responsibilities to ensure the transformation of ideas and strategies. We are grateful to the Directing Council for their attention. Thank you very much. There being no further requests for the floor on this agenda item, I will declare the resolution adopted.
Bien, sabemos que la tarde ha sido...
We know that this has been a long afternoon. We have adopted resolutions and projects that are very important for our region, but with the permission of you all, I would like us to continue working till 6:30, which will enable us to look at items 2.3 and 5.1.
En vista del silencio aprobatorio,
taking silence as approval, we will work as efficiently as possible and continue with agenda item 2.3, the first report of the Working Party to study the application of Article 6B of the PAHO Constitution. I'd like to offer the floor to the delegate of El Salvador, chair of the Working Party, to present their first report. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The report of the Working Party to study application of Article 6B of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization. The working group created to study application of Article 6B of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization met on 25 and 26 September 2023 to examine the situation of collections of the contributions as set forth in Article 6B of the PAHO Charter with regards to the suspension of rights to vote for any member state that is in arrears in payment of their quotas corresponding to 2 full years. At the time of starting the Directing Council meeting, it is up to the Working Party to recommend whether or not countries should have the right to vote as established in Article 6b. The conference or the directing council could allow the member to vote if the lack of payment is due to conditions that are beyond the government's control. The members of the Working Party are from Dominica, El Salvador, and Haiti, chaired by the delegate of El Salvador, myself. The analysis. At the time of the start of the 60th Directing Council, one member state, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, was in the situation provided for in Article 6b, as the contributions for 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 were in arrears, with a total amount due in US dollars of $14,476,395. The Pan American Sanitary Bureau in May 2023 sent a formal communication to the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela referring to the country's situation with regards to Article 6b, as well as follow-up communications in June and August 2023. In 2020, at the start of the 58th Directing Council, the right to vote of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela was suspended in accordance with the provisions of Article 6.b. At the beginning of the session, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela was in arrears in the amount for the years 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020, amounting to $7,854,219 US dollars. Therefore, in application of the provisions of Article 6.b and the Resolution CD 58/R828, CD 59/R5 2021 and CP 53/R5 of 2022, the right to vote of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela remained suspended at the start of the 60th Directing Council. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has made none of its contributions till May 2017, nor has presented an updated payment plan. On 25 September 2023, the same day that the Directing Council began its session, a communication was received from the Ministry of Health of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela expressing its intention to pay. The Working Party analyzed Article 6.b of the PAHO Constitution and furthermore analyzed Resolution CD 15/R12 1964 of the Directing Council, requiring governments who are in arrears establish payment plans with the Bureau, and if such a plan is established and complied with, the Directing Council could allow the government to exercise its right to vote. The Working Party analyzed historical data as to application of Article 6.b and saw that systematically it was required to have an acceptable payment plan before restoring the right to vote. Lastly, the Working Party considered the license issued by the U.S. Foreign Currency Controls Office allowing PAHO to deal officially with the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, allowing it to receive funds. The Working Party analyzed and discussed the delay in payments from this country, underscoring that timely payment of the contribution is important for the program budget approved by member states, and pointing out that when the budgeted amounts are not received in the time frame established, this jeopardizes implementation of the activities that are planned, plus the continuity of the organization, and imposing the adoption of extraordinary financial management measures. Recommendation of the Working Party. The members expressed concern due to the arrears of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, recognizing this can affect cooperation in their own countries. They also expressed optimism given the desire for payment by the Ministry of Venezuela. The country is seeking alternatives to honor its commitment. However, The members also noted that Venezuela has not presented a payment plan to the Bureau as required in the Resolution R12 to restore the right to vote. The members expressed their regret, but there not being payment or a payment plan offered. The Working Party recommends that the Directing Council refuse to restore the voting rights of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and that at future sessions of the governing bodies this situation be revisited. Dominica had some reservations with regards to this report and proposes that collaborations continue with the country, although Dominica accepts the need that contributions need to be complied to finance the important sub-regional agenda. Dominica also recognizes efforts carried out by PAHO to find a solution to payment of the contributions in arrears by the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Dominica also sees the pattern of lack of response to the PAHO communications by the country. Dominica recognizes the correspondence received 25 September 2023 by the Working Party, expressing, among other things, the serious financial difficulties and the intention to make payment. In addition to Article 6b in the Resolution CD15R12 of 1964, the one goes further and proposes certain considerations clearly spelled out to reach agreement. Dominica therefore considers that PAHO ought to take into account the Bolivarian Republic's intention to make payment as reported, and should collaborate with the country to reach an acceptable payment plan in accordance with CD15R12. The Working Party acknowledges technical cooperation that the Bureau continues to provide to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, despite non-compliance with payment, and urges the Bureau and the country to draw up a payment plan as soon as possible and to comply with it in due form. It furthermore congratulates all member states who have done everything in their power to comply with their financial commitments vis-à-vis the organization in 2023, and requests those members that have payments still pending to comply with their obligation to make payment and do so as soon as possible. This concludes our report. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Representative of El Salvador. We would like to ask the plenary if there is any objection with regard to the report we have just heard. If there are no objections, we give the floor to the Minister of Health of Venezuela. Good afternoon. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has always been faithful payment of international commitments. We believe strongly in international unions having to do with legality. In the years we have belonged to this organization, this has been demonstrated. It was the decree of Barack Obama that declared Venezuela a threat to the country. That is when financial restriction measures were put in place, and these have blocked the public finance of our state. Many banks closed accounts and financial correspondent agreements with Venezuela to be able to make payment transfers from government agencies, public banks, and inhibiting of foreign trade and the procurement of medicines and essential inputs for the country, causing major crimes that the delegation of the United States yesterday tried to legitimate under false care precepts, talking about exceptions and measures for opening. The blockade doesn't allow us to settle our commitments because since 2017, the United States Network of Control Funds alerted the international financial system with the operations of the Venezuelan government and excluded Venezuela from interbanking messaging. That's a SWIFT system. This involved even the funds for PAHO for the procurement of drugs. 29 international banks as of today have frozen or retained funds. The public banks of Venezuela were penalized by the United States. Over $1.8 billion are retained in the Novo Bank of Portugal. The gold retained is $2 billion that are frozen in the Bank of England. Venezuela has not been able to receive since 2020 the $5 billion that correspond to it in the issuance of special drawing rights approved by the IMF to reactivate the economy post-pandemic, allowing the country to obtain medicines and to comply with the SDGs in health, nutrition, and other areas. From 2014 to 2020, we lost our income in foreign currency, and despite what happened in 2021-2022, foreign currency for last year was only 10% of what we had in 2014. Thanks to Cuba, China, India, Russia, Iran, and other countries, we have been able to mitigate what these criminal actions attempted to do to our people. We believe that the driving principles adopted in the Constitution of PAHO are still in force, such as respect of international law. It is time for the multilateral organization that looks after the life and health of our people think about what the way that we have been denied access to the necessary finance. Therefore, implementation of Article 6B without looking into facts are part of the blockade that keeps us excluded without any exception whatsoever. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister.
Concedemos la palabra.
We now offer the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. The United States wishes to respond to Venezuela's statement on sanctions. The U.S.-Venezuela sanctions program includes broad exemptions and authorizations that allow for the provision of humanitarian assistance and the commercial sale and export of food, agriculture, commodities, medicine, and medical devices to Venezuela. Our sanctions are designed not to impede the provision of humanitarian aid to Venezuela. In 2021, the United States expanded on existing humanitarian-related exemptions and authorizations under our Venezuela-related sanctions program to cover COVID-19-related transactions and activities. These include transactions and activities involving the delivery of masks, ventilators and oxygen tanks, vaccines and ingredients to produce vaccines, COVID-19 tests, and field hospitals, among other things. The United States is the single largest donor in the Venezuela regional crisis. The U.S. government has provided more than $2.8 billion in humanitarian, health, economic, and development assistance in response to the Venezuela regional crisis since fiscal year 2017. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Otorgamos la palabra a...
I call on the Minister of Health of Venezuela. Bit quick, these tips she gave on the buck. In 2008, 3 international banks paralyzed a transaction of 12 million euros for the payment of kidney dialysis kits. In 2021, the COVAX Center notified the government of Venezuela on the blockade of 4 payments for amounting to $10,031,838 by the Swiss bank USB because of investigation. That payment was for procurement of vaccines for the COVAX mechanism to vaccinate 20% of the Venezuelan population. On the 30th of September 2021, Novo Banco, that is owned mainly by U.S. private capital, blocked the procurement of the payment by Pan American Health Organization to acquire 13 million vaccines and medical syringes for the population of Venezuela. On the 21st of February 2019, the Novo Banco, Portuguese bank, did a transaction of more than 4 million euros for the program for medical assistance abroad. In other words, there is sufficient evidence and material that I can continue to present on public and well-known facts about how the government of the United States and its blockade has affected the population and the health of the Venezuelan population. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Minister. We will conclude the participation of the plenary in this point, and we declare the report approved. I'd like to suggest that we now conclude this session today, and we resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with item 5.1, 2.1 if necessary, and then we will continue with 3.3, 6.1, after which there will be a break, then 5.3, 5.4, 4.6, and 8.1. And I'd like to avail myself of this opportunity to thank the interpreters, not only for their participation, but for the fact that they have stayed this late. So thank you very much to the interpreters, and thank you, all of you, for staying with us during this session.
Queremos informarle a los delegados
We'd like to report to the delegates that the meeting of the Andean countries with ORAS will take place immediately in room B. We'd like to invite the delegates of those countries to proceed immediately to room B. So the delegates of the Andean countries, please proceed to room B at the moment. Thank you very much.
Chao, chao.